Dodging it very fine for 4 runs. Well played. Just helped it the direction it was going.
First-class cricket, this.
Good virtues. Oh, whoa, and that was snuck through. It went through quite low, possibly off the inside edge. Very much his own. He's his own man stage of his career. This is a slightly airy drive from Yates. He's going to get 4. It was in the air for a while through the vacant gully area. Yes, we do. Yeah, well, absolutely. I should say so.
Next delivery is clipped. Square of the wicket. That's going to bring runs. It's going to bring 4 runs. Nicely timed away down to the...
You know, he knows stuff. Round the wicket comes Hassan Ali. That's a good shot from Yates. That he might get 4 this time. Whiteman's giving chase, but it's not a very enthusiastic chase. He knows he's not getting it.
Or the village, that's where it started.
Revis is in, driven firmly by Yates. Back past Revis's hand. A diving miss by Hassan Ali. And that, turns out, was a very well-timed... when it was at Lyme Regis years ago. Here's Revis bowling, and Hayne has smashed that one away. That's a beautiful shot. Given a little bit of room to work with, and...
coats are off. Pitched up, driven firmly. Nice shot that from the opener Yates there. That's gone through.
Grass banking in that far corner. Sort of a family area. As Hayne punches that one through the covers. That's a lovely shot along the carpet all the way, and will have the legs to bobble over the boundary rope and into the little white.
To Hayne. Hayne goes for the hook, and he's going to get 4 runs here directly behind the keeper. It was over Johnny Bairstow's head.
As White comes in and bowls, and Hayne flicks it in the air and has gone. Sam Whiteman with the easiest of catches at mid-wicket.
For that first 11 spot. Oh,
good delivery of Hassan Ali, and an inside edge for 4. It's whistled away past Jack White. On his way in towards us from the Trafalgar Square end. Oh, brilliant catch. Oh, what a catch. Don Bess, the ball's dipping on him, diving to his left, and Bo Webster. Yeah, oh, good shot. Lovely shot. Yes, he's just over pitch, but it's a cracking shot by Rob Yates, to be fair. Takes him to 49. Hilling and bowling. Oh, Yates moves across that one, and there's an appeal for LBW. George is...
He's got 100 and he got his 50.
Yep, short ball by Hill, pulled, very well pulled also by Ed Barnard, because that is 6 just in front of square into the bleachers.
And he's brilliant around.
Yep. Oh, now then, this is wide of off stump. George giving him some room, and he's got his hands through that, Barnard, but edged it between Luxton and Lythe. Seemingly going pretty well for Rev as well, as Bess bowls, and Yates turns it to leg, no run.
On his way again, and Yates, and allows himself a full-blooded drive for the first time in quite a while through the covers, and hit it really hard. It flew.
Cricket since then, and back in championship action for these next couple of weeks. And Yorkshire 469 all out, of course, having been put into bat here. The main feature, Will Luxton's fantastic 167, a maiden first-class 100 for him, and a big one at that. And then Warwickshire, well, it's been more of a struggle for them. It's felt much more attritional out there. 225 for 7 they were at the end of day 2, with skipper Ed Barnard at the moment leading the rearguard action, 60 not out. Rob Yates has already made 65, and is, metaphorically speaking, at least back in the changing room. And Keith Barker not out on 9. So Yorkshire still with 244 runs to play with. And a second new ball due in just 1 over's time. And Adam Lythe looks like he's going to start the day.
I was going to say, you didn't have that one on your bingo card, did you?
No, but worth a try on his home patch. And of course, he'd love it if he managed to break this partnership very early. David Townsend, myself, Jonathan Doidge, the first spell on air, and then Mike Taylor will join us at the back half of the hour. So, I'll do this over, since DT's still removing his top sweater. The captain called him into bowl late, I think, this morning. And so the first ball of the day from Adam Lythe is turned into the leg side there by Barnard for a single. 226 for 7. Keith Barker, left-hander, of course. This will mean a change in the field, and inevitably after just one delivery, DT, we have a little bit of a hold-up.
Yeah, just giving Barnard a single. Why you would give Barnard a single this early in the day? Because he's, you know, in theory, he's just come in, hasn't he? But they're both fresh up the crease.
Leave it with you.
Live bowls, and that's outside the off stump through to the keeper, and there's no run there. So, find my glasses, get sorted out this morning. It was a bit of a dash to get up to the ground today. Live bowls, and that one comes into him, and he's whipped away through mid-wicket, or just went on straight really with the arm and just whipped away. And pops up. One of the ground staff does the fielding down there in front of the covers. Hopefully we won't be needing them today. The covers, that is, not the ground staff. First boundary of the day takes Barker on to 13. Lithe, right arm round, gives that one a bit of air, tempting. Barker's not to be tempted. There's looking to see if there's a fielder out somewhere. I don't think there is. 1, 2, 3, 4. No, there's nobody out in the deep. There's live bowls to Barker, and just pushes that one defensively as well. So, as JD was saying, it'll just be the one over, we would think, before the new ball is taken. This is the 80th over of the innings. 2:30 for 7. Live bowls, and Barker turns that come off. Diving stop by, well, needless to say, if there's a bloke on the ground, it's always Dominic Best, but don't think that quite carried to him. Maybe just came off the pad anyway. So that's the end of the first over of the day. The 4 runs to Barker, 1 to Barnard. 34-7, and now phony war is over. Very short phony war, has to be said. And the quicker stuff in the shape of Hassan Ali will, we would suggest, take over.
Tom Longley just raised the hand with ball in it, so second new ball has been taken, bang on 80 overs, and Hassan Ali is going to bowl then to Ed Barnard.
Days gone by, you always used to see them have a couple of bowls with the old ball, didn't they, just to loosen up. And
yeah, sometimes still do. They sometimes have an over a piece or something like that, and get through their actions a few times and then have a go. But clearly a feeling that time is of the essence, so let's crack on. And Hassan over the wicket, whips that first one in, and Barnard plays it out square on the offside to the sweeping Matthew Revis for a single. You mentioned Dom Best rolling around. I spoke to Dom last night on his way out of the ground, and as you do, he said, well bowled, and he said, well, it could have been better. He said, I kind of struggled with the crosswind. It was quite a strong westerly crosswind yesterday, and he said it just couldn't quite get the line I wanted because, wind, you never quite know how strong it is for each delivery, do you? It might vary slightly, and so wasn't able to drop it as consistently as he would have liked, he said. As Barker cuts this one, backward of point, and Wharton is out there to field. They get through for 2. And Dom largely bowling down the incline from the Trafalgar Square end. I think he might be more inclined to bowl from this end today because the wind direction has changed very definitely if you look at the flags. And also just have to stand out there. If you're facing our commentary box, you're kind of facing into the wind, so it feels much more of a northerly today. And there is a bit of a nip in the air despite the sunshine as Hassan Ali bowls, and that's a thickish outside edge from Keith Barker, which has gone through gully. Will Luxton down, but not able to get there in time, and that has raced away for 4 through third man. So runs been added in fairly quick time in the early moments here.
Yes, that went very quickly away down to the boundary. The outfield obviously has
so if you
sped up from the last couple of days.
From a bowling point of view, Dom Best bowls at this end, then he'll have the wind behind him, which might just help him. And then also, if you're thinking of typical off-spinners' wickets, lofted ball into the leg side, that type of thing, they might hold up a little for the fielders as well. So kind of feels like this might be the right end for him today, as and when Hassan Ali slants that across Keith Barker, who leaves.
Went through at a decent lick though. He's get into his work this morning.
Yeah,
Well,
three
Hassan.
slips in place. George Hill, Adam Lythe and Don Bess are that trio. Luxton up gully. Hassan's in bowling again, but this time leg stump, and I think that's off the thigh pad of Keith Barker down to Jack White. That long leg certainly is. As signalled by Tom Lungley, so 238 for 7. Of course, congratulations to the Yorkshire County Cricket Club boys and the man sitting to my left in the commentary box here, Mike Taylor, on a monumental victory in last night's Yorkshire Cricket Supporters Association quiz. 5 rounds of 12 questions, tested every facet of sporting and general knowledge. It's been like being stretched on the rack if you were in one of those two teams, in a brain sense, as Hassan is in and Barnard leaves the final ball of that second over of the day, the first with the second new ball. Well, it was the County Cricket Club boys, Ben Cliff, Will Luxton and Brad Sylvester, who were joined by Mike, and they got off to a decent start. The first session saw them leave for lunch in a pretty good position, and I think they enhanced that in the first half of the afternoon session, DT, but then there was a narrowing of margins as we got down towards tea. Then in the final session, it was a pretty strong riposte from the Yorkshire Cricket Southern Yorkshire Cricket Supporters Association Southern Group. Oh, sorry, I've got the title of that wrong, but the Southern Group, let's say. Controversial decisions by the adjudicator DT. Teams were very closely matched in the final round, but ultimately there was the cricketers and Mike who got home by 2 points, 26 to 24.
If it had gone to a tie, the tiebreaker question was going to be a point for anybody who scored a century in this match.
Well, actually, I wouldn't, because I had 2 tiebreaker questions written down, neither of which were that. But I can see where you were going with that. Jack White.
In bowls, and that's down the leg side, and Barker just allows that through to the keeper.
We should just pass on our congratulations on commentary to Jack White and family. Because, as I mentioned, I think yesterday when Gavin Hamilton was in, there was talk of a happy event occurring sometime after the Edgbaston thrashing by Warwickshire. Spoke to Jack down there about it. And Wild, with an E, as in Oscar, was born on the 1st of June.
Bowls again, and that's pushed to mid-wicket. Just popped a little bit. Barker taking his bottom hand off the bat. Wild.
Well, I think Jack, you'd have to say, is a little bit unconventional. And so it didn't surprise me in a sense. So Wild was born on the 1st of June, and mother and son are doing very well, according to Jack. So congratulations to the Whites.
It's interesting how that's... not heard that one before, did you? White bowls, and that's through to the keeper, and there's no run.
I don't know if that's because Jack and I'm not sure what Jack's partner's name is. Apologies for that, but let's say Mrs. Jack in inverted commas. I don't know if they're fans of great writing or if it's Jack's tendency to be out in the wild because he enjoys himself doing outdoorsy things. Who knows?
Could describe his bowling in his earlier years before he's settled in.
Yeah, he might have named it after you and some of those parties that you attend.
Bowls again, and has not got a wicket. It's landed just short of Adam Lythe. Thought that'd carry to second slip, but again we see the lack of pace in this pitch because that's a genuine edge from Barker. Lythe diving forward, just taking it on the bounce, and Barker going and checking the pitch. I mean, the slips can't get that much closer, can they, really? To give themselves any chance of catching. We haven't looked at that on the replay. I don't think it did carry, did it?
No.
Got a little bit excited there.
Hang on.
Next delivery is pushed back towards White. It was a pretty straightforward catch as far as if it had carried, because it was going nice pace, wasn't it? It wasn't as though he was driving at it or anything. Maybe it did just get there.
Well, the final angle we saw, it looked more like it had carried than the other angles.
My initial...
An optical illusion, perhaps, DT?
Could be. Here's White again, bowls, and that's turned away nicely by Barker down to long leg, fine leg. Hassan Ali, who picks the ball up, could have kept it because he's going to bowl the next over, but he's tossed it to Don Bess. Probably do a bit of polishing, a bit of work on it. Doesn't really need much work, does it? He's only bowled 2 overs, and he'll eventually get it back. I don't know. Do we put that down as a chance? No, Mike Taylor's the adjudicator on this one. He's not having it.
It could have been a catch for a worm had there been any at ground level there. Hassan Ali from the Peatone Park end, the north end of the ground here at North Marine Road, and Barker gets a thickish inside contact on this, diverts it through mid-wicket and will pick up a single. Ben Crossland says, wearing your public service broadcasting hat, could you let it be known that if anyone from Uddersfield is at a loose end this afternoon, there's a great gig at the Irish Centre, 2 p.m. start.
I thought Ben was playing there this afternoon.
Giving listeners, by the way, to 5 Sports Extra 3 from North Marine Road, Scarborough, with visitors Warwickshire 240 for 7. Hassan Ali bowling here to Ed Barnard, who's 62 not out, and just nudging one aerially in a general direction of Don Bess, who's at a squarish mid-wicket. They've got through for 1, and yet again, Dom
Be pleased.
on the deck.
Be pleased about that because he was able to go down on his front that time, on his belly, wasn't he? So noticeably the front of his kit was quite clean yesterday.
Yeah, I did ask Gavin Hamilton if he gets 3 sets of kit, but
he said something very nice in reply to that, Georgie, didn't he? I remember you asking him.
yes, Ali to Barker, who leaves one slanted across him. What did he say in reply?
He said if he keeps on taking catches like that, he can have as much kit as he wants. Which was not only a diplomatic answer, but...
It's all in good fun, this, obviously, but I wouldn't want you to think that we're giving Dom a hammering for being mucky, but it's just part of the fun of watching him play, I think.
But some kids are like that.
Yeah.
You always see it at a playground, don't you? There's one who always gets them.
Yeah.
It's a sort of grown-ups playground out there, isn't it?
Hassan Ali in again, bowling to Barker, who's on 21. Good delivery, this, and Keith playing just inside the line a bit. Yeah, you do wonder when the kits are dished out. You know, when you get your new kit, you're always a bit, oh, great, you know, new gear. Most of us would think that, but I do wonder if, you know, Dom maybe walks outside onto the Headingley turf when he picks it up from headquarters and just gives the knee, you know, a bit of a rub on the outfield just so that he can walk on with a bit of greenery already on there.
So, if I remember rightly, it was always the green that was hard to wash out, wasn't it? The brown comes off very easily.
Yeah. That's in, and that's left by Barker this time. It does skip through quite breezily to Johnny Bairstow's gloves. You can remember that far. Was it not in black and white, the green on your your flannels, as they would have been called then?
Yes. For those of you watching in black and white, the green was above the brown. Yeah.
Ted, whispering Ted.
Ted Lowe no longer with us, is he? John Virgo's gone as well since we were last together.
Yes. Hassan in again, and that's Played out into the offside by Barker, and there is no run. So just a brief recap for those who have joined us more recently. Warwickshire resumed this morning on 225 for 7. We had an over from Adam Lythe of off spin from the Trafalgar Square end, and then the second new ball was taken. Hassan Ali and Jack White. They haven't yet taken a wicket this morning in Yorkshire, and Warwickshire have added 16 runs to that overnight score. We were talking, or you two, I think, were talking about gliding and such like when I was off air the other day.
Oh, yes.
And Tony Haynes did send in an email, which I got at the back end of yesterday, if you're with us, Tony, saying something to do with Cayley's glider. A replica exists on display at Elvington Air Museum near York. He's sent us a link, which I haven't clicked on, but he says the pilot...
Somebody waving to you down there.
It's David Wilford, my Curry colleague for last night. You've met David before. The pilot was Cayley's coachman, he says, who resigned immediately afterwards, stating that he was employed to ride, not fly.
Oh, fair enough. First delivery of this over from White has just turned up to mid-on by Barnard. They're quite happy to give him the single, which I'm not sure that's a great tactic, given its start of play. Try and get both. Obviously, they're trying to get him out because they've got slips in place. But put him a bit more pressure. Barker's getting all the pressure and he's getting all the runs at the moment. He's moved on to 21. 12 runs so far today as this next delivery just raises his arms, allows it through to the gloves of Johnny Bairstow. Just 4 singles to Barnard.
A very sporting message this morning as well from the Southern group following last night's narrow defeat in the quiz. Quick message to thank you for your excellent quiz last night. Also to your co-officials Supporters Association for inviting the Southern group to field the team. And of course to the Yorkshire guys who turned up and competed rather too well even. Rather well too.
White round the wicket bowls, and that's a big appeal for caught behind as Barker looked to play that on the onside. It obviously left him. It's gone through to Johnny Bairstow. White was immediately interested in it. I think that's just brushed his thigh pad on the way through. In fact, White wasn't immediately interested in it.
No,
that were interested
it was. It was slips first. Johnny was not full throttle either, and then Jack obviously felt like he needed to join in, but I don't think he did that.
No, a good decision by Michael Goff, as most of them are. That's why he's one of the world's best, isn't it? White around the wicket bowls again, and Barker. I think he meant to leave that, but it was a little bit unorthodox through to the keeper.
So the message says, very encouraging to see there, that's the Yorkshire players and Mike, their razor-sharp reactions, some future slip fielders maybe. The Southern Group team had a detailed inquest into our defeat in the North Riding Hotel afterwards. Clearly the first round of questions on sport in 2025 was vital. Had you chosen 1925, things might have been different. Particularly impressed that the team knew so instantly how many county championships Yorkshire have won. Let's hope by next year their answer is out of date. All the best from John, Julia, Andrew and Ned, the 4 in the Southern Group team.
The next delivery pops a little bit on Barker, takes his bottom hand off as he plays that down on the onside. And nice of them not to be bitter about the 2 points I had to deduct from them for not offering the adjudicator, the scorer, and your good self a drink halfway through. Which Ben Cliff did. I was very impressed with that.
Yeah.
Is he from Yorkshire?
Well, we'd have to check his birth certificate after that. Yeah.
Here comes White. Bowls to Barker, and again Barker just pulls his bottom hand off. He's maybe, as they say, he's playing a bit low at the moment. Be ball popping, applause there from Jack White.
Ben Nielsen, morning to you, says let's have those last wickets quick so that we can get to the disappointment of an unenforced follow-on.
Yeah, the first few overs this morning have sealed any doubt, I think, about following on the pitches. It's not harmless, there's a little bit there for the bowlers. They get it in the right spot, but I can't see Yorkshire enforcing. Look at the weather forecast tomorrow, perhaps. I think it's just cloudy tomorrow, isn't it? Could be a good bowling day tomorrow.
Hassan Ali to continue at the Peas Home Park end at 2-4-2 for 7. Making his way in past umpire Lungley now. That's wide of off stump, and Barnard has a drive at it, but nips away and he misses. We do have a scorer on the job in the press room next door, but nothing forthcoming so far this morning. But Mike's also doing his own score sheet and has come up with the first tidbit of the day, which is that in this partnership, Keith Barker has faced 55 balls and Ed Barnard now 16. So Keith's definitely the one that Yorkshire are bowling at much more, because of course they keep giving Ed a single, and he's got another one here, just dinked out into the offside. Fielded by James Wharton, thank you, Mike. So Barnard on to 65, the total up to 242 for 3.
Barnard's obviously a better batsman, but he's not that much better, is he, than Barker? You know, it's not. You haven't got Brian Lara out there batting with Phil Tufnell or something, have you?
Well, I know. Yeah. Yeah, Brian, if he'd got a couple of thousand more, he might have been able to mention him in the same breath as Tuffers. San Ali with 3 slips and a gully in place, none of which are brought into play here. That's short. Barker cut it bang on square to James Wharton. No run. Lovely scene, despite the fact that it is a little on the cool side, I reckon, for the time of year. Temperatures on my weather app were suggesting that 14 would probably be it, maybe touch 15 at best today, and there are people T-shirted sitting at the side, braving it. Because when you're standing out there, it is a fair bit nippier than it is in the con box. As Hassan's in again, and Barker plays that out once more, square on the offside. He gets squared up quite a bit, Keith Barker, but he's watching the ball well, and still getting bat on it. And I said, attendance-wise, I think it was around about 2,400 on day one. Not sure what the official figure was yesterday. Anybody listening who has that information, you're welcome to drop me a text. But there was a fair bit of a drop-off yesterday, as we often get on Saturdays with other things going on. But it's a reasonable turnout this morning. Probably better than some Sundays here, as Hassan bowls, and that's pushed out square on the offside again this time. Luxton nipping in to do the fielding. So they've got those 3 slips and a gully. They've got James Wharton at point. The rest of the fielding makeup is Ben Cliff, who's on a mistimed drive really at a very short extra cover. Probably only 16, 17 metres from the bat, although he's walking further back now. Sam Whiteman at mid-on would be, probably amounts to 10 or a dozen yards beyond the stumps. And Matthew Revis is in front of square on the leg side with Jack White down at long leg. Bowled him. Hassan Ali has knocked back Keith Barker's off stump, and Warwickshire are 243 for 8. The delivery, Hassan Ali coming round the wicket, changing the angle of attack, and that was sufficient. And the partnership, which came together when the score was on 210, yielded 33 runs. Yorkshire have their first wicket of the day.
Yeah, first one of the day that I've had the binoculars on as well. So pitched up, he fancied whipping that one over mid-on down to the pavilion, but in fact it's Keith Barker who's making his way to the pavilion instead of the ball, and out comes Ethan Bamber, fairly bouncing towards the middle. The young seam bowler. Bag full of wickets for him this season, and not the worst with the bat. I don't think he's a number 10. He's probably number 9, is Ethan Bamber. He's capable of making the odd useful contribution. That was the last ball of the over, so he's not going to be facing. Skipper's gone and had a word with him. Explained to him what the what the tactics are from this point. Skipper may well be saying, Ethan, I have the confidence in your batting that if I may well take a single, so don't think I'm going to be turning singles down. We shall soon find out, because this deep mid-wicket, deep backward swell, deep long leg, and then, well, there's a single almost anywhere. Get the bat on it. Got a single here, Ed Barnard. He's Jack White with his bouncy lolloping run comes in, and Barnard is happy just to push that back to the bowler. No run.
21 off 59 deliveries, 50 minutes of batting and 3 fours, Keith Barker.
Yeah, he was, gave a good account of himself, didn't he?
Yeah.
65 to Barnard. Bamber yet to face a ball. White from the Trafalgar Square end bowls to Barnard, who plays that one up to mid-on. There isn't a single there. It's not as though he turned it down. So, a couple walking past us down below with, is that what they got? They sort of ready-made chairs that you put together, are they? So,
Yeah,
that you sort of fold up and put in a golf bag type thing. White bowls, and Barnard plays that one back with a point, and oh my word. But that throw had hit. I think Bamber might have been in a little bit of bother there, but in the end, he released the ball. He didn't want to give away extra runs.
I'm not sure where you normally watch your cricket, but most grounds I go to, people do tend to bring ready-made chairs rather than make them themselves. Ground, DT.
The carpentry going on in the far corner. You know what I mean. They're not occupying one of the seats here that are permanent seats. It's delivery to first indeed to Ethan Bamber is played up to mid-off the field. All come in, of course. A couple of slips, gully, leg slip.
Just getting mine in first today. That's all.
Yeah.
That's the bouncer, just to soften you up. Kate has. She's awake this morning. She says in the last 27 overs, Ed Barnard has had 26% of the strike. He's done a lot of. He must be wearing out the non-striking end.
Yeah, he's quite content just to look on, isn't he? Push a single. He knows the hard work will be tomorrow for Warwickshire to save this game. White bowls and played down into the gully, and there's no run to be had there. You say Kate's awake this morning. She wasn't particularly awake walking to the ground. As I came out of the bacon roll shop with my bacon roll and coffee, I came out literally just behind her, and I walked the next couple of 100 yards about a metre behind her, and she just marching straight on, not a care in the world. Didn't know I was there. Next delivery, it's a cracker from White. So it bounces, leaves Bamber, goes through to Bairstow. Be happy he didn't get a little splinter on that one.
Yeah, good delivery to finish that over.
What's all this about?
I'm just moving you on so that we can get Mike in and bring some sanity to this morning's broadcast, DT. So thanks for now, DT. We'll bring Mike in, because it'd be quite nice to find out what the Warwickshire perspective on things was at the end of day 2. What are their thoughts on, well, all sorts of things really, how the pitch is playing, how they've batted, how Yorkshire have bowled, and where this match might be going. 244 for 8. And it's Ed Barnard on strike, facing Hassan Ali with 2 slips in place. He's got that towards the inside of the bat. Didn't really know where it was going, Ed, but he's picked up a single. Ben Cliff round to get hold of that mid-wicket. And Mike Taylor joins me with his wire hanging over his microphone, which
again,
might,
yes,
there we go.
better.
And so what? I'll let you get settled in, but yeah, be interested in the Warwickshire thoughts on things at the point of the end of play yesterday, as Ethan Bamber has taken guard, 3 slips and a gully in for him. So 2 right-handers for Hassan Ali to bowl at this moment in time, and he's in short first of all. Get him on the back foot. You know the drill. And Bairstow fires that one across the slip cordon. What was the feeling last night?
Yeah, I spoke to Rob Yates, and he said, look, we're trying to get stuck in, really. I mean, obviously he batted very patiently, 3.5 hours for 65. And, you know, that's the policy they're going to try and do. You know, they know they're struggling a bit. Pitch is pretty blameless. So, yeah, there's not much they can do from this point other than get their head down and drag it out.
No, Hassan Ali is in. That's a good delivery, which just has Bamber jabbing down on it, as if he maybe didn't bounce as high as he felt. I was talking to John Dodds, the groundsman, this morning, and you know, he was quite happy with, from his point of view, the way it was. I said, has there been any moans and groans? Because, you know, you're going to get that from the opposition if they're not having a great day. But he said, no, that Warwickshire have been quiet, which he said I take to mean, you know, they're not having a pop at the pitch.
No, there's nothing wrong with the pitch. Pitch is fine.
In comes Ali again, wide of off stump, cracked very firmly. That was boundary bound, but Matthew Revis, from Yorkshire's point of view, fortunately was right on cue. You've got some explosions going off in the background. It's a bit like, there we go. It's a bit like playing the arcades, the old Galaxian, isn't it, or Space Invaders.
Yeah, I mean, Bambury's a pretty good player. He can cause 1 or 2 explosions himself with the bat if he's so minded. 100 last year at Chelmsford, of which he was very proud. Went in as night watcher.
Yes, Hassan. That's punched square on the offside again. Revis Fields. We don't know any first class ton in. You know, Jordan Thompson came in yesterday, and we went through that same old conversation. But Jordan hasn't yet had one. And, of course, in that match at Trent Bridge a few years ago, whacking the ball to all parts and played 1 whack too many, if you like, got underneath one, got caught in the 90s. And I said to him, are you going to regret that? And he said, oh, no, I'll have loads more opportunities. Comes Hassan Ali again. It's wide of off stump and left by Bamber to complete the over at 245 for 8. But when you think about it, Mike, you know, going in at 8, that sort of number, how many opportunities do you ever really get? Apart from in rearguard, generally in rearguard actions when you've lost a load of wickets up front and you've just got to battle and tough it out, and you might get to bat long enough, but otherwise you're generally either playing towards a declaration, running out of partners, whatever it might be.
Yeah, he'll get there, Jordan. He's good enough. He's a good enough player to get there. But yes, I imagine it will be chafing
So
on him
rankles
a bit.
a bit.
Yeah,
I
I'm
think
sure it
all
does.
these matches later, yeah.
I'm sure it does. 245 for 8. Warwickshire 75 short of having enough to take the follow-on out of the game. Whether Yorkshire would be so minded to enforce it is a different debate. Jack White is going to try again. 3 wickets yesterday from the Trafalgar Square end, and Barnard drives pleasingly in his usual habit of taking one off the first ball, which he's now done 15 times in this innings, which is fine, but there's going to come a point where it's no longer fine. This is certainly a deeper Warwickshire batting lineup than some they have fielded in recent times, especially the ones they had in the T20, with Bamber at 10. For the time being, I think Barnard's more about occupation than accumulation. 246 for 8. White with 3 slips and a gully, hoping to see an edge coming their way, but they don't. But Bamber pushes this off the face of the bat, backward of point, and hurries through for his first run and brings Barnard back on strike. It's a pleasant morning here. When the sun is out, there's a little bit of warmth in it, as you would hope in the middle of June. When's the longest day? Be next weekend, I think, wouldn't it? So you'd hope there'd be a bit of warmth in it, but there is still the breeze around, as Jonathan was mentioning, slightly more northerly.
Yeah, next Sunday.
White moles on the pads for Barnard, who nudges it down to long leg, and Hassan Ali for a run. 69 to him. Warwickshire creeping forward. So if you are coming to Scarborough today, and it is a splendid place to come to, then you'll need an extra layer again. But it's nice today, so hopefully the wind won't drive too many people away early, as I think it probably did yesterday. He arrives down the leg side, and this comes off Bamba's pad, I think. It's well taken by Besto, away to his left. Good diving stop, but merely to prevent 4 leg buys than anything else.
Yeah, it was a good tumbling stop, wasn't it? Just making sure the reflexes are all intact early in the day.
He has for company George Hill at first, Adam Lythe at second. Got Bess at third slip. And Will Luxton is quite fine in the gully. Pitches this up, and Bamba runs it down to Luxton, who makes a tumbling stop away to his right. He's a very relaxed member of a quiz team, Will Luxton, I discovered last night.
Yes.
So, waits until everybody else has had a chance to answer it first, and then just mutters the right answer.
Just a very relaxed character.
Yeah, well.
Period.
Scored 167. You can be relaxed when you've scored 167. Square leg's gone back to the boundary. Right, for the final time in this over. Pitches up, and Bamba's taking a run out to deep backward point. So he'll keep the strike. He's 2. And Barnard's 69. 249 for 8. They were lovely lads, so being seconded onto their team as a ringer. They were really nice lads. It was good fun to spend that hour with them at the quiz last night. But I am disappointed, Jonathan, I can't lie. But I thought after giving such service to Yorkshire County Cricket Club in an emergency like that, I expected to come in this morning and find my county cap waiting for me.
Yeah.
I mean, what more has a man got to do?
You did it with Yorkshire folk here. They're still a bit suspicious of outsiders. You need to put in maybe a couple more quizzes, and
Yes.
there might be a discussion about that. But I don't want to give these things away too lightly. Bamba leaves one wide of off stump, first ball of Hassan Ali's latest over.
I don't
had to
mean-
rein DT in as well last night because
I should say so.
he wanted to start the quiz by giving a point to every player across the two teams in terms, for every run they'd scored in the match so far. And I did feel like that might have just weighed things too heavily in the Yorkshire players' favour. Hassan's in, it's wide of off stump. And again, Bamba leaves.
Not that heavily with me on their team, but I take your point. So yes, but I was half expecting, to be coming on first change this morning. But a bit disappointed that that call hasn't come. Thought word would have got back to the skipper. I've got to say, in all seriousness, I don't think I've ever been so hopeless in the quiz. There was absolutely no help whatsoever. Well, that's right. 1 or 2 would be the word, quite.
Here's Hassan. Again, good delivery this time. Big appeal for LBW and gone. It felt like it, it looked like it, and turns out that it was it. Bamba is out for 2, and Warwickshire 249 for 9 in the 89th over.
Yeah, he looked pretty out there, didn't he, from here? Pinned by a full delivery, not quite a Yorker, but pretty full. And Bamba more or less nailed to the leg stump, I reckon. I'm going to look at the replay now, and the ball hasn't got very far to go from where Ethan Bamber's feet were. So Bamber with a relatively brief stay. LBW to Hassan Ali for 2. 3 wickets now to Hassan. And Ollie Hannon-Dolby is going to come out and try and do his usual obstinate job at number 11. But Johnny Bairstow, if he hasn't already answered the question to himself, and he might have done, might well be being asked it in the next period of time, because Warwickshire at 249 for 9 are still 71 runs away from taking the follow-on out of the game.
Yeah, I think the way that cricket is played these days at this level, they just want to give themselves the requisite amount of time and obviously get far enough in front that the opposition are not going to get those runs if they have a good day. It's not always got it right. Yorkshire did get it wrong at Headingley against Leicestershire about 3 seasons ago, first match of the campaign, where the opposition chased down the better part of 400.
Yeah, Warwickshire lost a game at Essex a year or 2 ago, having enforced. So it does come with pitfalls. However,
Ethan Bamber, 2 from 15 deliveries.
15 balls.
Yep, 15 minutes. LBW to Hassan Ali on the 3rd ball of the 89th over, and it's Hassan then to bowl to Ollie Hannon-Dolby. Full first up. James Wharton's been brought in at short leg under the helmet, and it was sort of jabbed in that general direction with a puff of dust. 3 slips and a gully back in for the number 11.
He's very skiddy, isn't he, from this end, especially Hassan Ali, not the tallest of the quick bowlers in this match. The one that got Barker in particular didn't keep low by any means, but he just felt the skiddiness of the bounce compared to White, who gets more bounce.
Yeah, and here he is again. And Hannon-Dolby opens the face and runs it out to Luxton at gully. Let's just check in on the latest on the Yorkshire bowling figures, and Hassan Ali now 3 for 50 in his 20th over, 2 maidens. Jack White 3 for 46, he's completed 20. George Hill 1 for 46 from 16. Tom Bess 2 for 31 yesterday from 11 overs. The wicketless bowlers, Ben Cliff 12 overs for 36, Matthew Revis 9 overs for 28, and then that 1 over this morning for 5 by Adam Lyth. That's the tail of the tape, if you like, from the bowling point of view. Leg slip now. Don Bess has been brought in as well. Hannon-Dolby gets a ball that I think Hassan was trying to bowl straight. He's just drifted down the leg side. Good stop by Johnny Bairstow. So they're just shy of 250 then, with 1 wicket remaining. 249 for 9. Looking for a first batting point to go with the 3 bowling points they got, Warwickshire. Yorkshire, of course, finished with 5 batting points, and with that wicket have also now completed 3 bowling bonus points. So they've got the maximum, which is a positive, and look like they're going to come out of this.
In comes White, and this is edged on the bounce, short of Lyth at second slip, much to White's irritation. It's quite well played in a sense by Barnard, in that he played it very gently, so that. And there isn't a lot of carry on this pitch anyway, but there certainly wasn't going to be enough there to reach Lyth on the full. So White frustrated, 3 for 52 in his 21 overs, but he couldn't get Barnard there. 253 for 9.
Thanks to Kate. So that boundary by Ed Barnard that brought up the batting point was his first since over 54.3. That's a long time between boundaries.
It is. Yes, it's been a patient effort from Barnard.
So, roughly, what, 35 overs between boundaries? Not sure there's many of us who would have that patience. Ollie Hannon-Dolby, though, is the man on strike at the moment, and Hassan Ali is going to continue. And he's bowling at this Peasholm Park end of the ground. Round the wicket, bowls 1 short. Hannon-Dolby, well, for a lot of people that have been head high, it was across his chest. The Beanpole, Ollie Hannon-Dolby. Good morning to Mike Britton. Up there in Ushermore. Got a money spider on the bag here next to me, which is good news. And Richard Malinder says, morning JD and all. Great coverage. Pitch looks a good one. We'll have to work hard tomorrow to claim the win. As Hassan Ali is into bowl and Alan Dolby blocks into the offside Ben Cliff fielding. Richard goes on, a lovely story from my game yesterday when my team Cliff Seconds were away at Northallerton Thirds, who were a development team with plenty of youngsters. In reply to our 240 odd, the home team were already struggling when there was the cry, "No run, Grandad," from a young batter to his more experienced partner.
Well done.
It was revealed afterwards that there was a 60-year gap between the batting partnership. Isn't this the most wonderful game we play and follow? Thanks, Rich. Oh, good delivery from Hassan. And there's a stifled appeal from the Yorkshire. Slips as that thudded against the pad. He was trying to play it through mid-wicket, and that gives you an idea of the line. 60-year gap.
That's tremendous, isn't it?
It's a bit like being in the com box with DT.
Yes. I don't... he doesn't look a day older than when I saw him last, to be fair. The 60... judging the singles is probably quite a delicate operation, isn't it?
Yeah, Hassan Ali is in. That's down the leg side, and there is no run. Yeah.
I don't want to make any presumptions about the Grandad.
No.
You know.
I did once end somebody's career. You always said this to me afterwards. The last game this fella ever played, he'd played a lot of cricket. You know, he'd played several decades of cricket. And it just happened that I turned to throw and run him out, and I picked the ball up. And he lost his footing, went down, landed awkwardly, and he did his back in. Was never able to play again as Alan Dolby leaves a delivery from Hassan Ali that was on the rise as it went by. So I didn't intend to do it, obviously. I just intended to pick the ball up to threaten to run him out. And in that moment, he was gone. And every time I saw him, you finished my career.
Gosh. It's good we never let go of the ball, really.
Yeah, obviously, I've never quite got over the mental scars. I've been accused of that, really. 253 for 9.
Just think what you'd have achieved otherwise.
Just think if I'd have let the ball go.
Yes.
He might have finished on 4 overthrows. Yeah, he had to be helped off the field and never played again.
Poor chap.
Hassan is coming into bowl. Around the wicket to Hannon Dolby. That has also wrapped Ollie on the pad. Drops out into the offside, and Ben Cliff does the fielding to complete that over at 253 for 9. Sun just in at the moment. You'll be feeling the chill a little more if you're listening round the ground as a result of that. Quite a lot of caps in evidence, and I think today just as much to keep your head warm as to keep the sun off your eyes, off the face.
Yes, I do always think normally there's a slight anomaly in this job in that we spend the football season sitting outside and the cricket season sitting inside, sometimes getting microwaved, but I have to say it's a minor blessing this week. Yes, it is white. It's going back to the Trafalgar Square end. Only 2 slips now for Barnard, and this time they will concede a single to him if he so wishes. But he doesn't play at the first delivery, which holds its line outside off stump. It was quite sunny this morning on the drive across. I passed the Cayley Arms, by the way, and nodded my respects appropriately after yesterday's stories. Although I noticed it was just outside the village of Brompton. So, but a very splendid hostelry it looks like. So, yes, after yesterday's tales. But it was rather lovely then, but cloudy starting to drift over the ground coming from the northwest. Comes Barnard to defend with one hand off the bat and pushes this back to Jack White. Still, it's a very busy ground for people on the move, but there's still 1 or 2 folks coming in. young couple on the way in, a fella carrying his shopping with him, or possibly his lunch.
Richard Mallender, by the way, finishes the story. It says, Grandad kept wicket and stood up for 40 overs before opening the batting. Very fit for 73.
73, wow.
Can't imagine playing cricket at 73, other than maybe Sabutio. How's that?
It's Barnard, currently 73, not in that quite the same sense. And he turns this ball off his pad into the leg side for White to pick up. And there isn't a run, 2-5-3 for 9. Scoreboard currently has Jack White bowling at both ends, which is a good trick if you can do it. I know it's got Hassan Ali bowling at both ends, number 16. You see, after your quiz last night, or I should say it's not you, it was the young lad who wrote the questions. Was it Ben? Ben. He's got a thing for squad numbers, hasn't he, Ben?
Yeah, he did.
We were doing a lot of mental gymnastics, by which I mean my Yorkshire colleagues were doing a lot of mental gymnastics trying to sort that out. This is taken on the pad by Barnard, quite high up towards the thigh pad, and drops harmlessly into the offside.
It's a good way, though. And I mean, I remember my elder son, James, he sort of partially learned his numbers by Leeds Rhinos players back in those days.
Very good.
And so if he saw a number, he'd often say, number 26, Andy Hay. Number 6, Danny Maguire. Number 7, Rob Burrow. It's a point of recognition, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a super method, that. Much to be recommended.
Bring your kids to the cricket and learn maths by the squad numbers.
At the same time. White bowls and Barnard gives him the charge and hits him towards Trafalgar Square, and not quite into it, but it lands on the roof of the little stand at that end. It was heading towards the gap between the houses, but it was quite a few yards short of that, but far enough for 6.
I don't think it impressed Jack White,
No, I bet it
who
didn't.
turned and stood in the middle of the pitch there, and after the ball had rattled off the roof, he still stood there, and it was, after all that effort, you dare to hit me for 6?
Yes.
Come on.
Well, he had a bit of that treatment himself, Barnard, didn't he, yesterday off Hassan Ali? So
Yeah.
White might say, well, my mate you should be picking on, not me. However, White, who's not entirely enjoying his morning, I've got to tell you at the moment, is bowling fuller here, and Barnard has flicked him down to long leg for another run. Hassan Ali has spilled it, I don't think tactically, but there would have been plenty of time for a second run after that misfield, but Barnard is too cute for that. He's going to keep the strike on 80, and it's 260 for 9. Not falling for that one. Very good.
Not a chance. Not a chance.
Played this game before, says Ed Barnard.
Division 1 scores elsewhere after almost an hour of play. Glamorgan 75 without loss in their second innings, at 291 behind the 521 Sussex set. So they've got a big hole to try and dig themselves out of there. And it's looking like a nigh on impossible task. At Grace Road, Essex made 401, Leicestershire 187 all out, 96 without loss in their second innings. They've got more chance of taking that game deep, you'd think. And the champions, Nottinghamshire, well, they were 193 all out, having bowled Somerset out for 310. And second time around, the visitors there are 91 for 3, so Somerset a 208 run lead with 7 second innings wickets remaining. George Hill is into the attack at this Peason Park end for the first time today, so both openers have bowled a long spell, haven't they, really? We just had one over from Adam Lyth, and they've bowled 50-odd minutes between them, Jack White and Hassan Ali.
6 overs, 2 for 11, Hassan this morning.
And then in Div 2, Northants 465 all out. Gloucestershire are all out for 268, just by the sound of things, because it's the innings break at Northampton. So Gloucestershire 197 behind. Maybe has to follow on. There's no detail on that yet. Hill is into bowl and just jabbing that one down. Didn't really bounce on Ed Barnard. Dropped into the offside, no run. At the Riverside, Durham, of course, made 377. Derbyshire 118 and now 127 for 4 in their second innings. They're 132 behind with 6 wickets remaining. Durham in a very strong position. Middlesex 40 without loss in their second innings. That means they lead by 114 runs with all 10 wickets remaining. Here's Hill, and that's Turned off the hip by Barnard, but they're not going to bother taking a single. And last but certainly not least, of course, at Blackpool. Well, Lancashire in the final innings of the match. There are 15 without loss, but in a fairly hopeless position, you'd think, with so long left in the match. 186.3 overs minimum are 407 runs behind at 17 without loss in the 7th over of their second innings. That's what's going on elsewhere. That hill is in. Ooh, inside, thick inside edge by Barnard down to long left.
Is it going to be young Ben Cliff coming on? Another of last night's successful quizzes. Winning team. His first ball of the day from Cliff bowls, and that's just down the leg side. Barnard throws his head back because he knows he should have just got a little tickle or something on that, and it would have run away for 4 runs down to fine leg, but just touched the pad really on the way through to Johnny Bairstow. 2 slips, a backward point. Everybody else well out, offering Barnard the single as Cliff bowls to him, and that's again down the leg side, and again he doesn't get a touch on it. So in a sense you could say he's missed out on 8 runs there. 261 for 9. 81 to Barnard, 19 runs away. A very patient, very well-constructed century, if he were to get there, but field spread like this, it's not going to be easy. Cliff bowls to him, and he swings that one away out to deep mid-wicket, and just, well, cow corner really, out towards the score. Ball at the top end by the tea room. And just stands in his crease, doesn't go for a run. The ball is fielded by deep mid-wicket out there. And Barnard will try again. I wonder how good his counting is. 3 balls into this over. Cliff bowls and good delivery. And now we assume the field will all converge for the 5th delivery. In they come. You can see a slip gully, backward point, Lithe hovering at short mid-wicket, try and stop the run being taken there. Cliff bowls, that's pushed through the gap. There's a couple of runs to be had. Are they going to go for it? They are. So Barnard putting all his eggs into the final ball basket if he is going to get a single and keep the strike. Interesting that. Moves on to 83. Could just quietly have settled for a single there, given 1 ball to OHD to face. There's a little bit of a chat going on now. What's Ben Cliff going to bowl? I reckon he's going to bowl a short delivery. Bent his back a couple of times yesterday. Bairstow's gone and had a word with him. He's Cliff bowls, and that's down the leg side, and there's a shout from Ben Cliff, who probably just flicked the pad on its way through, and well bowled to young Ben. 263 for 9, so they're not going to be forced to follow on. I would be prepared to put 10 shillings in old money that they wouldn't force to follow on. Doiges.
Yep, we'll do a quick swap around as Mike is done and dusted with his update. Bring you back over here, DT. Always get to that stage about the speculation of the follow-on. Yorkshire supporters will be hoping we don't
Delights to watch.
Wickets this morning. Jack White, 22 overs, 6 maidens, 3-4-57. Wicketless this morning, and maidens 3-4-57. Wicketless this morning, and a bit irritated about it. I think it's fair to say. Yorkshire will be in the. Yorkshire will be in the. Well, players are retaking the field. Warwickshire in the field. That's the key thing to tell you. So Johnny Bairstow has not chosen to enforce the follow-on. Yorkshire leading by 206. And the rhythm of the game might change a bit now. I mean, they scored freely enough on the first day, scored at 4 and over on the first day, when Warwickshire's bowling was not their most disciplined effort of the season.
No, they bowled. They were bowling like young bowlers in a sense.
Yeah.
4 or 5 good deliveries and over, and then a bad one that disappeared.
Yes, it wasn't that they didn't bowl good balls.
Yeah,
Bowled quite a lot of good balls, but there were too many by the standards they've been setting.
indeed.
So we'll see. So it's the runs are obviously the currency, but actually time is the currency here for Yorkshire, isn't it? They must, I would have thought, have a time at when they would ideally like to be bowling again.
Yeah, they'd want Warwickshire in either at tea or just after tea. You would have thought this evening. You want them batting again today.
Yeah.
Keith Barker then opens up. He's bowling up the slope this time. So maybe his wicketless performance in the first innings has lost him the right of gently run.
Maybe he likes
coming down
umpire
that
golf.
gentle slope. It could be, couldn't it? Yes. Yes, could well be the situation. So left arm over, couple of slips gully. 3 men saving one on the off as he bowls to Adam Lythe, who just allows that through. And there's no run. The leg side field is the standard 3-man leg side field. So if you manage to find yourself this close to our commentaries, so I'm sure you're interested in cricket, you'll know that that's mid-on, mid-wicket and fine leg. You have managed to find us on, what are we, Sports Extra 3 today?
Sports Extra 3 at times.
Next delivery through to the keeper. And there's no run. We had a debate yesterday as to whether Sports Extra 3 is 1 up or 1 down on Sports Extra 2, isn't it?
Well, it's. I think today the fact that we've been popping up on Sports Extra 3 answers that question.
What
It's the senior service, clearly.
Oh, okay. That's the one that Kevin Howes monitors and then goes.
Yes.
Says we'll pop in and hear what's going on there. Here's Barker again, bowls and Lythe pushing that one up to mid off.
He should say it like that, really. I think he should say it in that sort of schoolmasterly way.
He's absolutely. You can't imagine. He does that job so well that you can't imagine anybody else doing it, can you?
No.
Cannot imagine anybody else doing it. And he enjoys it as well. Well, even though he has a grumble from time to time.
Well, Kevin?
Oh. He's
a Shrewsbury Town fan, that's what.
Bowling, and that's pushed into the onside. No run. What did we say the lead was? 206.
206. Yes. So,
haven't added to that.
No, there's a little bit of heavier cloud coming, although I don't think it's quite coming from immediately from our right today in the way it was for the first 2 days very quickly. The wind direction's changed a bit, it's becoming slightly from behind us.
Mm-hmm. Barker with the sun out and Lythe playing that one late, playing it into the offside, and that's a maiden to start with. So I think Yorkshire will know how to go about this. They'll just mind their work up to lunch, I would imagine. Will Luxton, one of your teammates from last night, the winning team with Doidge's quiz or the Yorkshire supporters quiz?
He wears his knowledge lightly, Will, I would say, having experienced that last night. He doesn't bash you over the head with his obvious intellect.
No,
He'll sort of let you get it wrong first and then sort of understatedly say, well, by the way, actually, old boy, the answer is this. Because he looks about 15, so he doesn't call anybody old boy.
No, he's looks ridiculously young.
Yes.
But
a jolly good 100 he made on Friday.
Jolly good 100, old boy.
Yeah, quite so. 167. Well, maybe that'll be a big breakthrough moment for him. His first class 100.
Bright lad, he's definitely the brains of your team. Mine are very low bar, having said that.
That's kind of you. Here's Bamber coming right arm over the wicket to bowl to Luxton, who is lifting the bat decisively high out of the way and letting it go. Yes, I mean, to be honest, the way the wind was blowing around that marquee last night, I like to think that my main contribution to that team was as ballast.
No, you weighed in with a couple of answers that the three lads didn't know, and they were a few high fives going on over there. They were appreciative of it.
Bamber bowls wide of the crease, and she's pushed into the offside by Luxton quite calmly for no run. I feel moved to point out for anybody listening who happens to know me that I didn't instigate the high fives. It's not my usual method of greeting.
You can't.
And genuinely, I mean, all three of the lads, and they were lovely, but they are all young enough to literally could have been my sons. Yeah. So I did feel a bit weird being asked to 5-5, but that was very good. They were very sporting, putting up with me. Luxton drives over a ball that just nibbles back from Bamber. It wasn't a million miles away from the off stump.
No, and you did weigh in with a couple of answers that they were very pleased about. And if you answer something correctly, you can't then instigate high five. You can only instigate it if somebody else.
Is that the call? I'm not familiar with the etiquette of these things. Oh. It will surprise people to learn. Bamber comes in and bowls to Luxton with a great puff of dust out of the bowler's footmarks as he does it, and Luxton defends into the offside.
It's like blowing your own trumpet if you instigate.
Well, I'd never do that.
Well, no, not these days.
But
still no run.
Yeah, that's all right. Look, Bamber is Barker, having bowled an over, he's now doing some warming up at the far end, which sort of involves stretching one leg or down on one knee. Forward comes Luxton, defends sturdily into the offside, and it stays at none for none. Yorkshire leading by 206. Yeah, I wouldn't know high five etiquette. That's not my a good old firm handshake. Although Ben Cliff does have quite a solid handshake at his good.
Andy is going to buy us all a drink as well. So.
Luxton is pushing forward. The next one from Bamber that bounces a bit and goes past the shoulder of the bat, and it's the end of another maiden. And it's still none for none in 2 overs. Yes, I mean, I
find that's a very impressive trait in a young man who put his hand in his pocket and get up to the bar.
I mean, it does bring BBC commentary impartiality rules into some question, I'm bound to say.
Yes.
I mean, I'd love to sit here and tell you that he took 5 for 17 this morning, but on that basis, but he didn't.
Well, there's a couple of things there. Firstly, they only needed 3 wickets.
Yeah, well, it's just a detail. I don't think we worry about that sort of.
And secondly, he only got on to bowl the one over, and a couple of runs come off it. I think so. Barker then to start the 3rd over. Yorkshire still looking for that first run, and they still are. That was wide of the off stump through to the keeper. And Yorkshire here with this lead of 206, 208. Just over 200. Are going to. They're not in danger of becoming victims of the pickle theory, as Barker bowls again, and that's pushed into the offside, no run. The well-known Johnny Barron pickle theory.
Yes.
That when a team gets a decent lead, like 70 or 80, and then go into bat again, they sort of fall between the stools of thinking they've won the game and going too fast and losing wickets, or going too slowly and not, and they get in a pickle.
I see.
Barker bowls through to the keeper, still no run.
Yes.
And it can often, the pickle theory often ends up with the team with a decent first innings lead actually falling in a heap and losing the game. So, not going to happen here. No,
for 100, it would still be a reasonable demand on Warwickshire in the 4th innings.
Well, more than reasonable
Doesn't feel
to get 300 and win if you bowled the oppos out for 100. Barker bowls through to the keeper. No run, because if they were to bowl them out for 100, you'd suggest there's enough in the pitch to...
We haven't seen any evidence of that, have we?
No.
It's a good pitch.
A little bit of there for the bowlers.
But that's what you want in a good pitch. I mean, I just think when you talk about a good pitch, so often when you say good pitch, that's shorthand for really good for batting, which is arguably not the same as a good cricket pitch, if you know what I mean.
The Barker bowling and a Yorkshire away. Adam Lyth leaning on that one through the offside down towards the what used to be the coffee stall. I assumed it would be down there, but the coffee stall's on the other side of the ground now in a different coffee dispenser. So there's no coffee down there. There's the ice cream van down there in that corner, the low part of this North Marine ground.
Classical stroke, that, from Lyth.
Yeah, just
tasty one.
Just eased it, looked for the gap, middled it. Next ball is through to the keeper and no run. And that's the end of Barker's over. So 4 runs are coming from it, and that's the entire score after 3 overs. No, the great man for good pitches and grumbling about them, of course. Well, he grumbles about most things. He's Angus Fraser. One of his sayings is, good pitch, good for who?
Yeah, well, it's fair enough. But
we do tend to use that terminology. Oh, that's a shocking pitch. Well, actually, if you're a bowler,
yes.
You're quite happy with it, aren't you?
Yeah, so I think we should clarify that. I think this has been a good pitch for a cricket match, and there's been a little bit there for the bowlers, not a huge amount, but a bit, and maybe there'll be more as the game goes on. This is a first ball of a new over from Bamber. He's handsomely driven into the covers, but a good stop at extra by Mosley, enough to earn him a hand slap for a man of Sutar. That wasn't a high 5. That was, I'm sure there's a different terminology for that, probably a low 5. But Sutar seems to have mucked in, doesn't he, with his new colleagues? Seems to be busy about the outfield, getting to know everybody. Bamber down the leg side, and he's not very convincingly suggesting to umpire Longley that might have flicked Luxton's bat. It didn't. It hit the pad. And it's gone through. It's a good take by Davies.
Yeah, I think Sutar, he's a professional cricketer, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's probably fancies a decent spell rather than just 2 games in the county championship. So he'll be going out of his way to impress people and impress them what a decent chap he is.
This is Bamber bowling and finding the outside edge of a gently hung out bat by Luxton, so he keeps the ball down and it runs between second slip and gully and away for 4. And I guess when you're 200 behind, you can't really over-attack with the new ball because they might have had a 3rd slip there. And there's enough irritation for Bo Webster to sort of kick limply at the ground. Come to him, but normally you'd have perhaps been at 3rd slip at this point, rather than a bit wider. And if you leave a gap, of course, one of the great truisms of cricket is that the ball will immediately run through it. Bamber looks again for Luxton, who hits that hard off the back foot. And again, straight at Mosley. So he's made 2 great contacts in this over and scored no runs, and 1 fiddly edge and got 4. And if anybody in your life tells you that cricket is a mystery, then just tell them that and they'll be satisfied.
Yes.
So the better I hit it, the less reward I get. Yes, it's a metaphor for life, is it not? Bamber runs towards us, and Luxton is squeezing this into the offside, and there's no run. Young family moving down in front of us. Little girl, they're going to pose for a picture. A little girl of about 6 with long pigtails carrying a small orange cricket bat, and her younger brother putting his thumb up for the camera, currently wearing a hat that's so big for him it's bound to blow away in a minute, but he looks as though he's having a great day, and he's about 4, I reckon. And they're scampering off, getting ready to find somewhere to play. It's lovely. Luxton drives off the outside edge, and he's going to get a run down to 3rd man to where Webster is now retreated. And they take one, and it's the end of the over. 9 without loss at the end of the fourth over of this innings. 9 for none, and the lead of 2-1-5.
Yeah, so Luxton yet again showing us just how much potential he has. Had this opportunity to open here. If he'd not made the final cutter for 11, if Yorkshire had gone with Finlay Bean, who's been very successful here over the years and has been Adam Lyre's opening partner regularly for I think, at least 3 seasons, then Luxton might have been carrying the drinks. Instead, it's Bean who's carrying the drinks, and Luxton has very much made the most of it. So it's Barker now is going to be bowling round the wicket to the right-hander, and Luxton just works up and round the corner down to a long leg for a single. Takes Yorkshire into double figures. He's on to 6. Sun is out again, and as Mike was saying, when the sun's out, there is warmth there, but that wind, oh, dearie me.
It's pretty keen, isn't it? And
Yes.
there's darker clouds in view at the moment. There's no rain in the forecast at all today.
It's next delivery from Barker is outside the off stump, through to the keeper. No run. It's much nicer when you haven't got the wind.
Well, there's another metaphor for life. Anyway, look, I have another concern which bothers me, that relates to something I brought up when we were on yesterday.
Oh dear. It's Barker bowling, and Lythe looks to play that down the leg side, doesn't get a touch.
Anybody who's been patient enough to rejoin us, or the channel changing knob has fallen off your internet radio so you can't escape us, might have heard yesterday I'm going to go as far as to say drooling over the prospect of some scones I saw in a bakery about 100 yards away from the ground yesterday. And they looked very good indeed.
Barker bowls. Lythe, obligingly, as far as the telling of this story goes, leaves that and it goes through to the keeper.
Very noble of him. And I made the rash move of promising in a text to Mrs. T that on Monday I would
return home,
avail myself of some of these scones and bring them like a prize trophy back to Birmingham. Because she's very partial, you see.
She's partial to a scone.
Sure, who isn't?
Barker bowls, defended. So,
but imagine my concern and disappointment, and slight worry, frankly, in that having made that rash promise, to walk past the bakery this morning and find the legend on the front saying opening times Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
I can't believe they only open 3 days.
Well, that's what it says, but that you can see my problem there, can't you?
I can. Here's Barker again. That's the end of the over. I would direct you to YouTube.
Would you?
And then direct you to a supermarket. Flour, sugar, bit of butter as well, and probably a few raisins, currants. And if you got home and the missus wasn't back, you could produce some beautiful scones yourself.
I think I'm seeing the flaw in your plan at that point, you see, because I've cooked for Mrs. Taylor before. Bamber starts a new over, and Luxton might have met the front pad, actually, as he sort of half hid the bat behind it, but he was well outside the line of off stump, and it's gone into the offside, and there's no run. But you see, I've fallen into the trap that a man of my age should really not fall into now, of over-promise and under-deliver.
Yeah.
You see, in that I'm going to have to go back. And I don't want to say that, Mrs. T might not react well to that, but I think she keeps a locksmith on speed dial, just in case, you see, when I'm away and do that. This is down the leg side from Bamber, and the ball goes past Luxton's pad. He doesn't really play it and through to Davis. So I might just have to go straight to Taunton for the next game. I don't know whether I can go back.
A lack of a scone would...
Lack of a scone, I think, you know.
Oh, it's a bit harsh.
Well, I mean, but they're good scones. I sold them. I said, look, these scones look absolutely magnificent, you see. So I've built up expectation. Bamber bowls, and this is defended away into the offside by Luxton. I wanted to share that with you. I thought that's very important to do.
Well, listeners in the Scarborough area maybe had to come to your assistance. I'm not suggesting that they make them themselves, but they could give you a hint as to it can't be the only
the Scone Emporium.
Bakery, a Scone Emporium.
Yes.
That would she wouldn't know, would she? Because you didn't send a picture or anything.
No, I didn't. You see, no, I don't make that sort of error. Here comes Luxton driving through the covers. Got a good shot. Bamber put it there in the slot to tempt him to drive, and Luxton was happy to oblige and gets 4. He goes to 10, 14 for none.
They were not difficult to make.
Oh, I'll have you know. I'll have you know.
Well, that's what I've been told anyway. Obviously, I've never tried myself.
Well, no, actually, comes out like an omelette when I do it. Here's Bamber coming into bowl to us, and bowl towards us, and Luxton is allowing the ball to pass outside off stump, and it's gone through 14 for no wicket. I'm not sure there's supermarket one on the way home.
Oh, no, supermarket. No.
You see, I think
it's part of the world. Loads of individual bakers.
Very good. Okay.
Loads of individual bakers.
Good. I shall be in Scarborough early tomorrow morning then, trying to find one. And I'm sure I will. Here comes Bamber, and Luxton drives through the extra cover this time. Didn't quite time that as well as the previous one, but well enough to get 2 runs by the time that's hauled in, just short of the rope. In fact, 3. So it's very well run by Lythe in particular. And that takes Luxton to 13 at the end of that over. And Yorkshire to 17 for none, leading by 223. And, Bamber gets a lot of his wickets by getting batters to drive. So he won't mind Luxton doing that. He will mind the fact that Luxton seems to be so in control when he's doing it.
Yes, lovely shots there through the offside. He's just now picking the gaps, whereas earlier a couple of cracking drive, 2 cracking drives, one off the back foot, one off the front foot, and he's hit them straight to extra cover. Now finding those gaps. He's got 13, so he's moved on to 180 runs for the match. And he's facing Keith Barker, who bowls and up on his toes. Plays it up to mid-on, and there is no run. As you said, young Will, who was on your side in the quiz last night, he does look absurdly young, doesn't he? No disrespect to him, but if he walked in a pair of short trousers, you wouldn't be too surprised. Barker bowls, and that's pushed up to mid-on again, and there's no run. But would it be fair to say cherubic?
I mean, I would slightly caveat that by saying that I'm, with every passing day, joining you in the generation of people to whom all sports people now look like that.
Well,
but your point is taken.
Next delivery bowls, and that's pushed into the offside, and policemen are all looking a lot younger as well now, Mike, aren't they?
Always do.
It's I reckon is one of the signs of getting old is when the policemen start looking young. Barker pitches up, and Luxton eases that one out towards the benches, the bleachers on the popular side, in front of the fish and chip van that's not doing a great deal of trial. I can't be dealing with fish and chips on a Sunday. It just doesn't seem right somehow.
I don't know. The scone shop shut. What else does it do?
Here's Barker again bowls, and it's pushed into the onside. So any suggestions for scone shops that'll be open tomorrow? And Mike,
I'm sure I'll find them.
Mike will be more than delighted to discover them.
Yes, I did think yesterday, by the way, that I was struck, having spent the winter interviewing footballers who are all now, on the whole, bearded. Or at least with that sort of 3 or 4 days growth, always.
That Barker bowling and driven up to mid-off rather, by Lythe. That's the end of the over. So, you think the cricketers should...
They were all quite fresh-faced by comparison.
No disrespect to him, but I'm not even sure Will could grow a beard.
I'm sure he could. I'm sure he could. So Ben Cliff had a little bit of moustache going on.
Ben Cliff's older.
Yeah, he had a bit of tash going on. Brad Sylvester was a young pup. But, you see, because I'm trying to work out how footballers manage to... They all seem to have like 4 days growth on. So what shaver do you have that always leaves 4 days growth every day? It never goes longer or shorter. I don't know that. Bamba is going to have another go.
Probably one of those that you sort of tidy up grooming things.
Do you think so? Well, there you go. Hustles in to bowl on the pads of Luxton, who's going to get a run here, nudging it wide of Barker at mid-on. And it's 19 without loss. A gradual start to the Yorkshire second innings, but cementing their position. And they've got plenty of batters who can raise the pace later, not least Bairstow, who made a appreciably quicker than run a ball 68 in the first innings.
Professional footballers, they've probably got somebody to do that for them.
I should think so, yes.
They have for everything else.
You see, I was quite looking forward to getting back in the hotel last night watching the Brazil-Morocco game, but I fell asleep in the second half. I quite enjoyed the first half, and then I don't remember any of the second half. Amber comes round the wicket, hits Lythe on the front pad as he pushes well forward. And it pops away to Robbie Yates at second slip.
He took it on the bounce or second bounce, and there's a little bit of excitement there, maybe the inside edge onto the pad from Lythe. How did it finish? I'm not really bothering with
One
it.
each.
One each?
Brazil and Morocco should have been miles ahead by half time.
Oh, my word.
In comes Bamba round the wicket. And Lythe is bowled, offering no stroke, and looks back in some disbelief that the ball's hit the top of the off stump. But that looked as though it nipped. Lythe, who's a pretty good judge of these things, was left that very confidently, and he's still looking back as if he couldn't believe that the top of the off stump was hit. But it was. Lythe bowled Bamba 4. And it's 19 for 1, the lead of 225. And I think it's fair to say that Adam Lythe is leaving looking mildly shocked.
Yes, nonplussed, I think, would be to describe that. He's wandering off and what on earth's going on? I've got the tap on the shoulder, so I'm going to have to move out. I just want to see the replay of that before I make way for Doigi.
I had the impression it must have nipped a bit.
It's pitched. It's gone a long way, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Just flicked.
Well,
outside of the summer, that's all it takes.
Yep. So that's 33 championship wickets now for Barker, extending his Division 1 leadership. At the moment, 33 wickets at 24. He's having a good run, Ethan Bamba, in this first half of the championship season and after this round of games. You want DT in here? Yeah, because then you can come in here and then I'll go out and be ready for... Because it'll soon be 1 o'clock, won't it? So I can go over there. Jonathan's back in. Adam Lythe is back out, which means that Sam Whiteman is also back in, Jonathan.
Thanks, Mike. Yes, a 19 for 1. And make a note in the diary because I cannot remember the last time I saw Adam Lythe shoulder arms, as we're told not to say, and be bowled. It's very, very rare. He knows
where his off stump is, Lythe, doesn't he? Bamber running down the hill and that. Passing down the leg side, so there's no chance there. Oh, but Sam Whiteman bowled off stump, or leg stump for that matter, a little bit wayward. Another left-hander. Bamber to bowl 2, and that's outside off stump. Good delivery. Bustly little bowler. He's Bamber. Sam Whiteman in there. Line having been bowled for 4. Yeah, very rare. Misjudgment by the veteran opener. Bamber bowls again. There's a big LBW appeal, but Whiteman is forward. Probably struck outside the line. If he wasn't struck outside the line, the ball would have been going down. So no finger raised on that occasion. 19 for 1. Whilst you've been out of the box, Doidgy, we've been trying to find a bakery for Mike Taylor tomorrow, because he's promised to take some scones home for the good lady, and his chosen bakery won't be open tomorrow, which seems a bit strange. Wouldn't surprise me if they don't open on a Monday, surely. Closed today, a lot of places are.
Not sure is the answer. Where is your favourite bakery?
Just up the road.
Oh, just up the road. Yeah. Here's Keith Barker then. Left arm round the wicket to the right-handed Luxton, who punches that one to mid-off. There is no run. So line 4 from 21 deliveries in 27 minutes out there. And those 4 runs came from 1 boundary. 1 scoring shot. And Will Luxton currently on 15. So no extras in this Yorkshire second innings so far. Nicely played off the hip this time by Luxton. Out towards backward square. He wants to come back for 2. Whiteman was also keen enough, and they got through for those 2. Just had a word with Charlotte, by the way, from the Yorkshire Cricket Supporters Association, who was given us a box of Lindor chocolates to share between us for our efforts last night, which is very kind. Barker is in, thick edge aerial as well from Luxton, but there is no gully in place who would have been the nearest man of interest had that been the case. Probably wouldn't have gone to hand. It's gone down to third man for 1. And Charlotte was also saying that there's a lot of chat about whether or not Yorkshire should have carried on and enforced the follow on. Will they have time to get the 400 lead that they'll inevitably want and take 10 wickets?
Yes.
Definitive answer from David Townsend as Barker's over the wicket and the left-handed Whiteman defends into the offside. No run.
Yes, of course they will. Whether they do or not is another matter, but certainly enough time left in the game. And
Always confident, DT, in his own assertions. I can imagine the school report would have said. Barker again. Whiteman works nicely off his legs to get off the mark. He's going to be chased down, and they'll settle for 2. A young man who's cocksure in his attitude towards his academic work. I can imagine the school report.
I was a sort of.
You're the cheeky chappy.
I did tend to get more sort of A3s than C1s, or the 1 being the effort.
That's down the leg side, and Whiteman misses, or leaves really, and it's going to be a bye. Singles Michael Goff. A3, so A for achievement, but 3 for effort.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, I should have probably put in a bit more effort than I did. But
Did you ever get? Was it a school report where the head teacher would put a comment on, or was it just the class
head
teacher?
Always used to write different bits and pieces, and ours were I think it's the same as a lot of school reports, isn't it? Each teacher that takes you for each subject writes grades you, and French was the one never been able to get my head around French or any foreign language for that matter. Amber bowls outside the off stump, no run. Were you a good language person? Was that one of your strengths? Or?
Yeah, well, if I said that my favourite teacher was probably my French teacher, that would give you an indicator that, I wasn't an amazing French student or anything like that, but I did pretty well at it. Not so much German, I didn't really ever take to that. We did that for a couple of years.
Yeah, we did German as well for a year, I think. Next delivery is beating the edge of Sam Whiteman's bat. It's gone through to the keeper. Lots of excitement. I thought there might have been just something there, but
No, not. I mean, very, very similar to the Keith Barker one earlier. I think he clearly didn't get a touch on it. In this case.
Yes, it's the languages was my
Your downfall, was it? Your nemesis.
And try and learn Thai is just ridiculous. Next ball from Bamba is pushed into the onside. That's a tonal language, so you can say the same words, but if your tone goes up or goes down, it means something entirely different.
Oh, right.
So that's not an easy one either. It just needs some more words. It'd be a lot easier if there's some more words instead of using the same words 3 or 4 different ways. Why do we do that, of course, but pronounce it the same. Bamba bowls, and that's driven to short extra, no run.
Is English not a tonal language then,
No.
in some respects?
No, well, not literally.
So if I say no to you, there's a
Yeah,
different
but that-
feel to no, is there not?
No, because it still means no. One doesn't mean no, and the other one means I don't know, bananas or something. Bamba bowls again, and that's pushed into the onside, and there's no run to be had there. So now you can get into all sorts of tangles with the Thai language. There's a few very good apocryphal stories of foreigners trying to learn the language and ended up saying something entirely ridiculous. And that next delivery is through to the keeper. No run to be had there. 25 for 1 with a few minutes to go to the lunch break. We should be heading round to the press box, no doubt, for a little white carrier bag of goodies. I wonder what we got today.
Scones.
Oh, it'd be good if we got some scones, wouldn't it? So, still haven't had any replies yet as to where Mike might get some scones tomorrow, but get in touch with me on Instagram or X on the old DT_old chap.
Oh, we have in fact got a response from John Carrick, brother of the late Phil, former Yorkshire captain. Afternoon to you, JC. He says, keep up the good work. Listening to your 2 co-commentators who are on about scones, or scones, depending upon your preferred pronunciation. We have a change of bowling, by the way. I'll come back to John's message in a mo, because Manav Sutar and his left arm spin coming into the attack from this Peace on Park end first delivery. He's defended by Will Luxton. He says the best scones, depending on where he's staying, are at the Clock Cafe, southwest side near the Crown Hotel. They're to die for. As Sutar bowls, good delivery. There's evidence of a fair bit of turn there past the outside edge of Luxton's bat. He says, get the lift near the Crown. It takes you down to the Spa, turn right out of the lift. You even get in directions there from JC. And as you get to the chalets, keep right, and the clock's on the right back of the chalets. That's pushed out into the offside by Luxton, and there is no run. So not only would it provide you with cricket commentary with zero insight, but we can now provide you with directions to the best.
What was the name of the shop again?
Confectionery in Scarborough.
What was the name of it?
Just a sec, I'll go back through the message because my short-term memory has deserted me again. Goldfish time as Luxton goes back and across this time and defends. The Clock Cafe.
The Clock.
Clock.
Oh, Clock. Okay.
Not Jurgen.
No, I wondered what he'd done
Clock.
after he'd left Liverpool. I mean, I'd imagine he'd make a good scone, wouldn't he?
Luxton defends, I dare say. Phil Carrick would have also been enjoying himself on this deck as well with his own brand of left-arm spin back in the day. And doubtless the pair of them will have had some good times here over the years as Sutar bowls again, and this time Luxton was beaten, wasn't he, there? Didn't really move from the crease. The ball hit him rather than him being in control of anything that was going on, but he's okay. He survived it. 25 for 1. Will Luxton on 18 to go with that 167 he put up in the first innings. And at the other end, Sam Whiteman in the early stages, he's on 2. Just 1 over, I reckon, probably before the lunch break.
Yeah, we'll get this over in and 3 minutes left here, probably. This will be the last over before lunch. Bamber running towards us down this slope. Bowls, and Whiteman's got runs here. He's struck that away down towards the hospitality tents. He didn't really get hold of it, and there's just the 2 to be added to the score.
I suppose it depends on Warwickshire's approach at the moment, mentally, as to what they're doing. You know, if they fancy another over, that'll probably give you an indicator we fancy ourselves to bowl them out and rub them off here. Well, give it a real go. If they're just playing out time, then they'll want to drag this last over out and make sure they don't have to bowl another one before the lunch break.
Yeah,
less balls for Yorkshire to hit.
Yeah. Bamber bowls and Whiteman forward defensively now, and it's really, from Warwickshire's point of view, if they'd have sat round and had a chat about it last night, as I'm sure they did, you know, they must realise that at that stage they weren't going to win the game, so therefore you're going to have to draw is your best bet. And if you like, don't leave it to the last innings to play for the draw. Bamber bowls, and again that's through, good delivery, leaving Whiteman, who goes for a walk towards the umpire. Again, very lucky not to get a touch on that. You've really got to start playing for a draw from 11 o'clock this morning, you know, to those last 3 wickets. Stretch them out as long as you can, make sure there's no follow-on, and go from there, really. It's just starting to, a little bit in the pitch. Bamber's landed them in the right spot as well, and there's a big sort of shout for LBW there, but no chance that was going well down.
Yeah,
rather than say you've got 10 wickets to defend in the second innings, you need to, from this morning, you need to look at it, you've got actually 13 wickets to defend for the rest of the game, you know, and really spin out those last 3. They spun them out for just over an hour, didn't they? So it wasn't too bad. Sorry, JD, you're about to come in with an incisive comment there.
Yeah, I can't remember what it was.
It wasn't about scones again, was it? Bamber bowls, and that's striking.
It was about scones, as you call them.
Was it?
Because Neil Fletcher, the acting chairman here at Scarborough, has been messaging to find out how many we want in the com box, or where we want them and when. So I've given him.
He's going to bring some round, is he?
I've put in a. Having been asked the question, I've put in a request for 3 of them up here. Whenever
Very
is
kind.
whenever is convenient.
Bamber bowls and covering up Whiteman. That's the end of the over, and that, gentlemen, will be lunch, which won't include a scone. We'll save those for tea, I think.
Yeah, but I'm sure the supporters who are on the ground listening would want to venture across to the tea room and try one of these jam and cream scones. 'Cause I'm told that they are the business, so we'll be able to make very detailed analysis of that, I think, later on this afternoon. Just as we have this morning's session, which began with Warwickshire on 225 for 7 after 79 overs. Yorkshire did pick up those last 3 wickets in an hour and 6 minutes of play. 3 for Hassan Ali, 3 for Jack White, and 2 apiece for George Hill and Don Bess were the wicket takers. Ed Barnard finishing with a very good 83 not out in a rearguard cause as captain of his team. And then Adam Lyth, highly unusually, leaving a straight one and being bowled by Ethan Bamber for 4. When the score was on 19, Yorkshire had made it to 27 for 1 by the lunch break, and therefore have a big lead of 233 runs and still 5 sessions of this match to go. We'll be back when the players are in just under 14 minutes time.
Meanwhile, Somerset in their second innings against Nottinghamshire are 148 for 20 for 2 and trailed by 246. Moving 89 for 2 and that's required. Gloucestershire still trying. Finally, in the county championship, Middlesex in their second innings against Worcestershire are 82 for 3 and Middlesex lead by 106.
All right. Good higher than here. I'm too heavy to go any higher. Response, so I'm not sure if you've looked at it or not. Just let us know if that is.
play will be resuming about time. You can begin making your way. Michael Goff and Tom Lumley.
Welcome back. Good afternoon from North Marine Road then for session 2 on this third day, which sees Yorkshire 27 for 1 in their second innings, a lead of 233 runs. Will Luxton 18 not out. Sam Whiteman walking out there with him is not out on 4. Warwickshire get into their huddle. Umpires Tom Lungley and Michael Goff already out there in the middle. Lungley at the Trafalgar Square end and Michael Goff down at this Peasholm Park end of the ground. Interesting game developing. Not sure at this stage how it will end, which is good at this stage on day 3. Makes for greater interest. And Neil Fletcher, the acting chairman, has kindly just brought us, acting Scarborough chairman, I should say, has kindly just brought each of us a jam and cream scone or scone, depending upon your pronunciation thereof. Very nice according to DT, so he must have already scoffed his. Oh, he's only looked at it, right? Okay.
So you don't want to peak too soon.
No.
See, with
Yeah, I think mine's going to be on
like
the
that.
save it for later pile. I think I'm
Yes.
going to have it a little bit later this afternoon.
You don't want to put it on top of your laptop, you see, because it'll overheat slightly.
Yeah.
It depends how old your laptop is.
Got to be careful with these things,
I
Mark.
should say so. It's worth taking care about. And I do hope that Mr. Fletcher will be promoted from acting chairman as a result of that great
Yeah,
gesture.
indeed.
What more recommendation
I
could
think
be?
chairman and president probably
I think so.
simultaneously.
Emperor.
Here's
I was thinking.
Sutar to start the afternoon session. Left arm spin from the Peasholm Park end, and Luxton strokes that one out square on the offside and picks up a single. Yeah, I think Neil Fletcher for Prime Minister, the way things are going at the moment. Probably a fair call, to be fair. He did say something nice about Scarborough Cricket Club, which is not difficult to do
No,
anywhere.
it's not.
I think we've said a lot of nice things, and we will continue to do so. Still,
Very hospitable place to go and watch the cricket, I think we could certainly say, without fear of contradiction. The goals certainly think so.
Sam Whiteman with a slip and a short leg, as well as Alex Davis wicket-keeping for company, turns this Sutar delivery, having switched to over the wicket, the left armour, turns it backward of square leg.
They do have to bat with a little bit of an eye on the clock today, and I don't know how closely they've examined the weather forecast for tomorrow and how much store you want to put by the weather forecast. It's difficult to captain a team by the weather forecast, but nevertheless.
Here is Sutar, and Whiteman props forward. It's the pad, no run. Yeah, I don't think there's much of that in the Yorkshire ranks. Usually, if I offer any not advice, if I offer any information on a morning of a game when I walk across the pitch or whatever, you'll often get, is that right? Okay, right. So that nobody's too bothered about it. On a general comment, as Whiteman sweeps firmly for 4. He's got it away backward of square. There is a man posted round the corner. He's not bang on 45. He'd be a bit wider than that, but still a diving attempt could not reel the ball in. So Whiteman moves on to 8. The score to 32 for 1.
Yes, but they won't want to hang about. So the lead now with those runs is 238. So, usually teams want 400, don't they? Although I think 400 would take a lot of chasing.
Yeah, Sutar in again. Whiteman goes back foot this time. They're appealing for a catch, and he's out. Did he hit that onto his own body?
His pad, I think, yeah.
Onto his pad to short leg. Yeah, difficult to tell in the moment. It all happened so quickly, but he is out. The catcher at short leg was...
I will endeavour to identify in a few moments.
He was a catcher anyway. And Whiteman is gone.
It definitely seemed to deflect it into his pad. I think it's most likely Sam Hain, who quite often finds himself under there and he's good at it, but it looped up off the pad or off the body somewhere, which popped it up nicely for short leg. So, yeah, and the Sutar, he's turning the ball. We saw that in the 1 over he had before lunch, and that, I think, would probably make Johnny Bairstow feel more confident in his decision, because a pitch seldom turns less as the game goes on, does it?
So precisely an hour after the previous wicket had fallen. Take out 40 minutes, of course, for lunch. Sam Whiteman walks off the field of play and couldn't get going this time. James Wharton, who didn't get going first time, but we're hoping to do so this time, is out there at number 4. And you were talking about Yorkshire with eye on the clock. They do have several players, including James. And, of course, Will Luxton. We've already seen that in the first innings, that
clock beaters.
Are not averse to
yeah.
moving things along. Johnny Bairstow, Matthew Revis, George Hill can all do that. Sutar goes back round the wicket to Wharton, who dinks this into the deck.
Correction, by the way, I think that's Zen Malik under the lid there. So now he's in the team, he gets it.
End of the over then, and an eventful one. First one back after the lunch break, as Yorkshire have lost a second with 32 runs on the board in their second innings. And that means they now have a lead of... Oh dear. It's disappeared off screen.
238.
Well done. Well done, that man. Stand down.
Ethan Bamber, who bowled 6 overs before lunch, is going to have another go. And he, of course, also made a ball deviate surprisingly before the break. It certainly surprised Adam Lyth, who's, as you were saying, very seldom out in that manner. Bowled offering no stroke to a ball that nipped and clipped the top of off stump. Bamber's starting into Luxton, who drives back to him off the inside edge, and it's easily fielded in his follow-through. So the ever-enthusiastic Bamber is setting into some more work. 6 overs, 1 for 15 before the break. And here he is again, very chest-on approach up to the stumps, just gets side-on only as he arrives, and now Ston pushes away into the offside. Alex Davies got something in his eye, or adjusting something. Get some help from Rob Yates to sort something out, save him taking the wicket-keeping gloves off. To the accompaniment of the birds. He's on his way to Luxton, who carves this for 4, nowhere near the middle of the bat. But he gets 4 down to third man. Went relatively fine, actually. It's very quickly away to the rope. Not in control of that, though.
Oh. They say, it'll still say...
Oh, sure.
4 in the book and all that, but
Absolutely.
yeah. Not his most fluent stroke of the match.
He scored enough runs in this match to be not too fussy about that. He's 23 to go with his first innings, 167. And he's going to get more runs here. Another 4 down to third man, I think. There's a long chase. No, it's given up. That one was a more controlled edge in that it ran all along the ground. And quite safely down to the rope. So successive 4s, and they might have to consider having a third man so that the numbers don't move around too quickly. Not going to for the moment, but backward pointer, he's only sort of ambling back. In fact, he's more sort of fly slip at the moment. Case Luxton goes forcefully for another one from Bamber, and he guides along the ground in that direction, and it's very well stopped by Webster diving to his right and keeps them down to 1. So perhaps he was in the right place after all. There's another change round in the field for Wharton. Was not around for very long in the first innings. Sutas coming up from deep point. Backward point. Webster's been sent off. And to third man. They also back. Bamber bowls, pitches this up to Wharton, who pushes away square on the offside. Suter fields. End of the over. 9 from that over. 41 for 2, Yorkshire lead by 247. 28 to Will Luxton, and Wharton has just arrived.
Yep, I suspect at this stage there'll obviously have been some discussion in the Yorkshire dressing room in terms of how many they want to be in front or when they want to bat until, how much time they want to leave themselves to try and second time. Well, at this stage still, this relatively early stage, with the best part of 5 sessions remaining, it'd just be go out and play. If you're feeling it. You've probably got the licence. Sutar is in, and looks as though Will Luxton feeling it because he got into position very quickly to play that cut shot out to the sweeper on the east side boundary, and has strolled through for a single. 29 to Will, 42 for 2. In the 15th over of their second innings, Yorkshire. James Wharton yet to get off the mark, short leg, and slip in place as he gets forward. Low. He's right over the top of that. Just, I'm sure, as he would have been coached from growing up in the game. Get that front pad out there. Smother the spin. Bat and pad together. In comes Sutar once again. This time Wharton goes back foot. Lovely technique with that elbow up as he punches it into the offside. Tumbling stop at cover. Kate next door messages saying Netherlands have lost. Unhappy Dutch bird Kate, she says, as that's punched back To Sutar by James Walton. Comes the Indian spinner again. Ooh. Well read by James Walton, well watched. There was turn, and it was only just up and wide of the top of off stump.
Yeah.
Straight into the waiting gloves of Alex Davies.
It gripped. I think in other circumstances he might have been keen to play that.
Another one round about middle and leg this time. There's a bit of pad involved, but there's only a bit of excitement rather than appeal to complete that over. He fired through that pretty quickly. 42 for 2. How many overs remaining in the day?
Well, it's a good question. We've had 15 in this innings, and we had... How many this morning? 15?
63 remaining in the day.
63, right,
Yeah.
okay. So, yeah, well, they'll roll through them so long as Suter's involved, and I think given the amount of encouragement he's getting from the pitch, then we might see him quite a lot. This day, Yorkshire having lost Lythe, bowled by Bamber for 4, quarter of an hour before lunch, and Sam Whiteman in the first over afterwards. Caught at short leg by Zen Malik. A bat pad chance. A wicket for Suter, his 4th of the match, and his debut in the UK. Here comes Bamber to start another over, and Luxton is guiding this to backward point. So they quickly decide that there's no run.
I suspect Don Bess will be tucked into the spinach Popeye style, because I think he's going to have a lot of bowling to do between now and the end of this match. Probably take a little bit of extra weight off the seamers in the second innings, having seen them put in plenty in the first.
Yes, bowled only 11 overs in the first innings. Luxton's beaten here, I think, pushing at that. Maybe he didn't quite commit and just play the line, but that's roughly where Bamber wants to be, I think, just outside off stump. Now has 4 wickets in this match, Bamber. Been itching to get back in. He wasn't involved in the T20 games, played some second 11 T20, but this is where Warwickshire see him really contributing for them, and now forward comes Luxton playing this away into the covers. Down in front of us, chap with his cap tilted back. And balls past. It's a very good walking ground, Scarborough. You can walk more or less all the way around. So there are people doing laps. Time, trudging their way up the hill. Behind the Popular Bank, here is Luxton defending a slightly shorter delivery from Ethan Bamber with a straight bat away into the leg side. Busy in the tea room by the look of it, and on the terrace in front. Group of sun-hatted folks just making their way in there. Alas, sun hat's only for the optimists this afternoon. Here's Bamber bowling to Luxton, who carves this one away down to third man for a 4 in the similar fashion he did in the previous over. And it looks like he's going to keep playing that. Warwickshire will have to hope that eventually he hits one to the fielders. It's another boundary there. He's 3rd off Bamber in 2 overs. One slip, a backward point. They're putting the third man back again now. I quite like that sort of fly slip position rather than a proper deep third man they had in the last over. He might have been in business for that last stroke. Bamber pitches this up, and Luxton wants a run to square leg this time and will get it. Well judged. And Wharton was through very nippily for that. Moving the total to 47 and Luxton to 34, and that, I think, is the end of the over. So 47 for 2. And the Yorkshire lead now passes 250, 253.
We've got a 15-person limit.
And
I'll see you at tea, and then
over comes Suter, giving his hat to umpire Goff, who, I don't know whether umpire Goff is a sun hat or Panama kind of chap. I think he might be. He's got a white cap on at the moment, looks rather tight, sort of like a cyclist's cap, but mainly so it doesn't blow away.
Apologies, folks. I was just having to shout down the box to Jill Smith, former World Cup winner, of course, with England in 1993. As Will Luxton whips this first delivery off Sutar's legs. Regulars will have heard Jill on a couple of broadcasts already. I've just been helping her to plug her 2 books, What Cricket Means to Me and What Yorkshire Cricket Means to Me, which she's been putting the proceeds of towards charity, as that is worked off the legs by James Wharton. It's a nicely timed shot as well, and there's a lengthy old chase down to long leg. Is that Ethan Bamber?
Yeah, he's slightly misjudged it.
Yeah. So they've got back for 3, I think, as a result of that slight misjudgment. Probably should have only got the 2. But yeah, don't mind at all continuing to help Jill promote that, because she's done good sales, and they're both for good causes. So even though she can't really come up and have a chat about it at the moment, I think you can find it on, if you Google What Cricket Means to Me, there is a website that handles the book sales, and she's been doing a bit of that as well around the grounds with some success as Luxton pushes a single into the offside. So good to see her again, but she's having to get off back up to Alnwick, which is where she's based these days. As Wharton stretches forward and defends this latest delivery. 52 for 2, James on 3, and Luxton at the other end on 36. Sutar running between umpire Michael Goff and the stumps round the wicket, getting that pivot in. There's turn again. That's not far off being a dangerous sort of delivery where James Wharton's concerned.
Yeah, he was quite well forward, I think, but he did turn. It is a problem if you're getting hit on that sort of line.
Yep. Here he is again. Around about middle and off this time, and defended more comfortably by James Wharton to complete the over at 52 for 2.
As you say, he does pivot his body, doesn't he, Sutar, as he bowls, in a real sort of classical left-arm spinner's way.
Yeah, I mean, I never bowled left-arm spin. One of my friends did, and I can remember that, watching him bowl, and anybody else really who's got that classic action of get the pivot in, helps generate the revs on the ball, doesn't it?
You can really see him doing that. Bamber, the tireless, he's back for another go. He's caused Luxton, well, I don't know whether he has caused him a problem. In his mind, he'll think he has, because he's found the edge 2 or 3 times, but they've all gone down for 4 to third man. And Luxton's quite happy to go carving the ball in that direction to keep the scoreboard moving. Bamber tries again. Oh, Luxton chases one that nibbles back the other way, and it beats him on the inside edge there as he drives rather loosely. As batters sometimes like to do when they've played and missed. Wanders off towards square leg for a moment, takes his gloves off and puts them back on, just to recompose himself. Bamber heads in again to bowl to him, very fuller and straighter. And Luxton has everything lined up behind this and plays it back on the onside. Gull swirling around, but under distinctly grey skies now, and the temperature dipped since the start of play appropriately.
Yeah, boxes of fish and chips being brought back in. You're going to have to get through those pretty quickly, because they'll get cold fairly quick today.
Well, if the Gulls don't get them first. This is Luxton driving back off the thick inside edge, the bowler Fields.
Speaking of Gulls, when I went on a lap earlier when I was off air, I went and sat on the balcony over there on the offices there with some of the staff and the golden voice, Howard Ferguson. And they were saying that yesterday at tea, when the umpires discarded the bails, a gull swooped and picked one of them up as if it were a chip.
Oh, really?
And flew off with it.
Oh!
But they were following it, through the air, and he obviously realised fairly quickly it wasn't a chip, and just dropped it from a great height.
Oh, okay.
So
the bails
are not even the bails are not safe.
Heavens. Bamber pitches this up, and Luxton has everything behind it again. Golly. Okay. Bit big for a building a nest with. Lily, I've read emails to say Yorkshire bowled well this morning. I, says Lily, would have enforced the follower.
Well, no, then Lily is in the running, I think, to be the next Yorkshire captain.
Yes, well, I'd have said so. She says she enjoyed the quiz. It was always lovely talking to David Townsend. Forward comes Loxton, who pushes away on a square on the offside, and there's one run.
I think from being party to their, in inverted commas, relationship, when Lily used to come up to the commentary box at lunchtime when spectators were allowed on the stand, there might be a little bit of a barb in that comment at DT.
Oh, I don't know. Not sure Lily does barbs. Here's Welton playing this from the crease, pushing away on the offside. It's the end of the over, just one run in that one. And Yorkshire in 18 overs of their second innings are 53 for 2, having lost. Lythe for 4 and Whiteman 8. In possession are Luxton 37 and Wharton 3.
I think she should probably do an autograph signing at a lunch break, Lily, because I do get people when I walk around the ground asking me, who is Lily? Is she around? Can I... And I always point them in the direction of a dark-haired lady with glasses who's got a very distinctive laugh. All right, Lily. Here's Sutout round the wicket, and Luxton turns that into the leg side.
It rather presumes that
No
Yorkshire are giving her something to laugh about, which for the 2 days so far they have on the whole.
Here comes Sutar again. Tosses that one up. Stroked away by Luxton. Takes the easy option, a sensible option. Picks up another one. He has now knocked up over 200 runs in the match.
So has he... I wonder how long he sort of nailed the position down for.
Well, Sutar is in, and that's flicked away in front of square on the leg side by Wharton. Luxton was keen for the one. Wharton was on the back foot, really, and didn't fancy it. Well, Gavin Hamilton sat in the very chair you are now sitting in yesterday afternoon, and he was intimating that he kind of probably nailed the place for the season by coming up with a big 100. Bearing in mind we're already halfway through it, as Wharton punches this one back to Sutar, and again no run, because this is game number 7, isn't it?
Yeah.
So the sort of midpoint of a 13-match season.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I would quite. I think it's Sutar again. Hang on.
Yep, to Wharton, back foot, punched away into the same region that Luxton picked up his own single early in the over and gets one himself.
The only thing I would say about that is there's obviously only one more championship game next week. You're at Leicester, aren't you?
Yes.
And then it's 6 or 7 weeks until the next one, with all the 50-over games to come. So form can come and go in that time, so I wouldn't despair if I were Finn Bean at the moment.
Sutar in and back foot for Luxton, pushed out square on the offside for another single. 56 for 2 at the end of the over. Luxton 39 and Wharton on 4. No, I mean, it's very important that Finley does not despair. And I think both Gavin Hamilton yesterday, Anthony McGrath the other day, at pains to point out, we don't just need an 11-man team.
Oh, quite so, yeah.
And we're a squad, and people's places come and go, but...
And it's obvious they think a lot of Bean as well as a player.
And as I said yesterday, that Anthony was sitting down just to our left on the stand with Finley. Who knows what was going on there, but it was a 20-minute chat. I saw them out there on the pitch together again this morning, having a walk and a chat together. So there is some dialogue between them about it all.
Going to have, a change of bowling. Ethan Bamber, after 3 overs after lunch, and 9 overs in all for his spell across the lunch break, if you count that as one spell. He's going to give way to Ollie Hannon-Dolby, who, having had 2 very good games since coming back on loan from Worcestershire, where he also started the season well, he went for quite a few runs, unlike him, in the first innings. He starts a new spell. to Luxton, who defends him out on the offside. 14 overs, 1 for 76 was rather un-Hannon Dolby-like. So he'll be eager to atone for that. But he wasn't the only Warwickshire bowler to find it awkward to find the right length on a consistent basis here. And one of the Yorkshire lads was saying to me last night they quite often find that. And it's not the first person to say that to me in the last couple of days. That sides visiting Scarborough don't always find the right length here. This is cut hard by Luxton for 4 runs. Good shot. And that again might have been just short of the ideal length. And it was cuffed away confidently by a young fellow who's seen the ball pretty well in this match. He's 43 now, Luxton.
Yeah, playing nicely. Jill Smith, by the way, sent me a message. She just really said she wanted to come up and thank the Scarborough Yorkshire fans. She's sold £800 worth plus of books today.
Good heavens. Hannon Dolby goes wider of the crease, and Luxton defends that. It springs off the bat to backward point, and they don't have a run.
So she says, absolutely amazing, fantastic, and great for a great cause, Yorkshire cricket. Some discussions are starting on how to spend some of the funds raised, and details will be on the www.whatcricketmeanstome.co.uk website. So, yeah, she says she's overwhelmed with all the support, and it's been fantastic.
Hannon Dolby bowls a little shorter, and Luxton heaves this into the leg side, and he's hit it hard along the ground. Good stop by Mosley, running around from deep square leg. They're going to have 2 runs. Mosley did well to prevent a boundary there. And what are the causes he goes to? Again, you were saying?
Yorkshire cricket-related causes.
Right, OK.
I don't mean paying for somebody's flight.
No, you mean like the sort of grassroots sort of thing. No, that's definitely good. And let's face it, there's plenty of grassroots cricket in Yorkshire to encourage, so that's marvellous. 62 for 2. Luxton to 45. And now to more than that. In fact, he's hit this directly to deep square leg, so it'll only be 1. But he's just starting to slip the leash a bit here, Will Luxton. 46, and playing with a fluency that nobody else in this innings so far has managed. Must be a lovely feeling when you just hit a big patch of form, and sometimes it only takes 1 innings, doesn't it, for a batter, and you suddenly see all the gears mesh into place. And he's in very good order at the moment. Hannon Dolby, he's got to try to bowl to Luxton, to Wharton for the first time, and that was a good one from a pitch just outside the line of off stump and left him a tad. Wharton was well, maybe not quite playing at it, but he was certainly monitoring it, dangling the bat nearby. And it gone through to Alex Davis. And 7 from Hannon Dolby's first over. He was going at 6s for most of the first innings, which I say normally he's not only been very successful in the last 2 or 3 years for Warwickshire, but he's also been very economical. So not quite had things go his own way yet in this game. 63 for 2 at the end of the over. Yorkshire's lead is 269.
Sutar to continue at the Peasholm Park end of the ground then. With his left arm spin. Picked up the wicket of Sam Whiteman already. 1 for 14 from 5 overs, 1 of which has been a maiden. And here he is round the wicket. Oh, good delivery. And Luxton, who is a man really in form, could do nothing about that other than play the original line, the ball passing the outside edge through to Alex Davies. A bit like, I'll say this in a moment because he's going into bowl again. And this time Luxton's able to get on the back foot and ping it away out into the covers for a single. A bit like Gavin Hamilton was saying yesterday about Jai Richardson. If you're going to get picked for Australia in Test cricket, that is a very competitive nation.
Yes.
And you know that you must be a good player if you sign somebody like that. Because they've had to go through the hard yards to get where they've got. And he's got a really good record on paper. As Luxton gets nicely down to sweep this Sutar delivery. And Hannon Dolby fields it out in the deep by the marquee 1 run. So in an Indian context, Manav Sutar, when there's just a sheer number of people who play cricket in that nation.
Yeah.
He's in and bowling, and Luxton plays forward. So completely different to Australia, where there's just a concentration of so much sport and the way that things are done there. A different feel, but very, very difficult, to surface within the top 11 players in the country on any one day of your cricketing life. Sutar bowls, and that's pushed into the offside by Luxton, no run. And in an Indian context, just sheer numbers. And so if you get picked for India, you must. There's no fluke about that, is there?
No, and still a young cricketer, just 23, as we discussed the other day, made his test debut just last weekend, and got wickets, so sort of striking while the iron's hot with him, as it were.
Yeah, he's bowled this one full and driven square this time by Luxton, whose single will take him to 48 on the cusp of getting to a half century for the second time in this match. 66 for 2 with Wharton on 5. That's the end of 20 overs of Yorkshire's second innings. We're half an hour into the afternoon session, which probably means I should disappear. And
DT come in here, or
leave you to. I'll go for a wander and bring DT in, then I'll come back and take over from you.
Jolly good. He's a Gujarat Titan, no less. Manav Sutar, or in the longer form of the domestic game in India, playing for the province of Rajasthan. And now he's here in the Kingdom of Yorkshire, representing the Warwickshire, the People's Republic, quite, says Jonathan, he'd know, as their official envoy. Here's Hannon Dolby starting a new over to bowl to Luxton, who he's pushing away from his front pad and into the covers. There's no run. 66 for 2. Yorkshire just trundling along at 3 and over at the moment, adding to their lead to 72. So, with plenty of power to add, that's quite an imposing lead already.
Yeah, they'll be looking for at least 400, won't they? 420 maybe.
And then Dolby goes wide of the crease, and Luxton's taken on the pad, I think. Yeah, this will be a leg by, looking, by the way, at umpire Longley has come across. He's very orthodox with his signals, umpire Longley. With the white cap on, because he's not particularly, he hasn't been around that long, Tom Longley. He was playing not all that long ago. So, but he has a very traditional look for an umpire. Signals leg by, so Luxton stays 48. And it's 67 for 2. Hannon Dolby's directing traffic, not including, was that a helicopter that just went low? I think it was. He bowls a little shorter of a length, and Wharton plays an angular defensive stroke back to him. Wharton 9 in the first innings, and yet to really find any momentum here. It's on 5. Grey day, not a huge crowd, not by no means a bad crowd by championship standards. But if you're in the area, there's plenty of room to come down and find a decent vantage point. Hannon Dolby hits Wharton on the pad, and he's LBW here. Tom Longley has quite a long look at that before sending Wharton on his way, judging, I think, probably that he was not forward enough, or still on the way forward when he was struck. And Hannon Dolby has moved him on. Wharton, LBW, Hannon Dolby 5, and it's 67 for 3.
Yeah, that looked pretty adjacent. Obviously, we're not in a great position to see, but if you watched enough cricket, you can usually tell, can't you, from the foot movement, and if he hadn't got any bat on it. Just watching the replay now, and the only question is whether it might just have struck him outside the line, but
nipped a bit, didn't it?
It nipped back in, and wasn't going over the top.
He hadn't gone all that far, so he trudged off a bit, but it was dangerous. But there is a bit of movement off the pitch that Warwickshire are finding, which they didn't really in the first innings. They did swing it on Friday, but they didn't get it to deviate off the surface much, and they are now.
Yeah, it's starting to. It's a very, very good cricket wicket.
I think it is,
This particular one, but Scarborough in general, the pitch here, it's good for batting on first couple of days. Well, you've got to get through that first hour on the first morning, but it's good for batting on. Couple of days, and it starts to break up. A bit of spin there, a bit of nip for the seamers, and it's just a cracking cricket.
Yeah, it's been absolutely a
But this one.
pitch for a good cricket match as opposed to just being good for batting.
This one hasn't had its normal pace in it, but given the weather we've had of late, that's entirely surprising.
Matthew Revis at number 5. He's waiting for Hannon Dolby, and he's defending in front of his front pad at 67 for 3, of lead of 273. Be glad to have runs in the bank, Yorkshire, I think. It's been a much tidier bowling effort so far from Warwickshire in these first 22 overs now of this innings.
It has. We're talking about them going along at 3 and over. A little bit of calculation in a minute.
Hannon Dolby has Revis pushing this away from his pad into the leg side and looking down at his bat with he's examining it closely, bent over it like a watchmaker, trying to work out why it made a funny noise like that.
Watchmaker, that's a lovely picture, that.
Yes, can you imagine? I had a granddad who used to look at bits of, and he had one of those little eyeglasses that you put in like a jeweller has.
Well,
I can imagine Revis whipping one of those out of his pocket there to try and examine the bat very close. He's not happy.
No, he's called for something
He's
from the
not happy.
pavilion as well. Maybe
Yes.
maybe he needs to change the bat.
Yes.
But he's.
He's done it. Look, 2 balls. Hey, God.
Did your
Hope he's kept the receipt.
Did your granddad have the eyepiece for sort of studying the race card? Or
I don't know. I don't remember him
ever.
ever. I was only very young. I don't remember him doing any of that.
Sutar, left arm round, bowls to right-handed Will Luxton, who plays that backward a point, no run, 67 for 3. Luxton's got 48 of them, so it's almost been Luxton against Warwickshire in lots of ways this match. Next delivery has Luxton back on his stumps. That's dangerous, but again played into the offside.
I was thinking earlier on, actually,
run.
in another context about my other granddad, not so much in the racing, but the Paul's coupon man would come round on a Friday night.
Yeah, great Paul's, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Younger listeners are thinking, what's that? Is that a swimming pool salesman or something?
No, we didn't. Not in that part of Birmingham.
This next one's tossed up. Luxton forward. Beaten on the outside, and Bales whipped off dramatically by Alex Stewart. His back foot hadn't moved at all. No, the pools were sort of early. They were a lottery, I suppose you could describe, Bob, wasn't it? But a lottery that you had to have a little bit of skill rather than just picking numbers out. Now, next ball there is pushed into the offside.
I mean, you could do it by picking your birthday and all the rest of it. If you weren't into it, you could just have the pools anyway. You couldn't pick random numbers.
Pick the numbers.
There was no art in that.
No, you went down, you had however many games they
Yes.
chose, roughly about 50 games, and you had to pick out score draws.
Yeah, 8 score draws. And then here's the no score draws worth 2 points.
Let's forward defensively. Again comes Luxton. I used to be a pools collector at the,
Did you?
At the illegally young age of 14.
Oh, well done.
I had a whole round. Yeah.
Very good. Well, you would either be the Paul's coupon man or the Prudential man. Or Refuge, or another one of they'd come round and collect the insurance money.
Yeah. Next delivery is cracked through the offside for a single by Will Luxton, who is going to keep the strike. In your part of Birmingham, were there some unofficial insurancemen as well?
Almost certainly. So my nan and granny was still in Birmingham. I was South Staff, so I was brought up, you see. My parents had emigrated from Birmingham by then. I dare say there were I don't want you to. You know, it's not all Peaky Blinders, you know, in Birmingham. Although there are days these days, there are times these days when you'd be forgiven for thinking not. I tell you what, you got. It's become an enormous tourist thing for Birmingham. That has Peaky Blinders. They reckon.
There's still a lot of those sort of big baggy hats.
They sell all sorts. They're bringing. Seriously, it's been brought quite a lot of tourist coin to Birmingham in the last few years. And Dolby starts a new over and a rather wafty drive from Luxton. Not very near the ball, I think. Not his best.
I think he's just losing concentration a little bit, just for sort of wandering.
This
Last couple of overs, which would be understandable.
This innings so far hasn't been as tight as the first. There were very few false strokes in his century on Friday. He's had a few off the edge down to third man in this one, but he's got 49 out of 68. So what's not to like from his point of view? Hannon Dolby bowls. Oh, he's pulled that and he's put a very, very hard chance put down close in at mid-wicket. And it's gone off the fielder's fingers above his head and away for a run. Luxton goes to 50. So that is technically a life, although it would have been a mighty catch because it went so fast. Luxton pulled it. He acknowledges the applause for reaching 50 for the second time in the match, of course.
That Bo Webster, though.
I think it is. He collared it, didn't he? Probably Webster is the only fielder on this team who could have got fingers to it. Having done so, he's understandably disappointed he couldn't cling on, but it would have been a mighty catch. So Luxton to 50, and now Wharton is also getting a run, or possibly runs, down to third man. Yep, it's going to get to the rope, I think. So that's 4 to Revis, I beg pardon, not Wharton. So Revis is away with 4. Will Luxton's half century came, let's try to check here, but I believe 76 balls and 6 boundaries.
So the lead now 279.
That's right.
So you would think they'd want another 140 runs, going along at least. At
3 and over, that'd be 45 overs.
45 overs, yep.
Hannon Dolby bowls to Revis, who moves late into a defensive pose.
How many left in the day? You're usually good at that.
Let me see. We had 15 this morning, couple between innings, so that's 17. So that would leave 79. We've now had, this is the 24th, so I reckon 55. So if they batted for another 45 overs, that would leave them about 8 tonight. And they've got a fair bit of ammunition to speed up if they want to.
Next delivery is pushed into the offside. Sorry.
Yes, no, it's all right. I hesitated. But no, he's pushed away into the offside. 73 for 3.
Could you just run that past me again?
So, yeah, So I reckon there's 55 overs approximately left in the day. There isn't a board that we can see that has it on, but I'm pretty sure it's that. So if they batted for another 45 overs and they'd called it off with a lead of 4, that would leave 8 to bowl. So I reckon they'd probably want to be a bit quicker than that.
Yes.
Hannon Dolby bowls to Revis, who's going to get a run to third man, and they take 1. So 74 for 3, lead of 280.
Well, without doubt, they will speed up because you've at the moment it's a question of making sure you don't fall in a horrible heap, and
I don't think they're going to do that.
Have to defend a score much lower than you'd feel comfortable with. I mean, I think they'd feel comfortable with 350 to bowl at, to be honest, but something past 400. Weather comes into it a little bit. If not only the prospect of rain, if there is a prospect of rain, we'll have a look at that, but also the light, because it did get very murky yesterday, didn't it?
I was a bit surprised we didn't see the umpires look for light meters at one point. The forecast for the moment is dry tomorrow, cooler considerably.
Oh, no.
But although the wind forecast not quite as strong, so it might be the same difference.
Better when you haven't got the wind.
Yeah. Maximum 14, it says on my thing tomorrow, which is a bit below par for mid-June, even for Scarborough.
New over from Suto, and that's just pushed defensively to short extra cover. He's got a slip and a back pad on the offside, short extra cover. I think we can count them as the 3 potential catchers along with the keeper. There's his next delivery brings Revis rather forward defensively.
Our colleague Kevin Howells reminds me not to forget the pools panel sitting. I think he'd have been very good on the pools panel, wouldn't he,
Kevin Howells? He would have taken it very seriously.
Yes. Well, except he'd have put Shrewsbury Town home win every time, wouldn't he?
Yeah. And here's Suter again bowling, and that's punched by Revis off the back foot. He's looked for the gap, and he's a little bit of footwork out there on the boundary. Is that Mosley? Who's, keeping that in. And the crowd are calling for a 4. He's run along in front of the cheap seats over there and done a little bit of footwork, and I think he kept it in. He thinks he kept it in, but the crowd are giving him a bit of stick.
He'll be texting now on the back of that. Dear Unai, did you see that? I'm available after the end of September.
Next delivery spins past the outside edge. Well, they've got to replace Morgan Rogers with somebody, haven't they?
Well, don't be saying that to Dan. He won't be happy. He won't be happy if he sees you saying that.
Done really well recent years. Aston Villa, I can see them
good sign.
Challenging strongly for second place next year.
Good manager.
Here's Suter bowling, and defensively Revis plays that down to silly point. Or
Previous ball was a no ball, by the way.
No ball? That's shocking. I think no ball from a slow bowler shouldn't just be 2, it should be at least 4. Shouldn't it? I mean, it's appalling. Bowls again from well behind the crease. well back that time. He's not going to make that mistake again.
Yes.
And, made back with a point. No run. 78 for 3.
Tell you what, the day you and me get appointed to the MCC laws panel, there are going to be some changes made around here.
The world will be a better place.
Oh dear, we'll remember who sent us to Scone and who hasn't.
About the pools panel in a minute.
Yes, I should.
Here comes Suter bowls, and that's a quick delivery. Didn't turn that one, and he's looking for an LBW, but Revis just played it up to wide and deepish. Mid on for a single to keep the strike. 79 now for 350 to Will Luxton, and 8 to Revis. In the pools panel, for those younger people listening, well, there's, on weekends where, well, it was nearly always snow, wasn't it?
Yes,
Snow and ice and whatever. No, lots of, when there were sufficient matches postponed, they obviously couldn't just forget about the pools that week. They give everybody their money back, because that would be silly.
They made the results up, frankly.
They made the results.
They
so,
did.
Yes,
It's very
yes,
good.
They had a panel of very serious people.
I think it was quite secretive as to who the panel was, as I recall.
Well, I think it would have to be,
Yeah,
otherwise open to all sorts of abuse.
Hannon Dolby starts a new over. He'd have been a good Paul's panellist, Ollie Hannon Dolby. It's defended back by Revis up the pitch. I think they were sort of like former players, and presumably not current players, who would. Well, I suppose they wouldn't have convinced. These days, you'd go on an online chat, wouldn't you, and say, we're going to, Ollie Hannon Dolby would say, well, Halifax Town, that would have been a home win, he'd have said.
Well,
who were they playing? Manchester United, no, a home win, he'd have said. He bowls again now, and this is defended into the offside by Revis.
I could be entirely wrong on this, but I think they might have had more pools panellists than they actually used, in the sense that they just used them randomly.
Oh, I see.
So there was absolutely no cheating involved.
That could have been a nice way to earn a living, a pools panellist. An hour's work every Saturday morning.
It's twice a year.
Yeah, that'd be all right. Hannon Dolby bowls. This is defended back up the pitch by Revis, just on the leg side. If you were a pooled panellist, do email in, by the way. What are the odds? I suppose that's the question. Email me, wm.sport.
If you know somebody who's a pools panellist.
Out a pools panellist. That's what we should do.
Well,
We should have a cricketing pools panellist. Actually, whenever there's a rain-off, instead of having a bowl out, somebody at Lord's could have just said, they're the winners. Saved a lot of trouble. Forward comes Revis, and this is played back just on the onside of straight. And Barker, who, when Barker's running, he runs athletically, but he walks rather stiffly, as if he's conserving his energy for when he runs, and he sort of ambles across.
The way the conversation's been going in this box the last couple of days, we'll probably find the pools panellist's name was Kaylee, and he's very fond of scones.
Yes, I'd have thought so. I'd have thought so. You see, I'll look out for a plaque when I'm driving back through Brompton to see if he was on the pools panel as well. Is Hannon Dolby getting that ball to just bounce a little bit extra from around a good length, and it takes Revis on the pad as he lifts his hands out of the way to plead innocence in case the ball should pop up and touch a glove.
The actual pools collectors, though, was a good little job. You just sort of went around the village and met the same people each week. And
did they just give it you in an envelope, or did they have to say, I want 3 lines for...
Oh, no, you didn't get involved. They had to have filled it out already.
Hannon Dolby bowls. He bowled Revis. Knocks back the middle stump, possibly off an inside edge, I think. And Revis is not the first batter today to leave looking a little bit nonplussed as to what that did off the surface. But Hannon Dolby now is getting the ball to move, and that one moved right onto the middle stump. Revis bowled Hannon Dolby 8, and it's 79 for 4.
And the way these wickets have gone down, Mike, this is Yorkshire. Warwickshire supporters will be delighted to see Yorkshire 79 for 4, but the way the wickets have gone down, you would suggest chasing anything perhaps over 250 would be. Okay, here's the replay of it. Let's have a look. Kept low, didn't it?
A little bit lower, yeah. Not sure if it hasn't deviated quite as much as I thought, but it's certainly from a full-ish length, but not that full. It's hit middle stump about halfway up.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's the first one that... Yeah, not like the one that Bethel got at Lord's exactly, but it didn't bounce a huge amount. Anyway, here's Bairstow at number 6, the man most likely to speed the scoring rate up, if that's what he desires to do. At the moment, the Yorkshire lead is 285.
I'm not sure these conditions will suit Johnny to play his natural game, his expansive game. I think ball's just doing spinning a little bit. 1 or 2 keeping low for Hannon Dolby.
Be challenging, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, if you were to perhaps offer Yorkshire 180, they might take that. 79 for 4.
Hannon Dolby 2 for 13 in 4 overs now, by the way, which is a good comeback for a good servant to Warwickshire. Testimonial last year. I thought there's many of those around the county games that used to be. And a former Yorkshire County Cricket Club employee too, and a pretty popular fellow wherever he goes. He is all these guys' union leader, of course, these days as well as the chief executive of the Peace Professional Cricket Association. So.
Taken over from Darryl Mitchell.
Darryl Mitchell, yeah.
He used to be.
So he did it for the first time last year. It was quite a learning experience, I think he was fair to say.
Well, I don't know.
He found a lot out. It was interesting to hear him talking about it. Anyway.
You just have to learn to say red zones and playing too much, don't you?
I'll pass that message on.
79 for 4. So Luxton is on strike. That was the last ball of OHD's over. It's Sutar bowling, and that one's turned, and Bairstow wants a single. He's got a single. Now, did it turn that much? It turned that much that it was actually a bye. So he's bowling round the wicket. Probably a little bit of rough to bowl into. He's bowling over the wicket, left arm over the wicket. A little bit of rough to bowl into, and that has gone past Davis at sort of shoulder height. He's got a glove on though. I think actually if he hadn't got a glove on it would have been taken very easily by first slip. So he's just sort of nudged it over first slip and they've run a by. Luxton's come down and offered his skipper a bit of advice perhaps. And slip and forward short leg as Sutar bowls to Johnny Bairstow, and Bairstow pushes square of the wicket, does that little shuffle with his feet as if to suggest I'm in the market for a run, but Luxton says no, I'm certainly not going to get down there that quickly, even if it is at OHD fielding it backward. Point, and next delivery is turned around the corner and there's a comfortable signal. I do beg his pardon because we kind of been fielding on both sides. There's an overthrow, and that was Hannon Dolby from deep backward square. It was
Bit careless.
big. It was Big Bo Webster, wasn't it? Who fielded the previous.
Yeah.
The two tall men on your side there.
Yes.
They'd
Two
be
men
the-
most available to change a light bulb.
The two lock forwards, shall we say?
Oh yes,
They probably would be,
be
wouldn't
good
they?
at that. Yeah.
Next ball from Sutar is swept by Bairstow. He's going to pick up a couple of runs here. It was one of those where he got down into position very, very early to play the sweep shot, or just a little paddle round the corner, really. And both Davis and the slip were set off in the direction of where he was going to paddle it. And lots of excitement. 2 more runs to Bairstow.
Well, they then had to turn around and come back again because it went off the top edge, so they'd sort of run past where the ball went. So it went a bit Keystone Cops. Well, the umpire's coming to talk to Johnny Bairstow. We're still in the middle of that over. So, I reckon this one has popped up off the edge and knocked him on the helmet on its way through. So we're going to have or somebody needs a concussion chair. It looks like the Warwickshire video's gone out. So no, he's going to be Bairstow. They've got to go through the formality of this.
So he's just scooped that into his helmet, has he? And it's bounced over slip. He's moved on to 4. It's 84 for 4.
Yeah. Well, somebody, or it's either gone off his helmet or Al Davis's helmet. It must be Bairstow's.
Yeah.
So the Warwickshire officials come out and said, "I thought you meant me," and it turned out he didn't. To the umpires, so he's back off to the changing room, and we're going to go through the formalities. Bairstow is showing the physio his helmet, so somebody else. He can't examine the helmet. Somebody else has to do.
I know it is quite serious with concussions, and you shouldn't take these things lightly. But that was just basically just glanced off the helmet over the top of the slips, and it would be astonishing if it held up play for very long. It hasn't held up play for very long because the check's already been done. So
it's given Will Luxton a chance to go and visit the room that we all have to go to occasionally in the middle of a long innings.
I've not been to that room.
Well,
I've been to the one under the press row box.
There you are. So
especially on a cold day.
Given him a break anyway, which probably came as an immense relief that his captain headed one. But yeah, look, it occasionally feels a bit odd to do it on that. But on the other hand, it's worth the delay for the one time in 1,000 where it's a problem.
Yes.
So, or I'm sure somebody's done the stats. So actually, it's all
I think
sorted.
it'd probably be less than one time in 1,000.
Well, maybe it would, but even so, it's worth it for whenever it is.
Sutar bowls again, and Bairstow defends into the offside. That's the end of the over. But it's a big difference between a slow bowler bowling one that just glances off and goes over the slips, and one that actually thuds into the helmet.
Yes.
And, remember a press conference with Mark Taylor back in the day. Oh dear, very long time ago now. Probably 30 years ago.
It would be, it would have to be.
No. Anyway, when he was opening for Australia, he'd got pinged by one Alan Donald or somebody playing in South Africa, and the ball had gone off his head and over the slips for 4. He was asked about it afterwards, was it painful?
And Dolby's going to bowl now to Luxton, who defends at the start of a new over.
He said, was that painful? He said, oh no. He says, no. He said, the ones that hurt are the ones that hit you and land at your feet.
Oh, okay.
the ones that glance off,
Yeah.
you don't bother about them.
Yes.
But no, it's quite like to check everything.
84 for 4. I had the impression it was just getting a bit lighter in the last few moments, but maybe not all that much. Hannon Dolby bowls again. Luxton drives elegantly, but without particular timing this time. And Malik makes a diving stop. And extra cover.
But an unusual way to get out, wouldn't it, for Johnny? To sort of just paddle one into your helmet and then it's lobbing up to slips. It wasn't that far over the slips.
No, and as you say, they'd run across to stop the sweep and then he'd run back to try and grab it going the other way. So if they'd stayed where they were, probably would have caught it. Hannon Dolby bowls a ball that bounces a bit and Luxton goes with it, forces it off the back foot out to deep backward point, and Sutar, the left-handed throw back in, limits them to 2 runs. Luxton having a bit of a dreamy game in this one. It's gone to 52. So that's 219 runs in the match. It means it's booking in for bed and breakfast in Scarborough. Lady were carrying 2 cups of coffee, hesitates before she gets behind the sight screen so that she can see the next ball from Hannon Dolby. And she watches Luxton defend out into the offside, and seeing that he's not going to attempt a run, sets off again and then decides, no, I don't know whether I can get to the other side of the sight screen before he's bowled another ball. So whoever the other coffee is for will be watching her stand there and saying, don't they get cold in the wind? And she'll be saying, well, look, who can take their eyes off Ollie Hannon Dolby in full cry? Who indeed? Here he is now, passing umpire Longley. And Luxton is... Oh, good shot. That was worth hanging about for. Turning that through long on for 4 runs, and it was all timing.
Gorgeous shot, that, wasn't it? Absolutely gorgeous shot.
Well, if ever there was a stroke that was worth having cold coffee for, it'd be... He's 56 now, Luxton. She's a big chunk out of 90 for 4.
Indeed it is. Lead creeping towards 300. Yorkshire bowlers will be disappointed by this Warwickshire bowling effort.
No, I'm sure they won't. Hannon Dolby bowls, and Luxton hits this in the air pick-up shot, and it's away towards the popular bank, and it's bounced through it for 6. What a fine strike. That went well over the rope. Just lifted it off the front foot and clipped it away into the benches. 96 for 4, Luxton to 62 at the end of... Oh, no, it's not the end of the over.
Well, it won't...
Oh, it is the... Oh, no, it is the end of the over.
Ollie Hannon Dolby's stomped off down towards the...
He's decided it's the end of the over.
If it's not the end of the over, I'm not bowling any more, Skip.
Yeah.
You're going to hit me like that.
Well,
two gorgeous shots, weren't they?
he must be
Well, the second one was,
feeling pretty good to attempt that. It's a different game at the other end at the moment, though.
Bairstow on strike. Let's see what antics he's going to get up to in this over from the left arm spinner. Suto bowls, and that again keeps just a little bit low, and Bairstow's back across his stumps, plays it away to deep backward square for a single. The danger for Will Luxton is because he's finding it so easy out there at the moment, is that he'll just get a little bit over-ambitious. Just 3 men on the offside to Luxton as Sutar comes over the wicket looking for that bit of rough. Bowls, and that is probably the most inelegant shot he's played all match, Luxton. He's just thrust the front pad out as far as he can go to pad it away. Didn't involve the bat at all. Bowling outside leg stump. Is he going to do it again this time? Let's have a look. No, he's just quite happily to raise the bat and just kick that one into the offside.
Yeah,
Could have taken a single, it wouldn't have counted, of course, because he wasn't offering a shot.
he misjudged the length a bit, the first one. So trying to make sure he did pad it, he ended up almost doing the splits.
One of those looks a bit painful. Next delivery, quicker delivery, and that's gone. I don't know which side that pass is. Eventually taken by first slip. He's looking to play it with his pad again. Interesting little duel, this, isn't it?
It is. It's a short leg there in quite a heavy leg side field.
Bowls again to Luxton, who's forward defending. Doesn't get a run there. A learning process for young Will, who's now brought the short leg into bat pad on the offside, the way he was playing those, and that next delivery he's padded up to as well. So quick over bowled, but going to be a lot of runs scored with Sutar firing it into the rough. Just the one off the over. 97 for 4.
It's two slightly different games going on at the moment. Sutar finding quite a bit of spin, but Alan Dolby has taken the last 2 wickets to fall.
Well, he's been removed.
Yes. Barnard, I think, is going to have a go for the first time in this innings, the Warwickshire captain. Had the best figures in the first innings of 3 for 66 and probably bowled the best over the piece as well. Certainly had a couple of very effective spells. And he's going to come back or in for the first time in this innings from the Trafalgar Square end. Hannon Dolby 5 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 25. And some rather unkind treatment from Will Luxton in his last over. Gives way to Barnard. And Barnard's first delivery is pushed back very gently by Johnny Bairstow. And there's no run. Jonathan Dodge is back, so I think we're all going to move along one.
I've got.
You come over. Are you coming over here?
No.
He
Come. Just. Yes, I am. But
all right, I'll carry on.
You just carry on. You just carry on. Do you know what sort of sells out? So you get the tap on your shoulder at my age. You're quite happy it's dodgy.
In comes. There's a thought. Barnard bowls to Bairstow, who defends back up the pitch. Well, you never know here, do you? Yeah. He asks more politely than HMRC, I find, on the whole. 97 for 4. Lead is 303. So that 6 took the lead past 300. There's Barnard to bowl to Bairstow. He defends and they want a short single, and Zen Malik's footwork isn't quite up to Dan Mosley's a couple of minutes ago, and he kicks it past the stumps. They were probably getting one anyway.
If you want to just take us through to the end of the over, then
okay, I'll do that.
We'll swap with a little more decorum than normally when I do the swaps, obviously.
He's all decorum, though, isn't he, David Townsend? Don't you think?
Well, when he's talking about taps on the shoulder, I don't know. I was thinking about his dance hall days when some, jealous husband might have tapped him on the shoulder on the dance floor and said, "Excuse me."
I don't know. Is this your point? 98 for 4. Luxton on 62. Barnard has him defending back up the pitch. There's a rare opportunity for 200s here in a match for Will Luxton, because I know. Look, you see, I'd merely light the blue touch paper and run off, but you can't say he's not in good form. He looks in tremendous touch again today, hitting the ball very confidently. Barnard's coming in to bowl to him fuller, and he defends very certainly back to Barnard. 304 the lead. Sun's come out. So, does this happen often when Jonathan reappears? The sun comes out?
It's all about disposition,
Is it?
Michael.
Oh, I see.
Sonny.
I wouldn't know. Barnard turns and starts a new approach to the crease and looks to the wall. He gets away with one here off the inside edge, drops down just behind him. He's called through for a run by Bairstow and goes off to the non-striker's end to recalibrate. He's 63. Maybe it's his day. 99 for 4 at the end of the over.
Disposition, not that position. Disposition.
Oh, okay.
Thanks, Mike.
Thank you.
Who quickly wants to retire from commentary after
Yes.
horrendous attempts at humour like that. So, yeah, Will Luxton with a bit of luck on his side there, but nobody, I don't think, will begrudge him that. Maybe barring the Warwickshire players out there and supporters who are listening, viewing, or indeed in the ground here at North Marine Road, where Manav Sutar is going to bowl the next over. It's not bad out there now. I don't think the wind is quite as strong as was the case. There's still a breeze, maybe rather than a wind. And Sutar bowls over the wicket. Luxton trying all sorts of balancing skills to try and knee that one away. And I'm not sure, he might have got a little glance on it to slip. Slipping a silly mid-off in place. Sutar in again. This time dinked away backward of square on the leg side for a single. Takes him to 64, and the applause is for the 100 on the board for Yorkshire, which means their lead is now 306 runs. It won't be enough to tempt the man who's about to face the next delivery into a declaration anything like yet. But we might see a few fireworks, and I've also seen a little bit of those recently with that lovely lofted 6 over there where I was sitting, actually, towards the top of the bleachers. Man's been brought in at 45 backward of square as well here, and now a short leg rather than silly mid-off to Bairstow, who tries a reverse sweep and nearly reverse sweeps it onto his stumps. Just not quite getting the coordination right, and Alex Davis has just turned to the man on the boundary edge and asked him to move a little squarer from third man as a result. And he's not, nearly came into play again there, Bairstow. It was one of those reverse sweeps where it hit the pad. He was looking somewhere across to his right.
It's a pretty safe shot, isn't it? Because there were only 3 men. There's a straight-ish mid-off, a slip, and just the deep backward point.
There's
on
virtually
the offside.
virtually an entire postcode out there that's to be exploited. And he's tried it again. It's 3 in succession where he's missed it, but the ball has also been missed as it bobbled along by the diving fielder. They've got 4 leg byes. Go on, DT, you've got the bins. Identify our fielder for us. Out in distance. So 104 for 4, and 4 extras to the total there. That is 5 leg byes, 2 no balls and 2 byes now, for a total of 9 extras. And this time, the ball shorter in length allows Bairstow to get across the crease and dink that one away to Ollie Hannon Dolby coming in from deep backward square leg. 1 run. Bairstow will retain the strike. 105 for 4. 7 to Bairstow, 64 to Will Luxton.
Just quietly compiling, aren't they? Quietly stretching the lead. 311. Probably enough already, Georgie, but obviously, as you said, they're not going to declare anywhere near this.
Yeah, I'm not sure what you guys have been saying about the wicket falling of wickets, but I think in a sense it's moving the game on, and also shows that wickets are there to be taken, and it's not getting more benign, is it?
Next will be or start of a new over from Barnard. He's just eased square of the wicket by Bairstow for a single. Very defensive field now for the Warwickshire skipper. He's got third man and sweeper on the cover boundary, backward point. 1 slip and a mid-off. Then 2 men out on the leg side, plus a mid-wicket and mid-on as he bowls to Luxton, who pushes that back. And there's no run to be had there. So, having seen what you've seen this afternoon, sort of declaration, do you think the declaration, Johnny might just tempt them with a sort of 380 declaration or something? So, Barnard again bowls, and that's just eased again through the offside. Happy to let them have a single.
Yeah, that would not be at odds with the way that the hierarchy have described how they want to play their cricket, which is, attacking, so trying to create winning opportunities. If you take it too deep, then you threaten to bury the match, don't you? And also make it a shorter time for Warwickshire to have to bat to see it out.
A bouncer there from Barnard that Bairstow thinks about hooking, but decides to let the ball go through to his opposite number as far as wicket keeping goes, to Alex Davis. Yeah, it'd be a heck of a chase if Warwickshire were to get 380. Barnard bowls again, and Bairstow hits that one firmly out to the fielder on the sweeper boundary. Suter sends in his left arm throw.
Figures-wise, I've just been talking to Katie, who's a recent addition to the Yorkshire staff on ticketing. She was saying around about 2,400 on day one, about 2.2 yesterday, and they're thinking about 1,600 in today.
Barnard bowls, and that's pushed down into the gully. No run. Decent, given that today was never going to perhaps be. A, it's probably the coldest of the 3 days with the wind coming across. And B, it was never really going to be that exciting, in the sense that I think everybody knew that once Warwickshire were bowled out, Yorkshire would just be looking for this lead. So proud of 1,600. What does that make in total? It's 6-2 for the 3 days.
It was kind of rough figures. So yeah, over 6,000 or above for the 3 days so far. And obviously, if there's still some interest tomorrow, then who knows? Might even end up with a few more. Neil Fletcher, acting chairman, who brought us the excellent confectionery earlier on. He's hoping for a post-tea finish tomorrow, as he would. Gets through lunch and tea, more sails around the ground and all of that. As Bairstow flicks one away off his legs for a single. So they've looked after as well this week, as is usually the case over here. That single took Johnny onto double figures. 10 to him, 65 to number 68, Will Luxton, who's facing this delivery, but padding off as Sutar comes over the wicket. Just wants his slip to move a little bit closer and a little bit wider, he says. And bowling now. And Luxton goes back foot. There's that yawning gap out to the square man on the offside. I think, limited though our abilities may be in the commentary box, even we might have dinked a single into that gap, and even DT at the ripe old age of 29 might have been able to get through for the full one. Bairstow dinks this one off the side of the pad, no run.
Yes, I think it was a bit, but he didn't pad it away, did he? He sort of posteriored it away, that one.
Sutarin again, Bairstow again.
Pad that time.
Yeah. Just around about the knee roll. Shinned it almost into the deck. And says to Sutar, no, I'm not going to pick that up. Get yourself down here and pick it up yourself.
Fair enough.
110 for 4. Sutar in again. Bairstow pads off again. If you're going to bowl over the wicket to me, left arm, and you're going to pitch it outside leg stump,
I wonder why he
ain't going to
didn't
bother.
try his reverse sweep there, or his reverse. Got it early enough. He would have hit it. Could have hit it through mid-wicket, acres of space. Well, mid-wicket, which would be extra cover, of course. 10 for 4. Warming up again, Doige. Sun's come out.
There's Alistair Lythe. Strolls by. Philosophical about Adam's scorecard in the match. Didn't apparently get a nick on the first innings dismissal. Probably unfortunately for him, didn't get a nick on his second innings dismissal.
Barnard runs towards us, bowls, and that's played up to mid-on. So does the fielding. Gulls are starting to get hungry by the sound of it. So many chips around today, smaller crowd. Next delivery outside the off stump, allowed through to the keeper, no run. Pure. Hardy souls in shirt sleeves I've noticed today, but most have got jackets on, sweaters. It was quite nippy down there in that tent last night as well, wasn't it? Wasn't the warmest. Barnard bowls, and that's just stroked out to extra cover for a single by Luxton. He moves on to 67.
I'm curious because I was out of the box when you two were chatting earlier.
Oh dear.
Just that Kevin Howells sent a message to both you and I about the pools panel. What was he talking about that brought the pools panel into play? Okay.
Here comes Barnard again, and again just a single into the offside. And there's no run. I can't remember. What brought it up, Mike?
Who were the pools panel? Do we actually know who the people were on the panel?
Well, we just want...
them to confess, or email. I think Kevin Howells is one.
Kevin Howells. Surely they must have let Len Martin have a vote. He had to read them out every time there was a weather issue.
Barnard bowls, and Luxton again plays into that gap of extra cover. Again gets a single, I think. York should be quite happy to continue doing this. It'll be 6 runs and over.
One of those lovely things about broadcasting, getting used to voices and sort of almost being part of your home. You know, Len Martin with his television announcements, and I think it was on Pathé News, wasn't it, as well, before that?
Here's Barnard. And there's an attempted flick on the leg side this time, a straighter delivery from Barnard. In actual fact, it's probably missing leg stump.
You'd get James Alexander Gordon, of course, reading it on the radio.
Oh, James Alexander Gordon, yes.
Swindon 0, Leeds United 7.
Well, actually, the last time they played in the league, I think it was 0-5.
Yeah.
But you're not too far out. And that 5th goal was quite historic because it's the first time a team had conceded 100 in the Premier League. So a record that Sheffield United took from us a couple of seasons ago.
Can't even keep all of those sort of records, DT. Swindon Town. What was it? The traditional colours in the old cotton shirts when I would have been growing up. Red with white trim round the collar and cuffs. Is that right? White shorts and red socks.
White shorts.
Stockings, as they would have been called then. Stockings.
Don Rogers, the only man who wasn't playing in all brown in the at the end of that Swindon versus Arsenal cup tie.
is Sutar, bowling to Luxton, who turns that into the leg side. No run. The Dean in Doncaster says, Dear JD, DT and co, enjoying the commentary. Hope we don't regret not enforcing the follow-on. I assume we'll try and score runs quickly, get a decent lead and then declare sometime today. Question mark. Sutar bowls. Luxton pads off. He says, I avoid sweet stuff to keep the weight off, so I won't be after scones. I'm doing a day trip to Scarborough in July. Can you recommend a place, PLAICE, brackets pun intended, to have fish and chips at lunch?
Oh.
Sutar in. That's flicked off the hip by Luxton. I think might have been thigh pad, actually. No run. Well, I mean, DT and I were just up the hill at Reynard's the other evening. Eating out, we should say, shouldn't we? Eating out. We're actually outside on the bench eating them. There's a couple just behind us that are also very good. Down the other end of North Marine Road, or just off it, there's another pad off by Luxton. I mean, in the ground here, if you're coming to a match, although not sure about games in July, unless you're coming to maybe a women's match. I think the next men's game here.
That would be.
Is that the 50 over game? Yeah. Right then, back end of July. I can't remember what the dates are actually. For those two, they're not together like they were for quite a while, weren't they? They were just separated by 1 day, both the two one-dayers, but they've split them by a week or several weeks now.
Yeah.
Single to Jordan Thompson, who's substitute fielding at deep backward square leg there off the bat of Luxton, takes him to 69. 114 for 4, 11 to Bairstow, who's, as DT has said, tried a few reverse sweeps up towards the bleachers, missed on each occasion so far. Sutar continues this over the wicket line to him, and he just dinks that down by his feet to complete the over at 114 for 4.
Here's the games here in July for Yorkshire.
Which date?
I don't know. I'm just waiting for my. Here we go. They will be playing at Scarborough. They're playing Hampshire on the 21st of July. And then they come back. A couple of games at York. They are, as you said, 2 in 3 days in York. That's at the end of the month, and then I think at the start of August they've got the final game, haven't they? We shall see. Yes. Indeed. Yorkshire against Derbyshire. Here on Friday the 7th of August.
Should be fun.
Start of a new over from Barnard. He bowls, and that's Luxton pushing into the offside, no run. 114 for 4. 69 now to Luxton. 11 to Bairstow. It's been. He had a much higher percentage of the runs earlier, didn't he? Will Luxton. His next delivery is, he just, as you said, languid, fluid, isn't it? It's lovely, those leg side shots of his. He's got a big future in the game, this lad.
James Boswell says, relearning maths by squad numbers. Cadence asks, which former Yorkshire player do you get if you add Bairstow and Revis, then subtract Hassan Ali and Luxton?
This next delivery goes down that side. Well, who was this, Bairstow and Revis?
Bairstow and Revis, that's at 51 and 77.
128.
Subtract Hassan Ali.
Oh, what's he playing in?
16.
In actual fact, it'd be easier, first of all, to just subtract Luxton, which would bring you down to 60.
And then take off a further 16.
44. Barnard bowls, Luxton defends. No,
Now, you know who that is.
You know that is. 44. Was it Sir Leonard Hutton?
It was very much number one.
44. Should I know this? Relatively recently, was it Brez?
But he's been up for a spell in the commentary box during this match.
Oh, it was. Tomo. 44.
And you do, of course, know why he chose number 44, because we've done this one on commentaries numerous times in the past. He's a Leeds United fan. Ross McCormack was his favourite player.
Here's Luxton driving. Good tumbling stop there. Extra cover. That's the end of the over, 114-4-4. As you can possibly tell by the way our conversation is drifting off, the game is just quietly bumbling along with 320 run lead. Again, this is a phony war, really, isn't it, before the serious stuff starts. You would think sometime in the final session.
Yeah. What would your squad number be, DT? What would your squad number be?
My squad number, what would I go for? I could go for, good thinking, might go for 27.
27.
That was the year my dad was born.
Okay.
That's the sort of thing they do, isn't it? Isn't it? He's sort of tribute.
Yeah, Bo Webster, number 12. Wonder why that is. The first number he batted, do you think, as a player? What would yours be?
2.2, my batting
2.2, Mike going for.
What did you say yours was?
I didn't.
Oh, right. Change of bowler.
Webster.
He's going to bowl his off spin.
Yeah, well, it's either that or it's a very short run up for his seam.
So, Bo
Jogs
Webster.
in, and it's
Oh,
wide
it's
of
your
off
end
stump.
again, isn't it? Sorry.
Yeah, Bairstow steps across, covers it and leaves. Partially Depressed says, be careful. The Clock Cafe sell many yummy homemade cakes. It's not unknown for people to order 2 or 3. They are that good. P.S. Guilty. Mighty Mariners suggests try Couplands. As Webster's in, Bairstow tries a reverse sweep. That felt like he might be dragging it onto his stumps. It's actually hit Alex Davies. No run. It's at Jonathan Doidge on X. Or email address is wm.sport@bbc.co.uk or BBC West Yorkshire Sport @gmail.com as Bairstow goes back foot and gets underneath one. And that's looped up in the air towards Barker, backward of point. He'll get a single. So this off the ball here is making things look more tricky to have fluency with the bat. Hence, I think that statement is corroborated by the fact that Webster is bowling off spin as opposed to seamers. And he's in, round the corner. That's been picked up and a really good catch at short leg. Luxton will not make it to be the first man since Gary Balance in 2017 to make a century in each innings of a first-class match, because he's gone for 69 second time around. But what a match he's had. 167 first time, 69 in the second innings, 200 and plenty runs to his name. But Yorkshire 115 for 5, and they're not kind of dictating the way that their own second innings is going here. Wickets are falling, the innings, the match is moving on by natural wastage. But there, you'll hear the applause for a very, very good individual performance that has helped to put his team in a very strong position.
Yes. Again, a few gorgeous shots in there. One particular on drive between mid wicket and mid on will live in the memory. Nice 6 pick up as well into the over the bleachers. Excellent innings. He'll be disappointed. Obviously, he hasn't gone on and got another century, but I think 167 followed by 69. You can't complain too much about that.
Zen Malik with a really good catch. I think, that he's actually hit that between his legs. Looking at that angle, Will Luxton takes it late. I might have got that wrong. Let's have a look now. Yeah, he's gone off his back pad. I mean, that's a brilliant catch under the circumstances. He's got no idea that it's going there, Zen Malik. We've had many inside edges that have gone past leg stump, but this one has just, unfortunately for Will Luxton, caught his back leg. Malik's reactions, outstanding to take the catch. So he's taken a good dismissal to see the back of Will Luxton, but see the back of him we have for the second time in the match now, and George Hill is out there with leg slip, orthodox slip and short leg as he props forward to this Webster delivery. Bo Webster on the mark with his off spin, picking up a wicket, and as I say, Yorkshire, well, they're giving the bowlers a bit of a rest here, but it's basically a session's worth of rest, isn't it? It's 36 overs. You get the impression that they wanted to be able to call it themselves, maybe, and they might not be able to do that, as Davies whips off the bails to the final ball of the over past George Hill's outside edge. So 115 for 5 after 37.
Yeah, I think this innings has been, not enforcing the follow-on has been useful in several ways. Obviously, it has given the bowlers a rest. Today, they'll have only bowled for the first hour and possibly for the last hour as well, last hour and a bit. So, almost like a day off, isn't it? They'll all say, no, you don't know what you're talking about. But, that is a decent bit of rest for the seam bowlers. Barnard down the hill to Bairstow bowls, and Bairstow angles that down to third for a single. 116 for 5. He moves on to 13. But the other thing it's done is allowed us to see that this pitch is, whether deteriorating is the right word, but it's not getting as easy to bat on. Would that be fair to say? Ball spinning. The batsmen haven't been getting themselves out. They've been being bowled out in this Yorkshire second innings. That was quite a few were guilty of getting themselves out in the first innings. So delivery sees George Hill off the mark. He plays it square for a single. Bairstow through quickly. 117 then for 5.
Luxton 69 off 115 deliveries. 140 minutes of batting in the second innings. 7 fours and a 6.
Yeah, cracking innings again. Very talented young man. Barnard slightly angled approach bowls, and that's going to be 4 runs to Bairstow, but again it bounced and came back and off the inside edge, run down just below us, and those will be gratefully accepted. Batting hasn't looked easy this afternoon, has it? There's just that little bit of extra nip in the pitch. A little bit more responsive for the quicker man and the spin. Barnard bowls again, and that's played firmly down into the gully. No run there. So 5 wickets down. Another of your fan club waving from below us.
Well, he waved yesterday, and I gave him a mention at that point. That's BBC Radio Sheffield sports editor Andy Giddins.
Next delivery again played with the inside edge from Bairstow, but this time a thicker inside edge goes out to square leg for 1.
I think in saying that back in long time ago when I was doing a bit of work for the BBC, and then when I wasn't, I was still doing some commentaries for the hospital radio on rugby league. I think I was with him for his first broadcast on a live commentary.
Hill plays that one square, and there's another single as Bamber comes in to do the fielding. The end of the over. Productive over, that one for Yorkshire.
That, by the way, it was a great way to learn radio. I don't know how you started, Mike. Yeah, there's a lot of people who do what we do who started off with that sort of route, and still look back with a lot of fondness on those times. Working with some good broadcasters who've done plenty of BBC local radio work themselves and were sort of stepping off that wheel, but still just loved to describe what was going on. One of the very best who I used to love to listen to, a bit like Callie when I was younger, was a chap called Jack Wainwright. We lost him in the late 90s, I think, but listened to him a lot doing rugby league broadcasts. And it was a privilege to sort of sit in the comm box in my early days doing hospital radio broadcasts with somebody like him, just finding out the ways of doing things as Webster bowls and George Hill plants his foot down. And there's a big appeal, which is denied by umpire Tom Lungley. Umpire Michael Goff, I should say, who's standing at this Peace-Home Park. And I think he might have had a bit of a giggle there with Bo Webster for a moment. He's in again. He's pushed forward into the offside by Hill. There's no run.
Well, apart from hitting him outside the line and being too high and his long way forward, it was absolutely plumb. Certainly that's what Bo Webster thought.
Here he is again. Reverse sweep by Bairstow. By Hill, I should say. Sorry, George. Sorry, Johnny. And he pinged that one, didn't he? But unfortunately for him, he found the field, found Sutar, who is positioned at backward point.
Be disappointed with that. Well, Sutar won't, because it was a heck of a good stop, but he really struck that well.
Yard either side, and it was 4. Webster in again, and Hill just propping forward into the offside. There's no run. So 123 for 5. George at the moment on 2, and Bairstow on 18. Here comes Webster again. Hill goes back foot, flicks it into the leg side, straight to the man once more. Bright enough at the moment, but still no sunshine at pitch level as Hill turns that one again into the leg side to complete another Webster over. He has struck in this spell with that wicket of Will Luxton in his previous over. Let's just check in on the latest Warwickshire bowling figures. Keith Barker 5 overs for 11. Ethan Bamber 1 for 30 from 9. Manav Sutar 1 for 33 from 13. Alan Dolby 2 for 25 from 5 for Ollie. Ed Barnard 5 overs for 16, and Bo Webster 1 for 1 from 2 overs.
He's not the worst off-spin bowler, is he? Tall man, getting a little bit of grip, a little bit of help from the pitch as it wears. Barnard comes in and bowls, defended backward a point.
Just had sight of some of the Yorkshire staff sitting pitch side. Josh Wilmer, media executive. I'm sure the boss will be delighted that he's getting paid to sit on the grass just over the boundary edge, DT.
He's getting to feel, get a feel for the job. That's, next delivery played down to backward point as well. Far better than sitting remotely somewhere in an office, Deutsche, in my opinion.
They phone him back to the office. Are you looking after those media type? Yeah, of course I am, boss. I'm just at the moment. I'm just running up and down, just looking after them, waiting on DT, hand and foot. Another ice cream, please.
Sweet stuff. Garner bowls, and this time Bairstow manages to get it past backward point and away. Down to Sutar on the point boundary for a single. Now there's a familiar looking gentleman walking across there in an orange jacket. Who's that?
Yeah, he's gone for the... Yeah, it's a very sort of terracotta-y orange, isn't it, today, Ken?
Is that Mr. Code?
Yes.
I thought it was.
It's either... He's got a white one, He's got a very bright yellow one, and today I think that's an addition to the Ken Code range, Ken Code Cricket Leisure range.
When's his lad back? He must be fit again soon, surely. And that's hit not convincingly by Hill, but he's got enough of it to get 3 runs. It's very nearly across the rope up there by the tee room. So he's hit it high and wide of Keith Barker, who didn't turn and chase because he knew there was a deep mid wicket out there, and he knows Ethan Bamber's legs are younger and more willing than his. Chase around the boundary for Bamber. Barnard bowls again, and that's eased off the back foot by Bairstow, his favourite scoring area at the moment. Square of the wicket. 20 to him, 5 to Hill, 128 to the lead. You just basically add 6 onto that, which is 134, and then another 200, so 334. They'll be looking to get this somewhere near 400, I think. Only likes a round number. 1 to Hill. He fancies coming back for a second, I think, and he does. Plays that down to third man. It's a couple. Moves on to 7.
I think we probably need to retire you for the moment, DT, and bring Mike back on. 8 overs before tea.
Wonder when I was going to get the tap on the shoulder again.
Yep, the big fellow with the white hair and beard. He's come a tap in once again. Bring Mike back in. 130 for 5, as DT says. And the 4 in fact wickets, I should say, to have fallen this afternoon. Sam Whiteman caught Zen Malik, bowled Sutar for 8. James Walton LBW to Ollie Hannon-Dalby for 5. Matthew Revis bowled by Ollie Hannon-Dalby for 8. And then most recently, William Luxton caught Zen Malik superbly as well at short leg off the bowling of Bo Webster for 69 to go with his 167 first time around. Bo Webster is going to continue at this Peathome Park end. Johnny Bairstow on strike, accompanied by Slip Alex Davis with the keeping gloves and short leg. First ball, he keeps it a bit low. He has to jab down on that in turning it to mid-wicket. The field is interesting. Like the noise of my pen clattering onto the wooden floor of the commentary box. There's a backward point, a square cover sweeper. Mid-off is a bit deeper than normal. There's a straightish mid-wicket, plus a long on, a man out deep on the leg side, centrally at mid-wicket, and a deep backward square. And Bairstow, again, doesn't catch that in the way that Johnny truly can, and checks out the bottom of his bat when he gets to the non-striking end, but he picks up 1 into the offside.
Well, the only boundary Bairstow has hit, and he's been there now for quite a while, nearly about an hour, is the inside edge for 4 off Barnard a few minutes ago.
And the field closes in on George Hill, silly mid-off, short leg and slip, and he goes right across off stump to paddle sweep this, but I think he got it off the cue end into the leg side. But yeah, it feels like it's getting slower, if anything, but I suppose the slow bowling is another factor in that. The odd one keeping a bit lower, still some turn, and Bo Webster's in, and George Hill really has cracked that out of the middle of the bat, but straight to the sweeper on the cover boundary. He'll pick up just the 1. His score moves to 8, the total to 132 for 5, and the lead to 338 runs. It does feel like a lot on this ground.
Yeah.
Feels like a lot on most grounds, to be fair. There's still not loads of chases beyond 250 that are successful in 4-day cricket, and less so on out grounds, I would imagine, statistically, as Bairstow gets 1 wide of off stump. He gets right across to cover his stumps. Let's see the back of his leg. Another dot. Johnny waits with that kind of expectant stance that he's got. Plants his foot solidly down, holds the bat up like it's a baseball bat, as if he's going to club every ball out of the ground. As we know, sometimes he does. On this occasion, it's not a club, it's a lovely cultured push wide of mid-off along the carpet all the way for 4. Nice way for him, but not Bo Webster, to end the over. 25 now to Johnny, 136 for 5. The lead 342.
Yeah, that was a super stroke, well timed. Ed Barnard chased that, ran into the railings, and has immediately left the field.
Oh.
The Warwickshire captain. So, sub will be coming out. He might have been going to do that anyway. He didn't appear to do himself a mischief. But he did come at a full sprint chasing that over the rope, and then there's about 2 yards of turf and maybe 4 or 5 yards of the pathway, and then clatter into the fence there.
We've got wee Jock McJock down the bottom here in his
Tam O'Shanter.
tartan Tam O'Shanter, and I think orange wig, I'd like to think that is. Or maybe it's sewn into the back of the hat. Of course, they'll be full of it after yesterday's result.
Yes. Had to get 3 points in that one, I think, that group. So, yep, first win for them. Tremendous occasion. A lot of people there from Scotland, certainly. Now, Sutar. I think we had to have the 2 spinners on together at some point soon. He's going to have a go from the Trafalgar Square end. And George Hill is pushing this back on the leg side with only a slip and a short leg. There's been enough assistance off the pitch, although all spin we've really seen in the match so far has been from this end. So Hill sweeps and he hits Zen Malik at short leg. He wears that one. But it's not too sore, I think. He's got up reasonably quickly. And they didn't get a run. 36 for 5. A little bit of breaks in the cloud in the last 20 minutes. Sutar runs across in front of umpire Lungley. Winds up into his delivery. Hill plays this very carefully. Straight bat out on the leg side. Quickly gets back to the start of his approach. Gathers the ball in his hand, grips it tightly and sets off again to Hill, who goes back and strokes this away to deep point. Takes a comfortable single. And it's very measured progress at the moment from Yorkshire, but I sense that we're not really measuring the progress of the game at the moment in runs, it's more in time. That's the target. They'll have a minimum amount of time they want to bowl, or a time by which they want to start bowling. And then they'll get whatever runs they feel they can get before then, I reckon. Already 343 on. So not far from what you'd think would be a good total in most circumstances, and Suter got that one to scuttle a bit at Bairstow. He had to jab down on it. Kept it out, but that would have been discouraging for Warwickshire to see first sign of a ball doing that.
Yeah, there's a guy, I can just see this fella with curly blondish hair rubbing his hands together at the side of the pitch. I think he's called Don Bess.
Yeah, he should be. Suter bowls, and Bairstow plays that with the flex of the wrists into the leg side. No run. It's the end of Suter's over. 14 overs, 1 for 34. And Yorkshire at 137 for 5, lead by 343. Bairstow 25 and Hill 9.
Good afternoon to Charlie Hall, who's an old teammate of mine who is given to message in from time to time. He's apologising for being late in this match, but he's been irrigating the desert, and he says it's not easy on your own. Now, Charlie, we were talking about run-outs yesterday, and this came to mind, although not as a run-out, but running between the wickets as Bo Webster approaches and bowls to Hill, who's also dragged that one-handed off the thick inside edge of his bat out to mid-wicket. He's got 2 runs for it in highly unorthodox fashion. But Charlie, backing up, there's many things I remember about Charlie from playing cricket with him as a junior, but the one thing, running up as the non-striking batter when the bowler was running up to get a flyer to get in for a quick single. That you, Charlie? I remember that in indoor and outdoor matches as George Hill paddles that one into the shins, I think it was, of Zen Malik. He's good, Zen, but he ain't that good. You can't reel those in, and George is having a chat with him now. Because that was a belting catch he took off Will Luxton.
Yes, it was a good catch.
He'd just been more or less completely unsighted in terms of where it was going. And so to react with a ball that's dropping on you like it did, it was exceptional. As Hill going back foot and working this one out into the deep on the leg side. And trying to work out, is that Bo Webster or Ollie Allen Dolby out in the deep?
It's Allen Dolby.
Allen Dolby, yeah. 2 runs is the result. So George Hill now on 13 to go with Johnny Bairstow's 25. 141 for 5.
Very quick to pick up the length of that Hill. It was dragged a tad short. It does do that from time to time, Webster.
He's in again. Yeah, it can't be Webster, can it? I'm asking if Webster's fielding it. He's bowling the blinking thing. Dodgy.
Oh, and he's pretty athletic.
You obviously were thinking that. You were very kind not to say that. As he drove that to Keith Barker at mid-off. And here is Webster. He's fired this one in with a sort of side-arm sling, really. A bit more pace about it. And George Hill has managed to get it away down through third man. And we'll pick up 2 more.
This is pushing the score along a bit. Keith Barker's indicating to the dressing room, I think, that he needs to come off for a moment.
Here's Webster and back foot. This time Hill dinks it out into the offside. They pick up 1. Charlie's replied saying that's me, liked a quick sprint. He'll also correct me if I'm wrong here, but I think, Charlie, did you not used to live either next door to or on the same street as David Leslie Bairstow back in the day?
For 7 off that over, so it's moved things forward. Takes the lead to 350. There are something like 35 overs to bowl today. We're not very far from tea now, are we? I've lost track of exactly what the number was.
I'll give you the exact number. Yes, you're right. So 3 to go.
35, okay. Sutar's going to bowl to Hill, and that squirted off the inside edge. But he was in the air for a brief moment, but it was behind square, so no prospect of Malik getting that. And they get another 2, so he's done a lot of scampering in the last 5 minutes, George Hill. To go to 18. And it's 146 for 5.
It's a very interesting tank top walk by.
Suter round the wicket. Hill plays this late and safely to backward point. And they don't get a run. Just have a quick, and it'll have to be quick in a Sutar over, but as we're approaching tea, quick look at the scores elsewhere. Here comes Suter again, and Hill goes back and guides this again to backward point. But he was in charge of that. By the way, in the Women's World Cup, we heard earlier a forlorn cry from next door that the Netherlands had lost to Bangladesh. At Edgbaston, India 105 for 2 in the 14th over against Pakistan. And I'm sure there's a good atmosphere there for that. In the Championship at Grace Road, Leicestershire, following on 219 for 5 against Essex, are 5 runs in front after a bit of a team effort in the second innings, but 2 wickets for Simon Harmer, 2 for Snater. This is just fired down leg side by Suter, and a good shot on the sweep. He's going fine for 4 by George Hill, who's moving along very nicely at the moment. He's up to 22 and raises 150 in the second innings, 150 for 5. At Trent Bridge, Somerset, batting with a lead of 117 are now 254 for 6, so in a good position to put the leaders under pressure, Nottinghamshire, or the champions. The champions and the leaders, aren't they? Notts, well, it's 371 Somerset lead by with 4 wickets in hand. Half centuries for both the Roux brothers today. Thomas is still there, unbeaten on 76. Hill pushes away into the offside, end of that over. At Hove, Glamorgan batting a second time, miles behind against Sussex. A 207 for 3. That's still 159 behind. So a lot of fighting still to do there. Sussex were going for their 4th win of the season. So although they were docked some points, they're looking pretty good. Quick at the second division scores. It's finished at Chesterley Street. Durham beat Derbyshire by an innings and 22 runs. At Blackpool, Lancashire requiring 432. Is that right? No, 425 to beat Kent. 196 for 4 with Harris 60 not out. So Northants have Gloucestershire close to defeat, I think. Gloucestershire 135 for 5 following on. That's still 62 behind. And Middlesex 172 for 4 at New Road lead Worcester by 246.
Bo Webster bowling to Bairstow, who's cut that one to the tumbling Sutar. Backward of square on the offside, picks up 1. Charlie Hall's confirmed he lived 4 doors from David Bairstow, who used to take him to Yorkshire games in the school holidays. .51 for 5 with that single, taking Bairstow to 26. George Hill on 22. Partnership therefore worth 36 so far for this 6th wicket. And they've done it really by knocking it around, not so much in the way of boundaries at all. That, I think, well, tells you that A, probably Warwickshire are bowling better than they did first time around, but B, this pitch is certainly offering something now, as this match is well into day 3 for the bowlers. Webster slung that one wide of off stump. There was still some turn in towards the right-hander, but too wide to trouble George Hill. And he's back in again. This time that one just slides on, really, past the outside edge into the gloves of Alex Davies.
I think that's definitely true, isn't it? Both those things are true. Warwickshire's bowling has been more disciplined, no doubt. But the pitch is doing a bit.
Webster in again. Paddle sweep played by George Hill. Executed it quite nicely. He's going to bring him a single down towards fine leg. 23 now to him and 152 for 5, which means that the lead is 358. Webster in again. Bairstow back foot and just flicking this one away down the leg side. They've not been able to dominate at all in this second innings in any way, shape or form like they had in the first Yorkshire, which again backs up what we've just been saying, really, both about the Warwickshire discipline with the ball and the way the pitch is beginning to wear. Ross and just dropping that into the offside, and there is no run. We have, ladies and gentlemen, I believe 1 over to go before the tea break on the 3rd day.
And this handy partnership just steadying Yorkshire. Not that they were in a difficult position, but at a 115 for 5, there was a possibility that Warwickshire could run through them for 150. Still have been a big target, but things a bit as it is now. They're rolling on reasonably briskly towards a lead of 400, and then it's really up to Stoney's bowlers. Would ideally like to be bowling, certainly with an hour left tonight, you'd have thought. And that's now well within range. Slip and a leg slip for Suthar to bowl the final over of this session. Started with Yorkshire 27 for 1, so they have managed to push it on a bit, even though 4 wickets have gone down. Suthar bowls, and a square drive from Bairstow brings him 1. And this is the best way forward, really. They're not playing with great amounts of risk. But they're still able to pick up 3 or 4 singles and over, sometimes a bit more. Round the wicket goes Suter. And Hill right forward in defence, squeezing the ball down into the ground, making sure that kills the spin. 154 to 5 for 5. Hill with 23, and again he just takes a step to the offside, places the bat there, and turns the ball back just to the leg side of straight. He's a bat twiddler. Hill, he likes to fidget in the crease. Now crouches down quite low and gets a ball that turns across him from leg towards off, and he angles it back in the opposite direction. Bends that fairly comfortably. Another twiddle of the bat. How do they twiddle it and always ended up with it facing perfectly forwards? This is floated up a bit more by Suter. How might that be for LBW, he asks Tom Longley. But he's well forward, Hill. So Longley just moves his left hand to adjust one counter. And he's otherwise unmoved. 154 for 5. A duo of goals patrol over Suthar, waiting for him to bowl the last ball so that everybody will go and have tea. Hill turns this calmly towards Malik coming in from mid-wicket. And it is the end of not only that over, but also of the second session of day 3. 4 sessions to go in this match, with Yorkshire in the second innings, 154 for 5, a lead of 360, and a position from which they can dictate terms in the final part of today.
Yep, 28 runs to Johnny Bairstow, 23 to George Hill, and we shall now be waiting for, at some point, you would think a declaration, unless, of course, Warwickshire pick up 5 quick wickets. You'd expect to see Warwickshire batting at some point between now and the end of this 3rd day, but at what point, we don't know. So, while we don't get too mixed up in all that, I think we'll take a breather. We'll be back soon.
Ladies and gentlemen, the player will be resuming in approximately 5 minutes' time. You can begin making your way off the Johnny Bastow and George Hill continuing back.
With the time coming to 4:05. This is Mike Taylor and David Townsend opening the shop for the start of the final session of day 3 here. I'm trying to identify them. I reckon it must be a former Yorkshire player with his young family, because just hovered in front of the pavilion, and umpire Michael Goff saw him and spotted and immediately came over and said hello, and then Ollie Hannon Dolby positively hurdled the fence and came over and said hello. So Nice to see everybody in good spirits. The sun has come out at Scarborough, which is... I didn't mean to say that with such an air of surprise, actually. But it is nice, because it's been a bit overcast at times today. But it's... If you can forget about the breeze, and I appreciate I'm saying that from inside, for those of you listening out on the ground and saying, well, it's all very well for you up there, sitting there, like Waldorf and Statler. But it is actually sufficiently better for the lady who's operating the camera down to our left, appeared coming back up the stairs with a really splendid looking chocolate ice cream cornet, which is much to be recommended. However, there are more, dare I say, more serious distractions, because Bo Webster is going to start from this end and try and stop Yorkshire getting any further ahead, DT, than the 360 they already are, which is quite a lot as it is.
I think it's too many already. It's another 4. Webster drops that one a little bit short. Johnny Bairstow's eyes lit up. And I don't know how many times in his 2-decade-long career he's had deliveries like that, but I'm sure a good percentage of them have gone to the boundary.
Yes, that one was a bit friendly. He does have he's a good bowler, Webster, both with seam and spin, but he does have the odd drag down, and there's an inviting gap through which Bairstow could clump that at extra cover, and he did.
Pitch is up this time, and that's defended by Bairstow. So let's keep an eye on these overs. That's 46 overs, so the new ball. The end of play would be after 78 tonight.
That's right.
Oohs and ahs there as Bairstow plays that one past short leg in the air. Malik under the helmet. He's been very brave in there.
He is
today. He's stopped a few. I'm waiting for the first coach to sort of develop a strategy for short legs where they make themselves big like a goalkeeper does.
Oh, I see what you mean, yes.
To actually cut down on runs a bit, but it's a bit harder when you've got a sort of solid leather projectile coming at you rather than a pig's bladder or whatever it is filled with air. His first ball of the session for George Hill to just sweep that one away. So 6 runs have already come from this over, and we'll see Yorkshire pushing on. I think they'd like to at least an hour, wouldn't they?
Yeah, I'd
an
have
hour
thought so.
tonight.
Yeah, I'd want an hour.
Webster bowls. That one's padded away, and we might say that was the most sensible of shots for Johnny Bairstow.
Well, it was turning in towards the stumps. It was coming from quite a long way out. But the
umpire would have to be guessing, and he wasn't playing a shot.
Well, but the thing is, you're inviting the umpire to guess, aren't you, if you're not playing a shot?
Webster bowls again. Quicker delivery, and Bairstow back on his stumps. Plays that to mid-wicket, the end of that Webster over. So 78 overs have to be bowled. Well, we'll be able to keep track of how many are left. So you take 2 off for the change of innings.
So if they declared now they'd have 29 tonight.
I missed the first part of what you said there. They've declared now.
No. If
I missed the if.
If. Big word if. Look at this young fella here down this end, age about 3, and he's using the sight screens as hurdles. Careful, son.
He's not that little lad who was on the outfield at lunchtime.
Oh, he looked quite handy, didn't he?
Oh.
You'd got him in he was about 3 or 4 with the big bat.
Yeah.
He's in the Yorkshire pipeline already, I'll be bound. Sutar comes left arm round the wicket from the Trafalgar Square end, and Hill very gently hits the ball into the ground and back to him. Sutar mocks up what it would look like if he was celebrating a caught and bowled. But he's not kidding anybody with that. He's in again quickly to Hill, who checks a drive but steers it down to long on. Take 1. Warwickshire largely on the defensive now, although they do have a slip and a leg slip for Sutar.
From time to time on social media, you see young Indian lads in the nets with a helmet on, playing gorgeous shots, and they're about 7.5 years old. You do wonder what happens to them when they get a bit older, don't you? Whether they sort of become superstars or whether
Looks
the
like one
interest
has.
goes, and also where the passion comes from. Is the passion all from the parents?
Sutar left arm round. Oh, and that was a very ungainly lead by Bairstow, and I think he almost managed to kick it onto the stumps. I think he thought it was going further across him than it was. Bairstow's looking at Alex Davis, who's staring. They're having a minor staring contest. Who's, I don't know, where's that come from? Hannon Dolby's come to get involved from mid-off, talking to Tom Longley. There's a lot of staring going on. The ball seemed to hit Bairstow and then trickle back towards the stumps. But I'm not quite sure what it is that
He's allowed to
everybody's
kick.
done wrong. Yeah, he's allowed
He's
to do
allowed
that.
to kick it away. Surely. It's the first about.
I'm not quite apparent to me what the issue was there. Maybe we'll see a replay. Anyway, Suter bowls and Bairstow adjusts very late to defend this into the offside. There was definitely a bit of... jaws were being jutted out there a bit, I sensed, between Bairstow and Davis.
You're going to get a replay of that one.
I don't know.
I'm
not sure we would necessarily glean a great deal if we did, if I'm honest. It was all...
Well, giving us some idea. There's certainly words between Davis and Bairstow.
Yeah. Round the wicket comes Suter. Oh, that one turned. He's properly beaten there, turning past the shoulder of the bat. Oof.
He's not really getting a long way forward, though, is he?
No.
Bairstow. He's trying to play everything from the crease, which is not necessarily the way to go when the ball's turning and you're facing India's in-form spinner. Oh dear, he's just gone for a little walk now. And, just one or two little...
His edge coming in this over, isn't it? It might pass. Suter bowls. Bairstow tries to reverse sweep and he's taken on the pad. He's going to get a run of some kind. Maybe it's trickled off the bat. Yes, that's the way it's been judged by Tom Longley.
Unless Tom Lumley's invented a new signal which involves just sort of scratching the back of your ear.
Yes.
That would be good, wouldn't it, if that was one of the signals?
Well, I'm sure that at some point the ICC will come up with a new regulation that involves that. We have the whirls above the head, don't we, for
power play.
For power plays. Which I can never quite remember. And then
No. The one above the head is free ball.
oh no, that's snooker. The free hit. Yeah,
Free ball.
Ronnie O'Sullivan gets one of those.
Yeah. It's the one in front of you that's the power play.
Power plays, yes. Although in 2020s, it's always the same anyway, so I never quite know why.
And the one above your head is a free ball or free hit or whatever they're saying. It's after a no ball.
Yes.
So there isn't one for scratching your ear.
Oh, I'm sure people are be working on that at Lords or wherever it is now as we speak.
Webster bowls and Bairstow tries to just work that one around the corner. I think he's having a little chat with Alex Davis, who's not a youngster anymore. It's not as though it's a sort of youngster chirping. That ball just stops a little bit as Bairstow tries to force it on the onside and very nearly pops a catch to short mid-wicket. Get chirpy young wicket keepers. Normally they get a bit older. There's a bit of a union going on, isn't there? Webster bowls and a big shout for LBW. And Webster started to go into the appeal and then running backwards excitedly.
It was fair enough to ask. He was quite a long way across there, Bairstow, although I'm inclined to think he was probably going down past the leg stump. Maybe not. Anyway. That's the way it's been judged. There might be a bit of...
He said he might have just hit him outside the line there, I think
possibly.
Michael Goff was indicating.
Possibly.
Bairstow's going to do something brutal in a minute, isn't he? Not that delivery, though. That delivery just pushes it into the onside. You can see he's just waiting for his moment to...
I don't know whether there's a bit of trans-Pennine rivalry between Davis and Bairstow.
Possible, isn't it?
Was a Lancashire player, of course, Davis. And certainly Lancashire by accent, unmistakable.
And you don't get more Yorkshire than Johnny Bairstow.
So we go.
It's George Hill on strike now. Slip.
Yes, he's quite
Short
Yorkshire,
leg.
isn't he?
Mr. Bowles, and he's back across his stumps and just tickles that round the corner for a single.
George Hill, so that's fairly Yorkshire.
Yes,
My book. You can't get, yes.
one of those Eddie Waring places, isn't it, Keith?
Keithley, yes.
Keithley. Oh, I can't do Eddie.
Well, they Keithley
Can't do anybody,
Keithley
to be
Cougars,
honest.
aren't they?
164 Bowles there to Bairstow, covers up, so he's controlling himself at the moment, is Johnny Bairstow.
We've got a decent level rugby league now in Birmingham, actually. It's not a sport which has been hugely represented traditionally in the West Midlands, but the Midlands Hurricanes have been climbing the
what?
The Midlands Hurricanes, if you don't mind.
Oh, you're joking.
I'm not joking. And they've moved up, I gather, they moved up the pyramid quite a bit. They were playing, for a while, I think they were playing at the Alexander Stadium where they had the athletics. But this weekend they were playing in Harborne somewhere, as far as I know. But yeah, I believe they've moved up a bit in the rugby league world in the recent past. What's the hold up now? Somebody's coming to look at Alex Davis. He's jammed his finger. He has had 1 or 2 bits of finger trouble earlier in the year, Davis. I think he broke a finger right before the start of the season, so Kai Smith was keeping wicket in the first couple of games, although Davis was batting.
They're a tough old breed, aren't they?
Yeah,
Wicket keepers.
you have
With
to
their hands, you know.
Have to be, don't you?
Yep. These days with the protections and the innards and all the rest of it, he's a bit better, I think. But
You don't get many people going from as a career change from wicketkeeper to pianist, do you? You go the other way around generally. Well, I'm sure Arthur Rubinstein could probably keep to the legs, keep to the spinners.
they do take a batter in the old hands, not just wicket keeping. I mean,
Yes.
I remember having a chat with Desmond Haynes, to drop a name.
Oh, gosh, yeah.
He reckons he played a large percentage of his career with a cracked finger. On his right hand, the index finger was a horrible gnarled old thing, a bit like mine is now. But I've got an excuse because I'm a good age.
So his finger
What Dez's is looking like now, it was bottom
crooked.
if you like, bottom hand.
Yeah.
And he, as they said, Desi tended to play a bit low
Yes.
and got struck quite often on it.
Yes.
And got so used to it that he just carried on.
Yeah. Think how good he'd have been if he didn't. Gosh, what a fine player.
Yeah, and I think he just got used to the fact that it's one step up from being badly bruised, isn't it?
I suppose so. Suit up starts a new over and Hill defends back up the pitch. That's no fun though, having an index finger that's bent like that.
No, I think at the time he was muttering about soft youngsters or something. You know. He's
Is he still coaching? Because he was coach at Middlesex for a bit, wasn't he? I think.
I think he was at Sussex, was he, for a while?
Might have been. Round the wicket comes Suter, and Hill has no ambitions here beyond forward defence.
But if you read, I would recommend Franklin Stevenson's autobiography or whatever, written with our good friend Dave Bracegirdle.
Did he? Oh yes, of course he was at Notts, wasn't he, for ages?
Yeah.
Souther bowls and Hill, he's carefully forward, getting right forward there, bat and pad together.
It's a book I would seriously recommend to people,
good.
just for the joy of that sort of Caribbean lifestyle, growing up as he did in the late 70s and 80s.
Yes, Souther bowls and Hill, he's forward this time, running it off the face of the bat to backward point.
And the number of extremely talented sports people
Yes.
in Barbados around that time. And he says in that book that if Desi hadn't been a cricketer, he could quite easily have been a professional boxer. So,
Really? Gosh.
tough man, Desmond Haynes.
So runs his fingers over this and has Hill pushing it square on the offside. Bairstow set off hoping there might be a run, but there wasn't. And they're not trying to force the issue at the moment with a lead of 370.
No,
So they're obviously content with how long
They'll
they've
have
got. Suto round the wicket, and Hill, he's just blocked 6 balls in that over. So it's the end of the over. 164 for 5.
I would imagine they'll possibly have a time in mind, a time in the sense of number of overs left in the day.
Yes, I'm sure.
To declare, rather than an actual, 400, 420, 440 ahead or whatever.
I think so, because on this surface as it now is, the difference between 420 and 440 feels a bit nebulous. It's, you're either going to bowl Warwickshire out in 110 overs or you're not. I reckon.
OHD's,
We'll see.
OHD's friend is back.
I can't quite. I feel I should know who that is, but I can't quite identify him. Anyway.
He looks a bit like Andrew Strauss with hair, but obviously not Andrew Strauss.
To think about. Warwickshire did have a chase of 396 last year, against which they reached well inside the distance against Worcestershire, but circumstances were a bit different at Edgbaston.
Webster Bowles.
Oh yes, sorry.
And an appeal again for LBW. I think umpire Goff is quite rightly saying, well, the ball's spinning a lot. And in that instance, Bairstow got his front leg, I think, outside the line. You do that, you're pretty safe. Bowls again, and that time smashed to short extra cover. Well, he'll be disappointed to have not held, well, it wasn't a catch, but took the sting out of it. Who is that at short extra? Is that?
I think I thought, no, it's not. I don't think it's Mosley. It might be Barnard, actually.
Is it the skipper there?
I think it might be, yeah.
But he saved a couple of runs because that would have been away for 4 if it had got past him. Webster Bar tosses up again and deceives Bairstow a bit. He was probably started off thinking about a sweep, then he was going to hit it through mid-wicket. In the end, he's going, just patted it back to the bowler.
There's a few deliveries mixed in here from Webster.
Next delivery is a quicker one, and Bairstow just plays that one defensively. 166 for 5.
He's not been quite as accurate as dropping it on the same spot as Sutaris, but there are some awkward deliveries mixed in.
Yes, he gave that one earlier a bit of air, and Bairstow's eyes lit up, and he really smashed it. Didn't quite get it past Barnard. Webster bowls again. Bairstow goes for the reverse sweep. Shouts a catch it from Davis. I think it bobbled off Davis's pad, and it just ended up short of slip. And Bairstow living dangerously.
I bet Michael Goff's quite pleased. Had that been popped up for a catch, he'd have had to adjudicate what it hit on the way, and that would have been really quite difficult, I reckon. Because you'd know whatever you did, you were going to annoy somebody.
Yes.
It'd be hard to make your mind up on that, I reckon.
Webster bowls, and Bairstow launches that one into the direction of Cow Corner, and he's got a boundary to end the over. He's signalled to the dressing room he needs another bat.
Well, he nearly let go of that one completely. He was just gripping onto it with one hand right at the top of the handle by the time that he made contact then, but it's gone away for 4. Some lads carrying 2 big boxes of stuff each there, going back past us.
Yeah,
Look like the sort of boxes you get pies in. So,
something like that.
plenty of pies.
4 bats have come out for Bairstow. He's had a look at them, chosen one. He's on 41, so...
It'd be good to be a good enough player to be able to choose between a bat, one bat and the other. I reckon I could just about tell between a wooden and a plastic one, but that's probably about as far as it would make any odds to me. Rarely used it. Suter bowls, and Hill is turning the ball away into the onside. Quite happy to be careful against Suter here. Ball's on the prowl over towards the Popular Bank. They've seen sustenance. Suter, Hill is down the pitch this time, and a very good diving stop at extra cover denies him runs. I think that's Webster with the orange soles on his boots.
I've run into somebody who in Sydney recently who remembers playing against Mike Gatting when Gat was a 14-year-old. I said, did he get any runs? They said, I can't remember. I said, did he look good as a bat? I can't remember.
Oh.
So the only thing I can remember is he was 14 and he had 3 bats.
Oh, okay. That'd be an indication, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Suter bowls round the wicket, and Hill defends into the offside. I got insulted by Mike Gatting once.
You were insulted by him?
Yes.
You?
Yeah.
Well.
I mean, he had a point, I'm going to tell you.
So you were justifiably insulted?
Well, I think so. I mean, I took modesty. He was very nice, I'll tell you in a moment. Suter's going across in front of the umpire, and this is floated up and swept hard by Hill. Oh, and it took a horrid bounce just as it got to deep square leg and bounced past the fielder for 4. Is it Bamba down there? I think it might be. But he seemed to have everything behind it, then it bounced over his shoulder.
Yes, it was.
I don't know what happened there, or if he just misjudged it. It was a bit of a low skimmer. Suddenly he was reaching above his shoulder for it.
There's more food being bring along.
Oh, what's that? Oh, cakes.
Down below us. There's cakes. Well, we've had enough cake.
I couldn't. That scone's filled me up. Here comes Suter. Oh, that one turned. Hill plays it carefully, and there's no run. 174 for 5. He's got 30, George Hill. He's quite a partner in this partnership on the whole. That sweep just now accepted. And he's waiting for Suter, who's not quite rushing through his overs in the same way as he was. He bowls this one a bit flatter, and Hill guides it away into enough of a gap on the offside to get a short single. And it was quite a short one in the end. Bairstow had to get a move on. And
Bairstow's run through the crease by, well, a good 20 metres or so. He did. Yeah, he did.
170.
So you're going to tell us what?
Yes, I will.
Tell us
I was
a
while ago for some probably a landmark birthday or something. My wife got me one of these things, these experiences, where you go to Lord's and you have a tour of Lord's and some, an hour or however long it was, in the sort of indoor school at Lord's playing cricket, which was terrifying. So I was a terrible cricketer.
You get a net.
Yeah, basically, yeah. So I did some bowling, and it was mostly with, I've got to say, people who were, I was probably about late 20s at the time, from folks from the home counties who were quite a bit older than I was on the whole, and much better cricketers generally.
Webster starts a new over, and that's reverse swept by Hill, but straight to the fielder on 45.
So I tried to sort of hide in this slow bowler's net. I don't say spinner, I wasn't really a spinner, I was just a slow bowler. And after a bit, you've got to go into bats, so I borrowed a helmet and some pads off somebody at work.
Next delivery, defended back to Webster.
I hadn't really played since I was at school, I wasn't very good then. And after I'd been sort of fishing in this net for about 10 minutes, so Mike Gatting was sort of like looking down all these nets and talking to everybody. And he sort of watched me bat for 3 or 4 balls.
Webster bowls, and that swung high and mighty.
That's a good
No
shot.
need to run for that. That's gone all the way, 6, right down into the lowest part of the ground over Cow Corner. Splendid shot. I'm sure at Lord's you didn't play any shots like that. Otherwise,
I might have played them. I didn't hit them like that. That's for sure. So he has to look at what I was doing. He said, Do you play any other ball sports?
Webster Vowles to Hill, who hit that 6 and defends there. He's moved on to 37.
I said, well, snooker and spot the. I've played that.
Spot them.
Spot the ball.
Oh, spot
I've played
them.
that. I'm quite good at that. That's about the limit, to be honest with you. He said, "Oh, I thought so."
Webster Vowles, and this time Hill's got hold of that one, and Bamber, the ever enthusiastic Bamber, is not going to be able to sprint down the boundary and cut that one off. So that's another 4 to Hill,
Good shot.
who now draws level with Bairstow on 41. 185.45.
So, as I say, justifiably insulted.
Well, it's sort of.
He was quite right.
He's a good man. I've had the good fortune of working and knowing Gat for a very long time, and that's pulled down short and that's hammered away. That's absolutely murdered square of the wicket down under the covers, and the third boundary. And I think that might be after a 6, 4 and a 4. That might be a thanks, Bo. Take a blow and. Scored very quickly on now to 189.45.
And they're in writing position to dictate terms now, aren't they?
They are. And
work out what they want.
yes, he.
No, he's always seemed a good guy.
Gat's always quite sort of subtle with those.
Yes.
Little things.
It was very good entertainment on the tour, I must say. Enjoyed it. That was all of 20 years ago now, I should think.
Yeah, he's. I was involved with Middlesex around around the time when Gat was in the news for not always the right reasons. There was I actually started working there just after the Shakarano incident.
Oh gosh.
And then there was the Rossley Court, and when he got suspended for one game for England. But no, he was supposed to just miss the one game and never got the captaincy back. That was 88. And then, of course, 89, they decided to go off to Australia. To South Africa, the Rebel Tour. So it was an interesting time. But
he had a very late sort of comeback to the England team, didn't he, in the mid-90s?
he did. Came back. Well, actually, he came back as soon as he was. As soon as the South African ban was lifted, and he dropped the softest catch that's ever been dropped in cricket. You remember that
Lords,
one? Well, there was one in Lords, wasn't there? But there was even off the bowling of Ian Salisbury in India.
I remember that. Yeah.
He was suffering badly from food poisoning at the time, but so he wasn't perhaps 100%. He was concentrating on his hands. He might have been concentrating on another part of his body.
Yes.
So the ever-willing Bamber is back into action.
He is, and his first ball is run down to third man by Bairstow. Oh, you see, if only we'd have done a fielding drill on that day I was with him, then he would have been able to see that it was only ever the second softest catch in cricket history that had dropped. I could have obliged him.
There was that one, you mentioned it, I think he dropped Alan Border, who went on to make a lot of runs.
Yeah, in a Lord's Test match, I remember that one. Anyway, but we're rather underselling him here, because if you are lucky enough to not be old enough to remember, then he was a very fine player for England, especially in the mid-1980s. Forward comes Hill to defend away into the offside, and also scored monstrous numbers of runs for Middlesex as they won a lot of trophies.
Yeah.
So he was a great player. On 90 for 5. Look at Hill. You can now he's hit the 2 or 3 boundaries in a row. His bat twiddling is possibly a bat majorette at the moment. He's waiting for Bamber, and he feels that one. If he'd have got it even closer to that, he'd have twiddled no more. But it went through very low to Alex Davis, who's knocked his pad askew, I think. He's trying to sort of... Well, he's knocked something askew. It might even be his knee, the way he's flexing it.
The lead bearing down on 400 now. But the boundary will take them to 400, won't it?
With 25 overs left today at the start of this one. Bamber has Hill coming forward to defend.
Minus the 2 for the change.
Minus 2, yeah. So, well, they're surely going to want 15 overs tonight.
You'd think so, wouldn't you?
So, yeah, we might be into the credits of this innings, I think, before very much longer. A bit surprising if Bairstow didn't try and indulge himself for a couple of overs before he calls it off. Hill shuffles out of his ground here to come and change the length and ends up following an away swinger, but without touching it. Beaten for the second time in the over. Warwickshire, they're not exactly on a go slow because they've bowled. They're well up with the sort of over rate anyway, having bowled a lot of spin today. But they're not rushing at the moment, as teams don't when they're waiting to be stuck back in. So things are a little bit in slow motion. Except for Bamber, who's never in slow motion, and he comes hurtling into bowl to Hill, defends away into the offside. Bamber himself scampers across the field. Every team needs somebody with his sort of energy. 190 for 5. 396 the lead. 48 to Bairstow. No, 42 to Bairstow. And 45 to George Hill. And, the raffle's been drawn. That's the news that everybody really wants.
Buys have come. What was that?
Yes.
Was it Colin Crompton?
The wheel tappers and shunters.
Yeah.
I think so.
Colin Crompton.
Crompton, I believe, yes.
I mean, his only gag was to sort of stutter into the microphone or something, so the microphone wasn't working, wasn't it?
Oh,
tapping it.
Norman Collier.
Oh, that's a different one, was
Yeah,
it?
I think so. I can't know.
That was ITV. I wasn't allowed to watch that.
Oh, really? Just had council telly anyone else, did you?
I exaggerate. I used to tease my mum about that. Never used to let us watch ITV. Well, the best shows were on BBC. He's carrying on. He's Webster. And
Fanto.
It's Panto season. Let's have a look at that one again on the replay. I think he's got his pad outside the line. No, he hasn't. But he's stuck in somewhere near the groin outside the line. So,
Yeah.
it would have hit the stumps, Bo. But you've got to look up the relevant law, which I think is law number 34 from memory. The LBW laws and subsections. Bairstow just paddles this one around the corner for a couple of runs.
Anyway, he's now got himself a new fan club, Webster, who he's going to be hearing from quite a lot in the next 20 minutes.
I think he is.
It's all good knockabout stuff.
He actually appealed twice there, didn't he? And still wasn't given.
Well, you've got to...
And that's swept into Alec there. Is he okay? There's a bit of a... He's a tough cookie, isn't he?
Well, he is pretty tough. It was a full toss, whacked straight at him. So, yeah, that'd be sore. It's a nice guy, Zen man. He's a very quietly spoken chap. He's one of the many now graduates of the South Asian Cricket Academy. That's been doing such good work. And a late starter in county cricket. I believe played second 11 cricket or had trials with as many as 12 counties before, and was playing for Staffordshire.
Well,
which,
that's a decent standard, isn't it? He's obviously...
Well, can I just say on behalf of Staffordshire, as someone who grew up there, I would say everything in Staffordshire is of a very decent standard, if you don't mind. But he's got a contract with Warwickshire about 2 years ago.
I thought the M6 goes through Stafford, doesn't it?
No. It averages out across the county. It's very good. It's a very leafy county, Staffordshire. I used to get 3 buses to watch Staffordshire in the first round of the NatWest at Stone a couple of times. in between Cannock and Stafford.
They
Oh, no,
used
it's
to-
not.
they
It's
always used to go-
north of Stafford. It's between Stafford and Stoke.
They always used to go well in the Gillette, didn't they?
They occasionally did, yeah.
Well,
Well, they used to give teams a
put
bit
up
of a,
yeah.
bit of a decent run, yeah.
Was it Dean who used to play for them?
Steve Dean,
Stephen
yes,
Dean,
the
yeah.
Terminator, I think he was known as in the local leagues.
Yeah.
I think it was partly because he could bash it a long way, and partly because he'd occasionally run a bloke out. But no, yes, I saw him a couple of times playing in those games. I tell you, well, Malik's having some. I don't think it's not smelling salts exactly, but they're just checking he's all right. I think he is. Alex Davis is also having a bit of treatment as well. I'm not sure all is entirely well with the Warwickshire wicketkeeper. The first time I saw Aravinda de Silva was in one of those games. He came playing for Kent. This tiny little fella comes out of the stone pavilion carrying what appeared to be a match in his hand and hit one of the biggest sixes I've ever seen that went to a garden over the road from the ground at Stone. I mean, it's not a very big ground. It was still going up when it went over my head. Crikey, how can this little fella with that hit it as far as that? Tremendous player. Anyway, everybody's now back in position.
Here's Webster again, bowls to Bairstow, who clips that one nicely through the onside. He's just going to pick up a single. And draw level with Hill again on 45. Yeah, the first time I ever commentated on Sri Lanka, De Silva and Mendes did an awful lot of fielding. We were very early days of Sri Lankan cricketer. We were unsure of the team and the pronunciation
Oh, I
of
see
the
what you
long
mean.
names.
Yes, yes.
And if the ball wasn't in the air, come back quickly for a second run there. The ball didn't fly in the air. It was generally either Mendes or De Silva who fielded it.
Yes, I see. Well, there were a few De Silvas, weren't there, when they first started, so the odds were in your favour. In fact, there were 2 or 3 Mendeses in the early days of Sri Lanka's international cricket.
So, Webster again, bowls. Quicker, shorter delivery that's turned by Hill. Part of the umpire for a single. That's the end of Webster's over, a bit tidier than the last one.
Lead went past 400 in that over, by the way. It's 402 now. So, you've used the term phony war a couple of times today, and that's where we are now, very much. Waiting for Yorkshire to say, or specifically Bairstow, who couldn't be getting a closer look as to how things are looking, out in the middle to say, okay.
Yeah, they'll be thinking nip a couple out tonight and another 3 tomorrow morning and finish sometime around tea time would be the way they would be approaching it, I think.
That's the plan. And then, well, of course, this week, because this is sort of like an away game for Yorkshire, isn't it? In the sense that they're all staying here, as opposed to being at home, because they're all based around Leeds, I imagine. So they're all staying somewhere down the front, I think.
Apart from Adam Blythe, of course.
Oh well, yes, quite. Is Bamber starting any over, and this is chopped very fine down to third man by Hill, so fine that Alex Davies thought for a moment he was going to get it, and they're back for 2 runs, and George Hill has 50. And he makes sure by running halfway to the boundary that he was definitely going to get there. So a well-made 50 for George Hill from 69 balls. And he's beaten his captain to that landmark, and there's generous applause, which sounds like twice as many people as there are in the ground for George Hill. 198 for 5. Nicely done, sir.
The skipper's just shaken hands with him as well there, so he's not had the greatest time with the bat in the last couple of seasons, George Hill, but he looks to be back in form, and of course his bowling's excellent. Another one of those Yorkshire players on the fringes.
Handy number 7. He gets a full straight delivery here and hits it straight back to Ethan Bamber. So 69 balls I've got that then, and 6 and 4 fours for George Hill. And helping just steady things, not that they were particularly in a dodgy position at 115 for 5 with a big lead, but nevertheless making sure they get that the whatever they leave, Warwickshire is going to start with a 4. This is hit firmly up to mid-on, where making a little bit of a meal of fielding that. Who was that? Mosley. Warwickshire are now, as no team would at this point, they're not rushing. Hardly blame them, they know what's coming. To be under examination quite soon. Bamber has Hill just walking forward to defend this.
Yeah, we've got, what, 10 overs since tea? 22, 20 overs left. Another 5 overs, perhaps?
Yeah.
Not going to be much more than that, is it?
Wouldn't have thought so.
Want 15 overs at them tonight.
Yeah. The light's quite good at the moment. We haven't seen any light interruptions in this game today, so we certainly could have done yesterday. Bamber has Hill forward, defending this back to the bowler. Bamber stops dead after he picks it up and seems to be looking up at the umpire for something.
Well, I don't know whether he thought that might have just brushed the pad first before he found the middle of the bat.
Yeah,
and
possibly.
could therefore been a possible LBW, but that really is clutching Ethan.
Well, look, you don't... The man who never asked never got, I suppose. Working on that basis. This is pushed away in the offside for 1 run. And a rather enthusiastic throw from Webster, which well backed up. And the thing is, although he appeals a lot, Bamber, he does it he doesn't do it in an aggressive way.
No.
It's always like, would you mind me inquiring the possibility of?
He's an interesting little character.
He is, yeah, he's a good guy. Good guy, Ethan Bamber.
Is self-effacing the word? I don't know.
Yeah, he definitely is. He definitely is. He did an interview with my colleague Richard Wilford after scoring a century at Chelmsford last year, in which it was like an Oscar speech. He just really wanted to thank everybody else. And it was more Richard asked him about, well, you've scored 100, Ethan. Yes, I know, but my teammates did this and, they did that, and I'm not really good enough to score. You just have. That was very Ethan, bless him.
That's media training as well, isn't it? His dad's an actor, you know.
He is, yes. He's just jolly one brought up. Anyway, 199 for 5.
So have a change of bowling now with spinner coming back on, Suter.
Yeah, Webster had got through 10 overs in all, and there was quite a bit of fun in them towards the end, 1 for 51. Suter has also only taken 1 wicket, although he could have had a few more.
Suter bowls, and that's an attempted reverse pull. Is there such a thing?
Sort of a slap, wasn't it?
He tried to square the wicket in the direction where you would normally square cut a ball, but the ball was out stump. Suter being very precise in placing his field. Here's
the thing is, we're getting these overs tonight, whatever happens, however long it takes.
So there is the reverse sweep, and there it goes directly to the fielder. Ethan Bamber, who's placed there for exactly that shot. The 200's up, that's why you can hear a little ripple of applause around the ground. And you'd think it was in Warwickshire's interest to get these overs bowled quickly. If there's an attempt, it's up in the air and it's landed, and it's landed safely between slip, wicket keeper. In fact, sorry, there is no slip, is there? There's the men on 45 either side running in, Alec Davis running back, and it's just landed safely. But the only place it could land, and not any of them get a hand or a glove on it. Next delivery is struck away firmly. Another reverse shot from George Hill, one more to him, 203 for 5.
It's quite hard to counter these reverse sweeps, isn't it? So if he's bowling left arm over the wicket,
Yeah.
but if he goes round the wicket, then he's exposed to them, I suppose, hitting him down the ground.
I suppose he's really looking just for the top edge, isn't he? That's
Yeah.
going to. And, well, Hill pulls back and smashes that one through extra cover. Orthodox shot.
Bairstow to 50.
Oh, sorry, it's Bairstow for his 50. Johnny Bairstow's second 50 in the match. And making room for himself. Making a lot of room for himself and hitting that through extra cover. How are we going for his figures?
69 balls and 5 fours.
Wasn't Hill off 69 balls as well?
He was a little... No, he was off 69 as well. You're right.
Next delivery is just, we say, padded away, but padded away off his backside by Johnny Bairstow. Looks like Webster coming in for a comfort break. Substitute fielder on. 12 overs bowled since tea, so that now means there would be 18 left if they declared. So three more overs takes them to about 412 ahead now, 430.
That's plenty, yeah. Warwickshire getting, well, I say barracked. There's one or two grumpy shouts to get on with it, but as I say, with especially as it's brightened up, we're getting these overs anyway.
As I started to say, it's got to be in their interest to get the overs bowled quickly, to be batting in the better light.
I suppose so, yeah. I mean, the thing is, it's no good betting on it being bad light. No, it doesn't look as though the light's going to get as bad as it did yesterday, and we played on through that. Bamber bowls and Hill plays the sort of stroke that suggests the declaration he's not far away by clumping this straight for 6. I think it's gone just to the leg side of straight. Oh no, it's gone dead straight. I'm just looking to see where somebody's found it in the seats, and it's more or less directly behind the bowler.
You're dying to see one go between those houses, aren't you?
Well, who wouldn't?
I think the last person to do that was David Byas in the championship winning year.
Yeah, it'd be because it's a fair way back to those houses.
Oh yes.
So it would have to be quite a clump. He was a good player, wasn't he, Byas? In comes Bamber again, Fuller, and square driven by Hill for 1 run, and he goes to 60. So 2-1-3 for 5. It's hard to imagine that Bairstow is going to restrain himself here, isn't it? Well, he's going to have a pop.
I think there's every chance of that happening.
They've got mid-off and mid-on are still just about, you would say, inside the circle, if there was a circle, if you know what I mean. Bamber bowls and, it's just stand and deliver from Bairstow. It's a ball that was only fractionally short of a good length with frightful power. And it was all forearms, that.
And that lad who retrieved the ball last time from the empty seats that form the sight screen at the far end has had to go and get it again because it's just popped up off the thing. I'm going to make a prediction here. When one of these is out,
that'll be it.
They'll walk off.
Yes.
Or maybe not.
Well, 2-1-7 for 5. Lead now is 4-2-3. Long on's gone back now, and Bamber bowls a short ball, which Bairstow gets into position to pull and then doesn't.
And second thoughts.
He's 54. He must be close to the end now.
68 in the first innings, so he's got a few runs.
Yeah, he's had a good match. There's a few who've had a good match. For Yorkshire. Bamber hurries in and follows Bairstow as he backs away outside the leg stump. Bairstow guides it to backward point. Doesn't get a run this time. 11 from the over. Who's on the boundary? Long on, mid-wicket, deep fine leg. Well, not very fine, actually. Deep backward square. Long leg. Third man's on the boundary.
Long leg.
Long leg, yeah. Deep cover is on the boundary with quite a big family walking immediately behind him. And a no ball from Bamber, which isn't going to please him greatly. Bairstow, he was not going to please Bairstow either because he'd pushed a single to keep the strike. And now he's bowled a no ball. So he'll have a chance to pinch the bowling if he's so minded. Is it a faux pas to pinch the bowling off the captain when the captain's...
You don't score any runs at the non-strikers then?
No. 55 to... there's a single almost anywhere. If he wants to. Bamber bowls a short ball. Another no ball. Oh, dear. And Hill's pulled that away to deep backward square. Oh, Ethan. He's trying too hard. This is turning into a rather pricey over now. 13 off the bat and 2 no balls. Out of this over now.
Well, Bairstow's got another chance to
He has.
nick the strike.
And he waits for Bamber, and he can't nick the strike because Bamber's pitched one up, and rather jerkily, Bairstow's pushed it away on the offside. So it's the end of a 17 run over. And at the end of it, Yorkshire on 223 for 5, lead by 429 rather. Bairstow is 53, and George Hill is 61.
That's another Mike Gatting story, actually, for you, Mike.
Okay.
Back in the day, he and Mark Ramprakash were never the greatest runners when they were
I see.
batting together.
Yeah.
And I was interviewing Ramps about it. It's get mixed up. He said, when you're batting with Gat, he said, the 5th or 6th ball, you've got to really be on your heels because he'll be looking for a single to get down the other end. No, I thought he was just joking because, we've all played club cricket.
Yes.
With guys who try and nick the strike.
Strike hopper, yes.
But you don't think it happens in professional cricket. So here's Sutar bowling and a reverse sweep there from Hill for a single. So I said to Gat, cheeky youngster, I said, he reckons you... Oh, he said, I do. He said, I learnt that from Clive Radley. He said, you don't score runs at the non-strikers end. And this story carries on. His next delivery is belted in our direction by Johnny Bairstow, and thump you here as it landing down in front of us. And that's 6 runs to Bairstow, takes him to 61 and the lead now into the 230s. And so I spoke to Rad about it, and he said, I learnt that from Peter Parfit.
Oh.
He's going right back. Next delivery is swung around the corner by Bairstow for a single, and I had the great honour of interviewing Parfit in his home. He's well into his 80s now, and we had a good old chat, and I brought that up, and he said, I'll tell you who you never got a look in the 60s if they wanted to keep the strike. Here's Sutar bowling. There's no vote. Signal is wide. Wide run there. And Yorkshire fans listening are thinking, Jeffrey. And that's what I said. Jeff boycott? Yes. He said no. Tom Graveney. He said
really?
Graveney was the absolute worst for keeping the strike. Great stories of players. And there's also other players who are never out. You always get that in club cricket, don't you, as well? Someone comes back to I wasn't out there. And famous English all-rounder was apparently like that when he got back to the dressing room. That ball reverse swept. Thinking of a second run. Bairstow wants one. Hill doesn't, very wisely. 233 for 3. His lordship, as we have to call him now these days, apparently was never out.
Oh, really? Yes. Yeah. Well, just say every club's got some of those. I was the opposite.
You don't think it would go through right to the very top of, into the test team or something, but it does.
It would. I was the opposite, you see. I was never in. Sutar bowls again, wide outside the off stump, and
Bairstow reaches for that but can only hit it straight to the wide mid-off. Umpires are looking towards the Yorkshire skipper, who's showing no signs of declaring yet, with the lead 439. So that 450 looming into hoving into view.
Yes.
15, 17, 50. At the end of this over, I think there'll be 15 overs left.
Yeah, and also you
14,
want
15, 17, 32, 15, yeah.
in the event that they are a bit resistant, Warwickshire, you'd want to make sure that there's long enough to get a good run with a second new ball as well tomorrow.
Yep.
So, yeah, obviously there'll be 96 overs tomorrow, but you'd want to get a good run. Jonathan Deutsch is back. He's come back for the showstopper at the end.
For one over.
Well, I don't know. He could be. You know, when the big moment's coming, he's probably been in there helping to make the decision. His Bamba's gone back to start a new over. Now, you've got to learn to say no, Ethan, when the flag's flying around. You want another over, Ethan? Oh, go on. Here he is. And he bowls to Hill, who pops the top off his pad, and they've gone for what I'm guessing is going to be a leg bye, and they will have it. Hayne, who's been able to get the sun hat back out this afternoon. Now the wind is not quite, I think, as keen as it was. Has come into field. And it's 234 for 5. He's been going around like a fruit machine in the last 20 minutes, Jonathan.
Yeah, it's been interesting. I've been in the press room watching it from a little bit straighter. That's entertainment, etc.
Be near what they want now. Bamber is coming wide of the crease, and Bairstow hits that back to him ferociously hard on a bump ball, I think, and Bamber's managed to get hit by it. And gosh, that came back quick.
The 4 he hit straight back past the bowler in the previous over from this end. Dear me, that was travelling.
He really did club it, didn't he?
That was one of those, I'm hitting it and it's definitely staying hit. He was at the board at the far end in, well, like a split second.
Yeah, so Bamber knows when he's let go of the ball, he's got to watch out here. 234 for 5. Lead is 440. Bamber bowls a wide one. It's gone up in the air, and he should be caught by Alex Davis. A wicket for Bamber. He's taken some punishment to get it. And Bairstow out for a typically entertaining 62, having forced the pace towards the end of this innings and pushed Yorkshire's lead well beyond 400. He holds the end of the bat, where I suspect that probably spooned up off. So Bairstow caught Davis, bowled Bamber 62, and at 234 for 5, the Yorkshire captain leaves with a lead of 440, and we're going to carry on. Dom
Yep,
Bess.
and he just gives a smile across to the family who are just collected down at the base of the stand here. Janet on the right with the pushchair. Johnny's partner as well down there, and one or two other members of the family or friends, I'm sure, as well. Gave a little nod and wave of the bat as he walked off. But good knock for his team again. Second time he's got to that mark in the contest.
Yeah, 68 and 60. It's return.
He's having a good season. I definitely think he's playing better this year than he did last year. Much more like the Johnny that we've come to know and admire as a cricketer over the years. I don't know if people are saying, aren't they? I mean, Gavin mentioned it yesterday when he came up. To last year, still had those England hopes.
Yeah.
Flickering embers and all the rest of it. And this year, that's gone. He's kind of accepted it, moved on, and he's fully and completely ensconced in Yorkshireness, as it were.
Well, that's, I mean, more than a consolation prize, isn't it, for Johnny Bairstow to be leading Yorkshire? I'm sure that's a very proud honour for both him and his family. So that's good. It's county teams in in good hands with him. Now Bamber, he's going to try and see if he can get Don Bess as well. And Bess has eased his first ball away towards third man for a run. 235 for 6. And it must be on the minds now, I'm sure it has been for a little while, of Rob Yates and Alex Davis. You'd be thinking, well, wouldn't be able to stop yourself looking for little visual cues, would you? Are they going to call him in? Is it going to be now? Is it going to be in a minute or whatever? Hard to get in the mindset of getting ready to bat. Bamber in again to Hill, who dabs this away into the offside, and he's always getting a run there. Square out towards cover point.
I think what it has done, I think I acknowledged earlier, but the 115 for 5 after 36.4 overs, Mike, when that wicket went down, Yorkshire were not dictating it at that point. The wickets were sort of falling as a natural process, whereas I think they've managed to wrest control back.
Yes, it's taken a bit of a switchback route this innings, but they've got to where they would want to be. Bamber has Bess hitting this down. There's a single more or less anywhere on the leg side, and he gets it between long on and deep mid-wicket. And that ends Bamber's over. 237 for 6, lead of 443. 64 now to George Hill. These are nice runs for him to pick up.
Well, he's another player I've said a few times on comms at various matches. Again, he looks like he's playing with quite a bit more confidence again this year than was the case last year. I think scores on the board would support that theory as well. What did he get in the first innings? 33
off top of it, yeah.
Played nicely enough to get there. And he has done again here, getting into good positions. Don Bess, well, of course, got a duck first time around. He's managed to avoid the dreaded pair. Sutar bowling from the Peace-on Park end, and Bess successfully gets out the reverse sweep, something that one or two of his colleagues entirely mastered to this particular bowler. 1 run, 238 for 6. Hill back on strike. On 64, he tries the same and can't get bat on ball. Sutar 1 for 65 now. Into his, in fact 1 for 66 it'll be, into his 22nd over. Here's again. And another attempt at a reverse from George Hill, which is totally understandable, because if anybody gets bat on ball, there is a very definite 1 out there. And depending on the strength of the shot, might be even more. Sutar, and again, he has got a good contact on this. Too good, really, to turn it into a second. Jordan Thompson. Unusually for Jordan Thompson, wearing a big white floppy hat. He's the man who was out there fielding. Single to George Hill takes him to 65. The total to 239 for 6. And the Yorkshire lead now 445. Sutar in again. Bess has absolutely pinged that one off his legs for 6.
Shot.
That is not a short boundary down the bottom side. There's just something about the sweetness of the timing there that felt like it. I lost the ball, but it was absolutely no surprise when Michael Goff raised both hands in the affirmative. It's gone just backward a square, really, towards the marquee door.
Yeah, no great backlift in that, but he absolutely creamed it, didn't he?
Sutar in again, and Bess this time reverse sweeps. And we'll make it to double figures with that single. Not the same as, but reminded me of a shot by Liam Livingston. There's a declaration, though. Bess runs off the field of play, 246 for 6. Means that lead is 451. Two, is it?
4-5-2,
yeah.
yes. So it'll be 4-5-3 to win.
So George Hill takes the applause. 65 not out to him. Don Best not out on 10. So 453 required by Warwickshire to win this match, or 10 wickets required by Yorkshire. And they will have
15 tonight, I think.
Yeah, it's kind of going to be in that ballpark. You always felt 15 tonight, and then 96 if they need them tomorrow, and the opportunity for a second new ball as well tomorrow. So they've given themselves a few options. Yorkshire. Jack White is straight out there on the field of play to get himself loose, but at 5:10, Johnny Bairstow has called them in. Keith Barker, 5 overs, 1 maiden, none for 11. Ethan Bamber, 13 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 54. Manav Sutar, 22 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 74. Ollie Hannon Dolby, 5 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 25. Ed Barnard, 6 overs, 1 maiden, none for 23. And Bo Webster, 10 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 51 was the tale of the bowling. 2 byes, 6 leg byes, a wide and 6 no balls for 15 extras. And all the players taking a breather and turning things around. And we'll do the same. I'm back in a few minutes' time. You going? Cheers. Thank you very much. Go well, safe journey.
Johnny Vertu leading out Wiltshire. Rob Yates and Alex Davis opening the batting for Warwick.
Welcome back then. 15 overs remaining on day 3. Yorkshire trying to get in and among the top order of the Warwickshire second innings. Davies right-handed and Rob Yates left out there for Warwickshire second time around. And Hassan Ali is going to open proceedings from the Peasarn Park end. Nicest part of the day at the moment. The sun's been shining for much of the last hour. 3 slips in place, plus a gully and a short leg. And Ali is in then on the word play. And Rob Yates immediately off the mark, punching one into the offside, which Revis fields. So 110 overs and 5 deliveries remaining potentially in the match. Warwickshire needing 452 more runs to win. And Yorkshire 10 wickets. Have to be prepared to work for it, but did look like there were signs in that Yorkshire second innings. There might be just some natural deterioration in the surface. See if things change now that the sun's out. Alex Davies, of course, didn't last long in the Warwickshire first innings. See how he goes this time around. Hassan Ali in, and that one wide of Davies' off stump and an easy leave. Yorkshire crowd were quite vocal when they went out there to field. Getting behind them. Your thoughts, folks? BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com or wm.sport at bbc.co.uk or at Jonathan Doidge. Here's Ali, wide of off stump and another easy leave. Malcolm Palmer on the numbers front that we were talking about earlier says shame that Finlay Beaton didn't pick 57A. I think we know what he's driving at. Beans, 57.
57 variety. The baked beans are available.
And Ali in bright sunshine now, bowling again. Davies plays out into the offside. There is no run. Plenty of those for Warwickshire to amass if they're going to pull off what would be a very, very notable win themselves. And of course, certainly fully had Yorkshire's measure just a few weeks ago down at Edgbaston. Different day, different conditions, different pitch. And some different personnel, like this fellow who's turning former Warwickshire man Hassan Ali to bowl against his old teammates. That's dragged wide of off stump again. So he's trying to get into some sort of rhythm here in his opening over. Not yet succeeded. Fish and chip van still doing good trade away to our left at the Posh Coffee. They've packed up and gone home for the day. The pizza is still going okay as well. Hassan Ali makes his way in once again. That's straightening things up, and Davies clips it off his legs. Ben Cliff round to do the fielding, and that completes the opening over then of the Warwickshire second innings. So 14 overs remaining today, which with the seamers on for a fair proportion of it, I'm sure. Will give us about an hour more to play, won't it? You'd have thought, sometime anywhere between 6:20 and 6:30, something like that. It's going to be Jack White to open from the Trafalgar Square end, and David Townsend to take you through the up.
You say that almost with a surprise, but it's going to be Jack White coming down the hill. Made the early breakthroughs, didn't he, in the first innings, or certainly the early breakthrough when he got Alex Davis early doors. Davis very pleased to get off the mark, understandably so.
Yeah. And when people ask about these declarations and start telling you that they should be going at this point and they should be doing this and that, because these days, never that simple, is it, with the workload management? There'll be other discussions go on as well.
Here comes White bowls, and that's played back to him, and there's no run.
I think that there's two ways about it. You know, those things I've heard the conversations before. So it's not just about how many should we go again now and really put them under the cosh with the follow on. It's how many has he bowled today? How many has he bowled this week? How many do you think it's sensible to bowl him again today before he's got to bowl again tomorrow?
White bowls, and that's played just past short leg in the air. It's going to be a couple of comfortable runs as it makes its way out towards the bleachers on the far side. Fairly sparsely populated, you would have thought, but maybe the final hour here is going to be an interesting hour, but a lot of people have drifted away. They've had their quota of cricket today. Perhaps they have a load that they can't exceed. Jack White bowls, and that's pushed up towards mid-off.
Yeah, it's the scene's set really, isn't it, for a sort of Delia Smith type, let's be having you, you know. Adam Lyth maybe is the man to do it at this ground. Come on, spectators, let's be having you.
Yeah, there's just the odd pockets of vocal support, isn't there? There's no sort of general buzzers. White comes into bowl. Bowls now to Davis, and again, that's just past short leg, and again, he's going to pick up a couple of runs out towards mid-wicket. So Davis well underway. He's got 5 runs, 5 more than he got in the first innings. And the total 6 for no wicket. Target a long way away. I don't think the real target is to bat for, do we say, 111 overs. White bowls, and Davis back across his stumps. Just gets the bat down on that. There would have been a big appeal if he hadn't.
Well, in the match so far, I mean, Yorkshire batted for 2 balls short of 111 overs in their first innings. Warwickshire made it to 94.2 overs in their first innings. Yorkshire obviously declared at 61 overs. We're not quite sure how long that would have lasted, but it felt like it was probably on the decline in terms of length of time, which suggests that 111 overs just batting is not going to be an easy task.
White bowls, and again pushed into the onside, and again there's going to be a couple of runs. That might in fact be, no, they just jogged for 2. Probably got 3.
Unless, just to tag on to the end of my comment, unless of course the Yorkshire bowling tires and becomes less effective, or the pitch does what we're kind of not suggesting it has been doing, which has become more benign in the last
Yeah, it
24
has.
hours of the match.
If anything, it's been a little bit more helpful to the bowlers today, hasn't it? So, and you would think it on the fourth day more so again. So it'll be a Herculean effort if they are to get through to tomorrow night and rescue the game.
Here's Hassan Ali, 3 slips, a gully who's quite square, Will Luxton, plus James Wharton under the lid. That one left by Rob Yates, just wide of off stump. Come back to 5 Sports Extra 3 listeners from North Marine Road in Scarborough, where second time around Warwickshire are 8 without suffering any loss. Rob Yates not out, 1's on strike. Alex Davis not out on 7.
There's a goal down below us. It's fielding at long on, wants to join in, I think.
Hassan Ali is in. That's a lovely shot. Just a little bit too short. Wouldn't exaggerate that, but it was the width that he offered Rob Yates there, and cut that one away very firmly backward of point, and picks up 4 down to the marquee on the western side of the ground. Best part of the day here, folks. If you're just joining us, we've had cloud cover for fairly extensive periods, and we have just a little of that at the moment. Now the sun's poking its head back through as I'm saying that, but let's just say there are no issues with the light compared to probably about this time yesterday, where we were saying it was about as dark as it had been in the match. Hassan Ali switching round the wicket now to Yates, who plays out square on the offside. Matthew Revis does the fielding, and just to recap for Sports Extra 3 listeners, in case you're unaware, Yorkshire declared on 246 for 6 at the end of the 61st over of their second innings. George Hill not out 65 from 88 deliveries, 2 6s and 4 4s. Don Bess not out 10 from 5 balls, one of which he hit for 6. 15 extras. 2 for 54, Ethan Bamber. 1 for 74, Manav Sutar. 2 for 25, Ollie Allen Dalby. And 1 for 51, Bo Webster, the wicket takers. As Ali bowls one wide of off stump, doesn't really bounce. And so at the outset, with a potential 111 overs to get them, Warwickshire needed 453 to win this match. They now need 441. And Yorkshire, of course, needing 10 wickets. And just saying that the longest innings so far in the match was Yorkshire's 110.4 over first innings, which got them to 469. Hassan Ali in and bowling. Oh, good delivery. As Yates pushing at that. And missing on its way through to Johnny Bairstow's gloves. Don Bess has been brought in at leg slip as Yorkshire go on the attack. They'd given themselves 15 overs this evening to try and do some damage to the Warwickshire top order. This is over number 3 of those 15. Been saying on commentary during the afternoon that there was, I think, fairly clear evidence during Yorkshire's second innings that there was just some natural deterioration in the surface. Ali bowls again, and Yates looking to flick it to leg, diverts it back to the bowler along the deck. End of the over, 12 without loss. Will Luxton, by the way, made a half century for the second time in a match, 167 in the first innings, 69 in the second. But it was after he was out at 115 for 5 that Yorkshire really kicked on. Johnny Bairstow making 62 in a partnership of 119 for the 6th wicket with George Hill, as I say, who was undefeated on 65. For a spell today, Warwickshire looked like they might bowl Yorkshire out second time around, but then Bairstow and Hill managed to wrest back enough control to make the decision as to when they were going to declare rather than naturally be bowled out and bring their innings to an end.
It's a pretty good engine room there, the 6 and 7, isn't it? Bairstow and Hill. Jet White starts a new over from the Trafalgar Square end, and that's just pushed into the covers by Alex Davis, and there's no run there. 12 for no wicket. I mean, the task really for these two tonight is just to get to stumps, isn't it, without being separated. And they won't be thinking of runs. They won't be thinking of winning the game tonight, tomorrow morning. White bowls, and that comes off the thigh pad. Now, is that going to be given as 4 leg buys? In fact, it's given as 4 buys. I thought it just flicked the thigh pad as it went through.
Yeah, I think a little bit unlucky. I thought maybe trousers rather than thigh pad, but either way, yeah, somewhere in that region. A bit unlucky on behalf of Johnny, I think, because that'll go down against him.
Bairstow's sort of gone up to the stumps, having conceded those buys, and just perhaps having a look as to where the ball pitched. Or maybe that's his way of indicating to the umpire that he's been hard done by to have those buys given him against him, and could well have been leg buys. Jack White bowls, and that's defended up to mid-on, no run. So very attacking field, as you'd expect with that many runs. 3 slips, forward short leg, and then a man just at short mid-wicket, really.
I think you'd be expecting a blast from both these 2 openers, but I'm sure Don Bess will be getting a twirl as well for a few overs before the end of play today.
You would think so, just to...
with the harder ball.
Look. Next delivery from White is played back to him rather ungainly. Got a boot or something on that, didn't he? Just to divert it to mid-off where it's fielded. He's got an interesting run-up, hasn't he, Jack White? He's... What did we say yesterday? Somewhere between a lollop and a bounce as he comes in. Looks as though he's always just running after something he's never going to quite catch. Comes in again, bowls there, and that's pushed back past him. Good balance to it, though, which is important. And been very successful for Yorkshire. 16 for no wicket. Bowling options, obviously these 2. Hassan Ali and Jack White, then George Hill, Ben Cliff, and Don Best for spinning. Next delivery is out, taken at slip. Davis there is waiting, he hasn't been given. Well, what's that come off then?
It's gone to George Hill at first slip.
Low down to his... it's gone to his way down to his... really his right boot. Has it come off the pad? Watching again.
Off the
it
hip.
Has. It's come off the hip. And taken. So... well, we can't really say a life there for Alex Davis because it's not out, but looked for all the world that he'd just nicked that one to slip. Very good decision there by Tom Lumley.
Hassan Ali from the Peace-Home Park end then, still a leg slip, plus 3 slips, no gully at the moment, but a short leg. First delivery defended by Rob Yates. You could see as soon as it struck Alex Davies, he was shaking his head in the negative, and still somebody asking him the question, and he's just touching his right hip now. Just to say that's where it hit me. Yorkshire were convinced, but I think correctly Tom Lumley was convinced that he didn't tickle it with the outside edge of the bat. As Hassan Ali is in, that's turned to leg by Yates, fielded by Sam Whiteman at mid-on. A bit of chat out there just for these last few overs now. Yorkshire trying to talk out this pair maybe, as well as bowl them out. Still got just under 11 overs remaining on day 3 as Hassan Ali's round the wicket. Ooh, Rob Yates, not a lot of foot movement, reaching for that, chopped it into the deck, and it went through on the bounce to Johnny Bairstow.
Definitely an odd one there because he shouldn't. You can see it's tempting because there's no fielder out on the offside. It's just the backward point. And close to umpire Lumley. So there's plenty of space for runs on the offside, but he was really reaching for that. Wasn't a percentage shot, was it?
No, here's Ali again. Yates this time leaving it. That's a beautiful shout from one of the Yorkshire fielders. Hassan getting up ahead of steam. Skiddy bowler, nipping it around a little bit. Not loads of grass on this surface to play with. You are a seamer. 16 without loss. In he comes again. This time flicked nicely off his legs. For 4 by Rob Yates. Sam Whiteman, not sure if he did get a bit of a finger on that, but either way, it still had the legs to make it down to the pavilion for a boundary. Yates, of course, making runs in the first innings for Warwickshire.
Good innings, that wasn't it?
65 he made. Don Bess bowled him with a delivery that would have probably missed leg stump, but clipped the pad and onto the stumps. Here comes Hassan Ali again. Shorter ball this time. Timed nicely off his legs by Yates. Jack White has a 20-yard run or so to field down deep backward square. Picks up 2, I should say, to complete the over. So 11 now to Yates, 7 to Davies, 22 without loss after 5 overs have been completed. 10 remaining in the day.
Yorkshire's wish, I think, if it could be granted, would be a couple of wickets tonight. That's what they would have been targeting when they came out. Any more than that, an obvious bonus, but they certainly don't want to go in with Warwickshire none down. That would be a disappointing way to go to bed on the 3rd night of this game. Need a little bit of something that gives them encouragement for tomorrow. They'd look at this normally would be 2 tonight, 3 tomorrow morning, and 5 wrap it up around tea time tomorrow. JD.
Yes, DT.
Here's JW. Jack White, who bowls, and that's covered up defensive by Davis. No run, 22 for no wicket. Jack White, who we found out earlier. What are you looking at?
Johnny Bairstow's just scampered away from behind the stumps to have a chat with Hassan Ali. Does that mean change at this end, change of ends maybe, or is it going to be a case of I want to try Dom, see if he can get in among?
White bowls, and that one bounces, leaves the right-hander, taken by Bairstow, and Davies immediately goes down the pitch and prods away at where that might have landed. Got away with it. Jack White, who we found out earlier in the day, was it daughter or son's called Wild?
Son.
Wild White. That's going to be a good one when he turns up at school, isn't it? Bowls there, and that's on the stumps, and good length. Brings Davies forward, fielded at forward short leg.
It's going to be great for all his birthday parties, and if he ever becomes a famous sportsman, isn't it, really? Wild thing.
You make my heart sing. I'm not going to do it. I'll leave the singing to you, Georgie. You're the karaoke king.
Could be. Go wild, go wild, go wild in the country.
Oh, yeah, I remember that. Next delivery is pushed gently up to... is it off? It was
The group you're searching for deep inside the grey matter is Bow Wow Wow, 1982.
Yeah, 1982. I was thinking of Bananarama, but they were far more sort of sweet than... they're a bit, Bow Wow Wow were a bit sort of more punky, weren't they? Am I right in thinking that?
Yeah, I don't know if punky would be the right expression, but kind of not mainstream commercial popular music, probably.
This next delivery is pushed into the onside no run. Am I right in thinking they were actually Bow Wow Wow were managed by Malcolm McLaren?
Something like that. I know.
Probably
Boy George.
probably why I
Boy
did
George
it.
had some sort of involvement, didn't he? I think so. The early days.
Whereas
Well, I'd say the early
Bananarama,
days as if they had a long time.
Bananarama, one of the first, sort of girl groups, weren't they? Forerunner of the Spice Girls, could you say? I don't know. How did we get onto this? Jack White bowls. Jack White's fault. Oh, and that's again popped and it played well by Davis. It's gone wide of third slip away down towards third for a couple of runs, fielded by Revis. But again, that ball just giving the bowlers encouragement that you can get the ball in the right spot.
Bananarama, one of the first girl groups, is that what, just after the Andrews sisters and the Beverly sisters and Sister Sledge?
You can't count the Andrews sisters. Sure.
Were they not a girl group?
Well, I suppose so, really, but that was
Sister Sledge?
sort of Mary Poppins music, that was, wasn't it? It wasn't really sort of pop music. Sister Sledge? Yeah, I suppose you can have that.
The Pointer Sisters?
Well, you think the Temptations. Did you say the Temptations earlier?
No.
24 for no wicket.
The Supremes?
You
Here we
know
are.
what I meant.
Don Bess is
Very good move,
going
this.
into the attack. So that was the chat between Johnny Bairstow and Hassan Ali. We are to presume 9 overs remaining in the day.
So Johnny was saying we'll give Dom 5 of them. Jack can have another couple, and then you can come on down the hill. And he would have said, "Okay, Skip."
And he's bowling out the left-hander, Rob Yates. Slip, leg slip, silly mid off in place. First ball is just a little too wide of off stump to interest Rob Yates in playing at it. Just gives it a spin from one hand to the other, and he's in again round the wicket. This one's straighter, but short enough to get Yates on the back foot. He's worked it away to Hassan Ali, who consents to field this one after the one that he decided not to bother with yesterday. He got 2 for that.
Well, he's only... I wonder whether he was ever coached by Jonty Rhodes. That was always Jonty's thing. Don't use your feet.
Batting again. Ooh, this time tighter. And Yates has to be watchful in jabbing that down into the turf. Again, a dot ball. .26 without loss. Bass in again, wide on the crease. Yates goes back foot and cracks this one away. Fielded out in the deep on the offside by Sam Whiteman, 1 run. Edward Harland says, JD, enough of addition and subtraction, time for multiplication. Enclosed picture just taken. Okay. And he's got a shot of George Hill stood next to Adam Lyth with Don Bess alongside. 18, 9 and 2. I'll leave that one with you, DT, as a mathematician. 18 multiplied by 9, multiplied by 2.
No, 18 divided by 9 equals 2, doesn't it? He's getting that. Or 9 multiplied by 2 equals 18.
Okay. Well done. 27 without loss. Alex Davis to face Bess for the first time in this Warwickshire second innings then. He is on 9. Bess is being quite particular about where he wants Hassan Ali placed, and he's moving him a little more centrally on the cover boundary, and Ben Cliff has gone from being just in front of square to behind it now at point. And in comes Bess, and that one's been pinged across the line by Davies, and he's down into the covers on the bottom side of the ground at a stroke. 4 runs. Didn't quite get the line right there, Dom.
Picked that up beautifully, didn't he? Have you seen any bounce so far from Bess?
So 13 to Davies, 31 without loss. Bess loops one up again. This one hit into the deck and bounces its way back towards the bowler. Tony Haynes says he just realised why Johnny wears number 51, because it was the year of the birth of his father, David. So every time he plays, it's in memory of his dad. Says it's amazing how his career has followed his father's path in captaincy of York, wicket-keeping, prolific run-scoring and test cricket, and even football.
And he clearly enjoys playing as well, doesn't he? It's interesting how international players sort of, you can divide them into two, that those that as soon as they're out of the England contention, they retire. And those that, lose their England spot, quite happy to go back and play county cricket for a while. Paul Collingwood was a great one for that, wasn't he? Went back and played for Durham for several years after leaving England. And I just enjoyed playing the game of cricket. Jack White round the wicket to the left-hander, bowls, and he'll say he's beaten the bat, and I'm sure Rob Yates will say he just played the line there. By the way, it's gone through to the keeper.
Martin Bloomfield says on girl bands, don't forget Les Petits Chats Atomiques. With your knowledge of French, you'll easily get that.
Atomic Kitten.
Correct.
Hey, see, I did actually learn something in those 5 years. Next ball for White is homing in on the stumps. Is pushed up to mid-off, no run. There have been a few girl bands, right? But you know what I mean. This is the sort of manufactured bands. You can't count the Supremes as sort of manufactured, can you? I mean, they were.
Can't count the Supremes as manufactured.
Yeah, I mean they were probably organic band, rather than sort of invented band, if you know what I mean. Next delivery is push back. Do you know what I mean? They're not. They didn't just pick. They weren't just picked because they looked good and they could sing, and somebody session singer would do the singing for them on the records, etc., etc. Not that I'm saying that happened with Bananarama, but. Great group, the Supremes. The Motown sound. Is White again bowling and just dab down on the offside. You get a feeling that White's just looking for that one that pops a little bit, does a little bit off the seam. Batsman honest.
I don't know, you see, the manufactured DT, the Supremes began as the Pre-Mets.
Well, there you go, you see.
Well, what is manufacturing? One of the members was removed and replaced by another, and then the name was changed when joining Motown Records by Berry Gordy. Is that not manufacturing something?
Not necessarily. That was pushed back down the pitch. Nothing to be had there.
Ben Nielsen says, good evening. How do captains and coaches set declaration targets? Do you say 450, but no later than leaving 15 overs to bowl this evening? Well, you might do. I mean, there'd be loads of different ways of setting a declaration target, really. It depends on the personnel involved, the conditions, all those sorts of things.
I think
the
tonight,
opposition as well.
Yeah, I think tonight it was definitely the 15 overs, wasn't it? That was, as long as they got enough runs at that stage. White bowls and again plugging away. And as in the first innings, Yates is equal to it, defending into the offside, no run there. So they've negotiated the first 8 overs successfully. Warwickshire, they'll be ticking them off. Night watchman at this stage, if they lose a wicket. You don't like night watchman at all, do you?
No, I was just wondering why negotiated gets pronounced with a C and initiated doesn't. You don't say initiated, do you? You say initiated. But negotiated and negotiated. It's just one of those things about the English language. Here's Don Best bowling to Alex Davis. That's punched into the offside, but there's no run. George Hill round from slip to field it.
Like schedule and things, isn't it? Depends how you get to say it. I think the BBC way of saying schedule is schedule.
Davis dropping his bat on this latest Best delivery.
And what we were talking about earlier, scone and scone.
Yeah.
You're a scone man, aren't you?
I'm a scone man, I think. I mean, I might have changed my pronunciation of that over the years. It's not a word I've probably used for a long time, but I think I do say scone, yeah. As that's turned around the corner, ball that did bounce a little on Alex Davis. Not that it caught him on the hop or anything, but it did at least bounce from Don Bess's point of view. He wants a bit of that. Try and make it more interesting from his perspective. And again, there's bounce and turn that's flicked away backward of square. But at the moment, there's no sign of that first wicket of this Warwickshire second innings. Sign of it, apart from a ball that hit Davies on the hip and went to George Hill at first slip, which Yorkshire felt was a wicket, but the umpire didn't. Now they really tossed this one up, Don Bess. Felt like it slipped out of the hand somewhat. Davies, one-handed, slaps it away to deep extra cover where Hassan Ali fields and keeps them to 1.
We should really send our thanks again for who sent the scones up to us.
Neil Fletcher.
Fine man. Very, very enjoyable.
Best bowls again, a bit flatter this time. Yates helps that away into the offside. Whiteman into field. And they pick up another run. So at the moment, no major alarms for Warwickshire second time around. And if we did think this pitch was looking like it might have been beginning to naturally degenerate, then what we've seen so far in the first 9 overs of the Bears' second innings is not maintaining that theory.
They've got the occasional one that's just popped, haven't they? But,
So nothing particularly naughty, has it? It is turning, but it's a fairly slow turn. And Hassan Ali has got a second attempt with a relatively new ball because he's coming back on at the Trafalgar Square end.
yeah, give him a run out down the hill. Good tactics by
From the Trafalgar Square,
Johnny Lester.
Hassan Ali.
Ripple of applause. And I suppose a good number of the spectators are left. How many did we say were in today? 1,600 something?
Yeah, that was the estimate, 15 to 1,600.
Most of them, I think, have stayed to watch this. But the bleachers over there are very poorly populated as Hassan Ali comes in, poles, and, well, Robbie Yates left that. There's only 2 sorts of leave. That was a good leave earlier in the day. Adam Lyth suffered a bad leave when he shouldered arms to a similar ball and just saw it flick the outside of his off stump. Left almost in disbelief, didn't he? Lythe, he looked back several times. Couldn't believe what was happening. Ali bowls, and oh my word, I think that must have almost gone over the top. There was an anguish cry, I think it was George Hill cry for the first slip. 3 slips and a leg slip. A mid-wicket, mid-on, and fine leg. Is the field on the onside, say the 3 slips, a wideish mid-off, and point as Ali bowls again, that goes down the leg side. Yates instinctively wanted to have a flick at that. I think he then realised that that leg slip was there waiting for it. Taken by Bairstow. Lively over this from the Trafalgar Square end, as you'd expect from Hassan Ali. Bustly run to the crease. Bowls, and that's smashed square the wicket. Well, no need to run for that. Robbie Yates has got one in the slot and crashes it away. And all Matthew Revis can do is go and retrieve it. I think we might see Revis playing a role in this tomorrow as well. Always like to watch him bowling down the slope from the Trafalgar Square end. Might get a good bit out of it. Ali 2 Yates bowls. That's picked up. There's a shout of. There's an optimistic shout at catching. So there was nowhere near fine leg. Got a single though.
Ben Cliff it was
Ben
down
Cliff,
there.
yeah, down in the acres of space. And now poor old Ben's going to trot all the way across to long leg on the other side, number 26 on his back. One of the successful contestants in Doidge's quiz last night.
Very much so. Impressive performance by Ben.
He does, indeed. His next delivery from Hassan Ali, a quick one outside the off stump, through to the keeper. No run. Buying you a pint at halfway through, Doidge, was definitely a smart move, I thought.
Smart lad.
Yeah.
Very smart lad. What are Yorkshire trying to do here, DT? Is there anything they could be doing differently in terms of finding a way through? Have they been as accurate as you would have liked them to have been?
No, I don't think Bess has quite got his line right yet, has he? He's not causing the problems. Maybe to the left-hander this over.
Here he is round the wicket to Rob Yates, and he's on the money with that delivery. Yates, the perfectly executed forward defensive drop. And already Best back at his mark. Floats this one up. It does push at that, Rob Yates, and it's only momentarily aerial, but if you get a little bit further under that, James Wharton is waiting in the wings at cover to take the catch. That's in again. Once more.
Better over this.
A bit more float about it and a bit straighter. If he can hit a rhythm, even in 2 or 3 overs. Change things. George Hill went in for a chance at slip. Again, he's tossed that one up. It's has given that a fair old punch into the body of Adam Lythe, who's hopping around. I'll get out of the stadium if Adam Lythe gets injured here. Rob Yates. Slightly open stance as he waits for Besson again, this time just wide of off stump. Yates gets away the cut shot, but Jack White perfectly positioned backward of point to field. Still a stiff enough northerly breeze. You can see Will Luxton at leg slip. His trousers been brushed against his thighs with the wind from this end of the ground. As Yates pushes into the offside this time to complete that over with Adam Lythe. A bit of drama as he's limping slightly down towards this end. 20 runs against the name of Rob Yates, 14 against the name of Alex Davis. We have 4 overs remaining on day 3. Warwickshire still a country mile behind in match terms, but 415 needed in 100 overs precisely between now and the end of the match, and Yorkshire still needing 10 wickets.
Yeah, they would have wanted 2 when they came out tonight. I think they quite happily settled for 1 the way things have panned out.
I think Mike might fancy coming back on just to finish off the day, DT.
We may.
Sanali on his way in from the Trafalgar Square end. Alex Davis leaving that one wide of off stump. Still a reasonable number in, a few hundred in the latter stages of day 3. Get the headgear on. Take it away, MT.
That one was forced off the back foot into the backward point. There's no run. 38 for none. The way you said to get the headgear on there, it made it sound like I needed to sort of get a crash helmet on ready to.
Yeah, I mean, headgear means different things in my working life, of course, because that could have been blinkers, cheek pieces,
Yeah, well, I
tongue tie,
definitely need some of those.
or a visor,
Yes.
or even a hood in horse racing terms.
Yes, blindfold probably helped me. He's turned off his pads by Davis for no run to square leg.
Sheepskin, I expect to see on tomorrow
Oh, a
morning.
sheepskin noseband.
Spotting a sheepskin
yeah, I'll need
noseband,
one of
yeah.
those in the football season, I reckon, outside. Very good, yes.
Lily thinks that Yorkshire have batted and bowled Warwickshire out of the game. Says it was a fantastic century partnership between Johnny Bairstow and George Hill.
It was. I mean, Warwickshire actually had sort of their best day of the game today, in a way, and they stuck at it in the field. And there was a period where they could have limited Yorkshire to maybe 160 all out at one point. Sanali's next ball goes past outside the off stump. What they have done is found more out of the pitch today than the Yorkshire bowlers have, at least in this last 45 minutes. Because there was a period, and it went quiet towards the end, certainly, but there was a period where they found turn, and both Han and Dolby and Bamber made 1 or 2 nip off the surface. The one that got Lythe certainly did. This is going away outside the off stump from Hassan Ali. And Han and Dolby's 2 wickets both did a bit off the pitch. One that got Wharton darted back in, and Revis got a ball that skidded on. So far, and I appreciate we're only in the 12th over of this innings, we haven't really seen any of that happen in this innings. But they only need 10, don't they, Yorkshire? And they've got all day tomorrow as well. Hassan Ali scoots into bowl, and Alex Davis pushes this into the offside. They think about a run, but they don't have one. And it's the end of another over. 38 for none, 20 to Yates, 14 to Davis, and a few more folks. A chap with a green cap and a black rucksack, and another one behind him in one of those blue sort of ribbed shiny coats. Decide that the prospect of getting away 10 minutes early is slightly bigger than the prospect of Yorkshire claiming a wicket. So they give it best.
All right, shorter cue at bar. Let's get off now.
They're underselling George Hill, who's going to have a run from this end. He's had a good day.
Yeah, he's had a good season again so far. bunny hops just to flex the knees, ankles, hips. And he's having a crack then from the P-zone park end with just 3 overs remaining in the day. First ball is on the money. Robbie Yates feeling it necessary to defend his stumps and pushing back to the bowler. So 3 slips in place here. Long leg, mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off, cover and point. It's like Don Bess has gone in at first slip. Adam Lyth in his usual second, and Will Luxton now in at third, with George Hill bowling in the usual occupant of first slip. That's wide of off stump and left by Yates. I say the usual occupant, well he is, but that changed for him as well in the previous couple of matches when Joe Root was around, Harry Brook was around.
Yeah, you don't want them running about in the outfield, do you? They pull rank.
Hill turns, makes his way away from us. Bowls it now, wide of off stump. Yates not tempted into playing at that.
Bairstow took that one right in front of his face. Zipped through a bit from George Hill.
Elsewhere, by the way, Gloucestershire 36 runs ahead of Northamptonshire, but in their second innings, and only 3 wickets remaining, so Northants, you would think, pretty confidently should be able to clean that one up at some point, probably in the morning session tomorrow, as Hill is in and bowling and Yates defends. Worcestershire 25 for 1 in their second innings, needing a further 333 runs off 101.4 overs to beat Middlesex.
That could be a good game.
Could be an interesting match. Grace Road in this division, Leicestershire 104 runs ahead with still 4 wickets remaining in their second innings. Not completely over there, but he'd certainly be favouring Essex. Oh, good delivery here from Hill, and he's got the breakthrough. Yates has had a flick at one wide of off stump, and Bess, who I just listed at first slip, takes the catch. 38 for 1 Warwickshire, second time around.
No, very disappointed there, Rob Yates, that he's nicked off with 13 balls left in the day after this one. The most obstinate batter in the first innings is dislodged with the end of play in sight, and we are in night watchman territory if they are minded to have one. He's batted well for long periods in this match, Rob Yates, and looked largely in control today, but he goes now for 20. And looks like Ethan Bamber. Yep. Well, the last time I think he batted as night watchman was when he got a century at Chelmsford. So I can't recall him doing it since then. And here he is. Never says, that's his problem, you see, Ethan. Never says no. That's why he ends up bowling so many overs. Shall we have a night watch? Well, I'll do it, says Ethan. And off, here he is. So Al Davis is just talking him through. He's going to run a single and let Hassan Ali bowl at him in a minute.
Robbie Yates, 20 off 40 deliveries, 51 minutes he was out there, and 3 fours included in that 20 runs. But yeah, well caught by Don Bess. Just looking at the replay, it was dying on him slightly, had to go just down to his right towards Johnny Bairstow. Watched it well into the hands. And we are, what, 98? Not 98. We are 12.5 overs into this Warwickshire second innings. So 1 ball to come in this 13th. Hill switches to over the wicket.
Leg slip and a short leg now.
There is George Hill to Ethan Bamber, and it's straight, asks him to play, and he does so positively up to Sam Whiteman at short mid-off. End of the over then. Warm applause for George Hill. He has had a good day, 65 not out, and now removes Rob Yates and splits or ends the opening partnership. I was with the scorecard there, wasn't I? Let me just go back to it and complete what is in play. So, yeah, Leicestershire 106 runs now ahead with 4 wickets remaining in their second innings. Essex, have got an opportunity to bat again. And at Trent Bridge, well, Nottinghamshire, the champions, 38 for 2 in their second innings, needing 435 to win off just about 101 overs, but Somerset very much favourites there with 8 wickets to win it for themselves.
2 overs to go here today. Alex Davies strokes the first ball of a new over from Hassan Ali through the covers for 4 runs. Good shot. Didn't hit it hard, just try and hit it hard, just timed it. And needing a good start here, Alex Davies, after some very mixed form in the last few weeks, but that was a nice stroke. Weather forecast for tomorrow, when I've been looking at it throughout the day, is pretty dry, which is the main thing for Yorkshire. There's rain forecast after, very late in the evening tomorrow. That shouldn't bother them. Sunny spells, but not warm. Davies lets a ball go here that's going away from him. Not as windy, the forecast, as well, I don't think. So yeah, we should get fullish day's cricket tomorrow. Yorkshire have been in front in this game since not long after they were put in. Friday morning. And tomorrow they'll have a chance to finish the job and record what would be their 3rd win of the championship season if they win.
Yep.
Hassan Ali bowls, and Davies gets turned around by this a bit and pushing it with his feet pointing back down the pitch towards mid-on.
I was just going to say, bowling a little bit wide at times, and is he not bowling as well as he can do here, or is there a plan? And his previous 2 deliveries to Alex Davies was sort of taking him across the crease, and then that one was straightened up, so maybe he was just trying to set him up. He has got a leg slip in again, so maybe he was thinking of a flick off the hip, or maybe an LBW bringing that into play.
42 for 1. This is outside leg stump and clipped away down to long leg for 1. Fielded in some comfort, but is that Ward? No, Cliff down there.
Yeah, Ben Cliff. You should know, it's your team, mate.
No, that's it. So Davies at 19. To face 2 here from Hassan Ali potentially, and then there'll be 1 over left. Bess has gone to leg slip again. There's a short leg, although not especially close. He's 5 or 6 yards back. Who's that under the lid there? Is it
James
Wharton? It's Wharton there, is he? Hassan Ali bowls to Bamber. It runs off the outside edge of the bat, and it's half stopped by Revis, throwing himself down to his left and pulling his trousers up as he got up. But he's managed to get everything back together and chase after the ball, and he's got 1 run. And now he's going to rearrange his equipment.
It was a bit like sort of watching the sack race at in the school sports. They won it for a couple of strides.
Unexpected bit of excitement for Revis fans.
You ever do the
44
sack
for
race?
1.
Mike?
I probably did. Don't know, it's a long time ago now. I'd have done it for longer than anybody else, that's for sure. Hill at first, Lythe at second, Luxton at third, Bess at leg slip, and full and straight from Hassan Ali. Defended out on the offside. Hassan pulls up at the end of his run with a little hop on 1 leg 3 times as he picks the ball up. And that's him done for this spell. 6 overs, no wicket for 22. Well, in 2 short spells, I suppose, 1 from each end. And it's 44 for 1, Warwickshire. We've been set 4-5-3, which would be by a margin if they were to pull off an extraordinary chase and get them the highest that they have ever made to win in the 4th innings. Record that stood since Alvin Callie-Turan batted a double century against Glamorgan. More than go at Edgbaston.
Just watching him on the 76 West Indies Tour highlights the other day.
Could play a bit.
Good, here's Hill. Ooh. Bamber having to jab down on a delivery that was full and didn't feel like it bounced as much as he'd expected. Alex Davis just has a wander down and does a bit of gardening, which was really a wander down to have a word with his colleague. Adam Lythe is now part of a change in the field here by Johnny Bairstow, because he's coming out of the cordon and he's going under the helmet. That's silly mid-off. James Wharton is under the helmet at short leg, and in fact they're going to swap places now. So Lythe will go short leg, Wharton will go at silly mid-off. Bess at first slip, Luxton now at second slip. Matthew Revitt has come in at third. Jack White has also jogged his way across to point. And there is a leg slip as well, which is Sam Whiteman. So an attacking field here as Yorkshire push for a second wicket in the final over of the day. Not with that delivery, which was short of length by George Hill, and enabled Bamber to sway out of the way. Davies again gets a few extra steps in with a walk down the pitch and a word.
4.53 incidentally, he's also quite a bit more than the highest successful chase ever made on this ground, which is 400 by Yorkshire against Leicester a little over 20 years ago, when they were set 397, but they got 400. So this would be beyond that.
Hill bowls again. Bamber goes back foot. That's closer to the mark from the bowler's point of view. Might have gone over the top, but it was thereabouts, top of stump height. And Ethan Bamber had to play at it. Successfully negotiated it. Or negotiated it. .44 for one. And again, that one played by Bamber out to Jack White, backward of point. A few more spectators make their way to the exit down the side of this
Give it
stand.
the last two balls. Go on. You'll kick yourself if they get a wicket now. No, they're off. In a condemned stand, that wasn't the most encouraging noise, was it? But I think we're all right. Send supplies.
Here's Hill. And Bamber plays that one well, just drops it at the feet of Adam Lythe. I once was with my dad and some friends as a child at Elland Road. Leeds were playing Everton, I remember, in the days of Ray Hankin and John Hawley. And Dad wanted to get off before the traffic, a couple of minutes before the end. It was 1-1. We went down the stairs, out the back of the stand. There's a massive cheer, dashed back up, Leeds had scored. All right, shrug your shoulders, pretty much ran back downstairs again. There's another big cheer, ran back up and they scored again. Missed half the goals in the match in the last couple of minutes. Final ball of the day, George Hill to Ethan Bamber, who has played that one out into the offside for Hassan Ali to field. And that completes another interesting day's cricket here at North Marine Road in Scarborough, which sees Warwickshire end the day, second time around, on 44 for the loss of one wicket. That wicket of Rob Yates caught best bowled Hill for 20. Alex Davies not out 19, and Ethan Bamber, as night watchman, has successfully seen out several deliveries to complete the day, not out on one. It means that if Warwickshire want to win this match, they'll have 96 overs in which to score a further 409 runs tomorrow. If Yorkshire want to win it, they'll have the same number of overs to take 9 wickets. Or who knows? It still could be an heroic draw, possibly.
Well, yeah, I mean, look, they'd take a draw. I mean, I offered those statistics to win as, at the moment, more out of academic interest. But having said that, if they were to get moving tomorrow, Yorkshire presumably will have attacking fields for quite a lot of it. And stranger things have happened, but not very often. They'd take a draw from this point, certainly. Having, in a game in which They were certainly outplayed for the first 2 days. I think you could say that today they've had a better day. And at least stopped Yorkshire from running away with it as they might have done. They did actually bowl quite well for the first half of that second innings, I thought. So, yeah, it's honour restored to some degree today, I would suggest, but it's still Yorkshire in command.
Yep. Thanks for your company, folks. And as the spectators leave the arena, the umpires, the last pair to make their way off, and the ground staff move in to do their thing to get stuff ready for tomorrow. From Mike Taylor, from David Townsend, and from myself, Jonathan Doidge, we'll say good night for tonight, and we'll be back around about 5 minutes before the start of play to see what happens on the final day. Good night.